Hi, welcome to Novel to Listen. Relax and enjoy. Chapter 451 to 470. As soon as they left the general's residence, Limero swiftly slipped into the carriage and angrily made a ruckus. Why is it like this? How could that lowly peasant girl be able to wear clothing personally made by Modiste Zhang? Is she even worthy? Lady Li saw that her daughter's face had almost twisted into an unrecognizable expression out of anger and hurriedly comforted her. That lass has to go to the imperial plantations every day, take care of the fields, and harvest vegetables. Even if she has beautiful feathers to wear, a wild pheasant can't morph into a phoenix. My sweet daughter is pretty and dignified with a graceful figure. It's Modiste Yang's own loss that she refuses to design clothing for us. If Yu Xiaoxiao could hear Lady Li's words, she would definitely have to ask the woman, Lady Li, are you a transmigrator from the Republic of China? You're pretty similar to Ah Q. You truly embody the spirit and soul of Ah Q and could be considered a true disciple of his ways. Mother, just what is Modiste Zhang thinking? Is it really like what that peasant girl said? That she inspired Modiste Zhang? Sending her 2 sets of clothing as thanks is one thing, but why is she now sending her 2 sets of custom-made clothing for every season now? Limero felt very aggrieved over this whole matter. She had lusted over gaining even 1 piece of clothing from exquisite garments, yet her desire never came true. That rural peasant girl, on the other hand, was now getting supplied with 2 sets of clothing for every season now. Lady Li hastily comforted her daughter. Ruer, just think about Modiste Yang's family background. She's only from a merchant family. In the 4 classes of our society, merchants are even lower in status than farmers. Although everyone in the capital treats her like a precious flower, she still must feel inferior and unimportant when she walks in our wealthy and noble circles. Now, a peasant farmer girl whose birth is even more lowly than hers has suddenly popped up from who knows where. Naturally, she feels more comfortable interacting with another dull sparrow. Only after hearing her mother's explanation did Limero's expression finally relax. Suddenly, she thought of something and lifted the curtain covering the window to look around before she seriously said, Mother, we can't say such things in public. Everyone in the capital loves Modiste Yang's clothing. If what we said gets transmitted to her ears, then we will likely never be able to set foot into exquisite garments again. We must be careful of what we say. My daughter, you are very wise and think of all situations. All right, we won't speak any more on this subject. In the future, we will only secretly have such discussions in our inner courtyard. Lady Li abruptly remembered the purpose of her visit today. Did she complete her mission or not? Ruer, it looks like this Yu Xiaoxiao's fame in the capital will not be in any way inferior to Zhang Xiniang's acclaim. Right now, just by relying on her ability to grow fruits and vegetables in winter, the whole capital knows of her name and her deeds. I heard that on Royal Prince Yang's farmstead, the little tomatoes there are almost as popular as the clothing personally designed and made by Zhang Xiniang herself. Wealthy and noble families now take out little tomatoes when they receive guests to show off. Lady Li recalled that Lady Fang was older than herself by 4 to 5 years, yet the other woman looked like she had just hit 30 years of age. Her skin was so tender and smooth that it resembled a young maiden's. If this was truly the product of that peach blossom tea, then once Yu Xiaoxiao came up with a method to manufacture more and put it on the market, it would definitely become a product that was even more popular than Zhang Xiniang's handmade clothing. Other types of clothing, while inferior to the ones made by Zhang Xiniang, were still acceptable to wear. However, the quality of one's skin was a different story. It didn't matter how beautifully one was dressed if it was paired with a face that had skin like tree bark. Beautiful clothes didn't go very well with sallow and aging skin. However, if a person had good skin, it made them seem much younger. Even if they were wearing normal clothing, they could still have a pretty and graceful presence. Wasn't Lady Fang from today a perfect example of this? Although Limero was unhappy about this, she had to admit that the facts were true. The small tomatoes were currently sold in tiny boxes for 10 taels each. Each box only held less than a caddy of the fruit. The assistant minister's residence was more than able to afford this, but these tomatoes had rationed sales. Every shop only sold 20 boxes of tomatoes a day. There were many high-ranking officials in the capital, and there were even more wealthy merchant families around. Even if the stores sold 100 boxes a day at a price that was 10 times the current price, that still wasn't enough to sat the appetites of the rich and wealthy. In the past 2 months, the assistant minister's residence was only able to snatch 1 box of tomatoes. There were around at least a dozen people in their family as well as her father's most favored concubine. It was considered pretty good to get 1 or 2 tomatoes to eat. Since she was favored by both her parents, she only got an extra tomato for herself compared to her older and younger brothers. The little tomatoes were small and delicate, with a pleasing red color that delighted the eye. They had a sweet and sour taste and were very juicy. 1 bite was more than enough to cause people to fall in love with them. She also heard rumors that the tomatoes not only tasted good but were also good for nourishing the body. It was rumored that the little imperial princess didn't have a good appetite a few days ago but didn't want to eat medicine. Yu Xiaosao had sent in a basket of tomatoes to her and the little princess got better without taking medicine. Not only was her appetite better but her complexion had also improved and she had become more lively. Consequently, Consort Li's maternal family's attitude to that lowly lass had also improved quite a bit after this happened. She was only a stupid farmer yet there were so many nobles who treated her as if she was a treasure. This lowly brat was truly too lucky. Although Li Mero inwardly disdained Yu Xiaosao, she knew, for the sake of her family's connections, that she would have to play nice with her. This would help her family thrive in the future. Without her mother persuading her, she had already understood what she needed to do in the future. However, she still pretended to be a bit distressed. "Mother, don't worry. In the future, I won't try to make things difficult for her anymore. If she wants to, I will even treat her like one of my best friends. I knew you were Mother's sweet daughter. I know you feel aggrieved about all of this. How about this? I know you've long liked my golden bracelet that's shaped like clouds and has jewels embedded in it. When we get back, I'll have one of the maids find it and give it to you." Lady Li felt very grateful that her daughter had seen the light and knew how to bend for her family's sake. Li Mero immediately felt happy but she remarked in hesitation, "Isn't that bracelet supposed to be inherited by the wives of the family and not the daughters? I think eldest sister-in-law also likes it very much. HMPH. Give that bracelet to her. Wouldn't she just send it back to her maternal family? Ruer, in the future, you absolutely cannot act like your eldest sister-in-law, always thinking about sending money and goods back to your maternal family. Although our family isn't extremely wealthy, we don't need you, as a daughter, supplementing us. Doing this will only cause your husband's family to resent you." In regards to her eldest daughter-in-law, Lady Li was very displeased and looked down on her. She also blamed her husband for this as well. He had gotten drunk one night and had promised another man that they would be in-laws. Now they were in a mess. They were stuck with some poor in-laws who were always looking to get more from their residents to subsidize their expenses. "Mother, just what are you saying?" Li Mero blushed with embarrassment as the topic of the conversation changed to her future marriage prospects. As long as they stayed in the capital, it probably wouldn't be hard for her to get a good marriage in the future as her father was a third-ranked official in court. Thus, being aggrieved for a bit didn't count for much in the grand scheme of things. However, she also knew that now wasn't the right time to be talking about her future marriage. It was all that lowly peasant girl, Yu Xiaosao's, fault. That farmer girl had harmed her reputation recently. Lady Li's eyes flickered as she said, "I don't know where that you families last got that recipe for the peach blossom tea. If we were able to get our hands on that recipe, then we would definitely make a fortune." Li Mero thought for a bit and then the smile on her face deepened. She whispered quietly, "Mother, if news came out that there was a recipe that could make women become more youthful, wouldn't people rush out and try to grab it? There are plenty of people in the capital who are more powerful than General Fang. Do you think that if this came out that tiny sixth-ranked official farmer girl would be able to hold on to her recipe for long? What are you trying to say?" Lady Li looked at her daughter in a dazed manner. She had never seen such a malevolent and hateful expression on her daughter's face before. "It's quite simple. If I can't have it, then I can't allow that lowly peasant girl to have it either. It doesn't matter who gets this recipe in the end. As long as it's not in the hands of that farmer girl, I'm happy." Li Mero snarled out her thoughts. Before long, news that the newly titled official Yu had a recipe to allow women to become more youthful spread throughout the capital. For a period of time, the currents in the capital became murky and stormy. Lady Fang had subsequently become more busy as more people came to call on her to inquire about the news. When Royal Prince Yong got word of this, he suspected that there was the stink of a conspiracy. He was quite busy with his official affairs recently, so he couldn't personally deal with this right now. Instead, he sent over 2 bodyguards who were skilled at martial arts to Yu Xiaoxiao and repeatedly reminded the little lass that she needed to take them out with her when she went to the imperial plantation. He still wasn't satisfied with this, so then he gave her 2 maids who were skilled at martial arts to protect her at all times. Finally, even head steward Lu was sent over by him to guard Yu Xiaoxiao. He gave the excuse that the steward was there to help her manage the farmstead for him while he wasn't there. In actuality, it was obvious that head steward Lu was only there to keep a close eye on her and the people targeting her. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't fuss at these protective measures and accepted them without any questions. The rumors swirling in the capital became more outlandish with each passing day. They now claimed that Yu Xiaoxiao had the ability to reverse time, which was why she was able to grow fruits and vegetables out of season. This ability could even be used to restore the youth of older people. If it was merely the ability to beautify people and make them look youthful, then only the people obsessed with beauty would be interested. However, reversing time and giving back youth was a whole other matter, and scores of people were now interested. Rulers of every generation all hoped to obtain long youthful lives, so why wouldn't the rich and powerful covet it too? In a flash, Yu Xiaoxiao had become the most delicious piece of meat in the world, and everyone stared at her wherever she went. Luckily, she had the best bodyguards from Imperial Prince Jing's estate following her, and also Royal Prince Yang's head steward Lu, who no one truly understood. These protective methods caused a lot of people to not act on their desires. However, these rumors had also entered the imperial palace. Some of the favored concubines in the palace had whispered their desire to obtain this recipe at the emperor's pillow. Even the empress herself was very interested in these rumors. "Your Imperial Majesty, do you really think there is some type of medicine or prescription in this world that can make a person regain their youth?" The empress quietly asked this question while she was gazing at her reflection in the mirror. The woman shown in the mirror was not as lively or youthful as she was in the years past. Zhu Junfan guffawed in amusement and replied, "You're the mother of the empire. How come you also want to believe these baseless rumors? If there really was a medication that can restore the youth of the old, do you think any of the emperors in dynasties past would let this go? Have you heard of anyone in any previous dynasty becoming immortal and youthful forever? That being said, why do you need to use a medication to restore your youth? Look at that face of yours, Fair, you look like you're still around 18 years old. If you become even younger, then we will have another imperial daughter in this palace." The empress felt her heart burst with happiness when she heard the sweet words from the emperor. However, she restrained the corner of her lips from lifting up as she replied in a scolding tone, "What are you saying? If other people hear this, they'll think we're a joke." Although she still looked young, she was almost 30 this year. Compared to those newer concubines entering the palace, who were around 17 to 18 years old, she was definitely not as youthful or tender. However, the emperor wasn't the type of person who lusted after new women all the time. He had been on the throne for 7 to 8 years by now, and the palace didn't even have more than 4 to 5 new concubines currently. Compared to the previous dynasties, where they had thousands and thousands of women in the palace, how could those few count? She had known the emperor since she was young and was childhood sweethearts with him. No matter how much the other concubines were favored, none of them could overtake her. Even if her complexion was not as beautiful as it was when she first married the emperor, or her voice as beautiful, the emperor had never slighted her a bit and still treated her well. She should be very pleased with all this. Thus, she often told herself that as the high and mighty empress, was there any point in her trying to compete with those concubines? However, which woman didn't like to be beautiful? This year, Lady Fang was nearing 40 years of age. When Lady Fang came to the imperial palace to greet her, the older woman's skin and complexion was even better than her own. It was hard for the empress not to sigh over this. Lady Fang was also perceptive and had brought a box of peach blossom tea that her goddaughter had made and given it to her. After drinking this peach blossom tea, she discovered that it truly had an effect on her skin. The dark spots that had been left on her face after her pregnancy with her imperial son had lightened considerably. After putting on some powder on her face, they weren't visible anymore. Furthermore, when she was pregnant, she started to have constipation issues. This was a rather private issue for her, so she was ashamed to ask the imperial physicians to take a look at her. Unfortunately, it caused a lot of trouble for her. However, after drinking this peach blossom tea, her constipation had completely disappeared and she no longer had this problem. Less than half a year had passed since she started drinking the tea. If she continued to consume this tea, she was certain that her skin would become much better than Lady Fang's. After all, she was younger than the other woman by almost a decade. Lady Fang had also mentioned that this peach blossom tea recipe was something that her goddaughter had come up with when there was nothing better for her to do. Thus, was the so-called medicine that was able to give back youth and reverse aging actually this peach blossom tea? Then what was the point in her asking the emperor about this youth medication in such an impatient way? As long as Lady Fang had access to this peach blossom tea, she, as the empress, would naturally have access too. She was quite aware of the value of this recipe that could improve one's looks and complexion. However, as the high and mighty empress, the emperor's private purse and warehouse was under her management. Since the sales of the greenhouse-grown vegetables had been blazingly popular, the emperor's private purse had become fuller with every passing day. Basically, this meant that the amount of money in her hands was also growing with every day. Was she really going to do such a shameful thing as fighting with her own official to snatch a recipe? Furthermore, this particular official was currently regarded with great importance by the emperor and had also saved her imperial son's life. After thinking this far, the empress spoke to the emperor in a somewhat worried tone. If this so-called youth-regaining medicine does not exist, then what are the ulterior motives of the people spreading these rumors? Just how much do these people hate Yu Xiaoxiao to cause so much trouble for her? Even as the empress, she could not resist the lure of this youth-regaining medicine, so what did that mean for other people? Yu Xiaoxiao was only a tiny 6th-level agricultural official. She didn't have much foundation or backing in the capital and only had her godfather, who was only a 3rd-level military official without much power. There were so many powerful and wealthy officials in the capital who could easily squash General Fang with no problems. If these people decided to move, then this lass would be in incredible danger. Zhu Junfan had already investigated the source of these rumors as soon as the news came out. The secret guards under the lead of Chief Steward Su were not there for show. Su Ran also had a soft spot in his heart for this little lass. Thus, in regards to this little girl's affairs, as soon as something appeared, he was sensitive to it and made sure to investigate it thoroughly. Merely a small clown who was jealous of the little lass's abilities. Zhu Junfan was not impressed with Assistant Minister Li's ability to manage and educate his children. He even now regarded the Assistant Minister himself with a bit of disgust. Thus, he directly stripped the man's Assistant Minister title from the Ministry of Appointments, which was a very lucrative position, and gave him the title of the Minister of Imperial Stud. Although they were both third-ranked official positions, how could being an official in charge of horses compare to being an official in the Ministry of Appointments? This was all in the future though. For the sake of his younger cousin, Zhu Junfan needed to keep a closer eye on his cousin's sweetheart. Furthermore, from her contributions at the imperial plantations alone, he needed to make sure to protect this farming expert well. Fair, on another day, you should invite the little lass to the imperial palace and ask if she has any plans on opening a flower tea store. If people are able to buy the flower teas that can improve their appearances and nourish their bodies, then there wouldn't be such a fuss over all of this. Su Ran, you'll need to work a bit to suppress all of these rumors about the so-called youth renewal medication. Change the rumors such that the so-called youth renewal medication is only something that can slow down aging and improve the physical appearance of people. At the start of spring, this flower tea store will be open on the market. Empress, you should collaborate with her and receive 10% of the profits from the store. Zhu Junfan believed that he was a good emperor as he had eliminated a lot of obstacles for his own official. Su Ran was surprised for a moment and then immediately replied, yes, this subordinate will go do this now. The empress waited until Su Ran had left the room and then gave the emperor a chiding look. Miss Yu was the one who invented the recipe for peach blossom tea. If she opens a store to sell this tea and I just get 10% of the profits for doing nothing, how is that appropriate? How is it not appropriate? If you don't get involved in this business, then there will still be people who want to get a bite of this rich piece of meat. It's not as if you'll be doing nothing. By involving yourself, you're protecting her from other people who want to swoop and steal her work. Think of all of the trouble you're saving her from. Zhu Junfan stated this in a matter-of-fact manner. The Empress finally understood his reasoning and lightly chuckled. Imperial Majesty, you are truly someone who appreciates the talented as you are protecting Miss Yu. I just don't know whether or not she appreciates the amount of care you put into her. Zhu Junfan also smiled and said, don't underestimate this little lass, she's not a stupid person. The 10% cut that I mentioned is only a small number. She herself may offer a cut of the profits to you that's even higher. Many of the merchants in the capital, in order to avoid encountering a lot of trouble, did their best to find a sponsor for their businesses. With someone powerful behind them, they could do their businesses without any worries of outside interference. In the capital, if you didn't have a powerful backer, it was hard to do anything. Let alone the Empress, there were plenty of second-ranked and third-ranked officials who took 30 to 40% of the business's profits in order to be their sponsor. Before long, another set of rumors spread throughout the capital. It was said that little official Yu didn't have a youth-regaining medicine recipe on her hands. In fact, she had inadvertently offended someone and that person was deliberately spreading malicious rumors about her. If she truly had such a recipe on her hands, then why didn't she use it on her own family? Originally, only a very small group of muddle-headed people believed that there truly was a youth-regaining medicine recipe. The vast majority of people in the capital only half believed what was being transmitted. Naturally, there are also people who vehemently refused to believe that this was true. When the second set of rumors came out, it gave most of these people a believable explanation for what was going on. There was still a group of people who harbored ulterior motives that decided to wait and see what would happen next. Another 2 days passed and more news came out that little official Yu had been invited into the palace to see the Empress. News quickly disseminated from the palace. They said that the Empress had rewarded official Yu heavily for creating this peach blossom tea. The Empress also stated that this tea was so beneficial to women that it really should be placed on the market and sold through the capital. She had also asked official Yu whether she was planning on opening a flower tea store to sell this. Little official Yu readily agreed to this proposal and decided to collaborate with the Empress. Naturally, with the Empress as her backer, Yu Xiaoxiao would be an imbecile if she didn't open this flower tea store. She was someone who loved to make money, so how could she possibly let go of this perfect opportunity? In fact, she didn't even have to worry about obtaining a good location for the store. The Empress herself had already prepared everything. Furthermore, even the employees of the store had already been picked by the Empress. These people were all maids from the imperial palace who had been sent out, so she didn't even have to train them before they could be employed. When this news came out, the people who had ulterior motives immediately stopped their plans in their tracks. If the emperor himself hadn't approved of this collaboration, then how could the Empress, who was someone who liked to keep to herself, start to work with official Yu and open up a store jointly to sell flower tea? Official Yu's peach blossom tea recipe had already caught the eye of the emperor. Who was stupid enough to try to steal something from the emperor? Did they want to lose their heads? When the noble matrons of the capital found out this news, even the most aloof person became gleeful and ecstatic. They only had to look at Lady Fang to see the effects of the peach blossom tea. Prior to drinking the peach blossom tea, her skin was sallow and had spots of discoloration all over. She had a bloated figure and there were fine wrinkles around the corners of her eyes. When she came out with her son in her arms, if no one knew the truth, they would have thought that she was holding her own grandson. But what about now? Didn't she seem to return to her youth again? She was in her 40s but looked like she was barely in her 30s. Her skin no longer had any unsightly discolorations on it and she glowed with the blush of youth. Her figure had also become more graceful and delicate than it was when she was young. When she stood next to the other matrons around her age, she made them all look like dried-up old sticks. Furthermore, the Empress herself had drunk the peach blossom tea that Lady Fang had given her. Now, Her skin glowed with health and it looked as if her skin quality was about the same as when she was a young maiden. Which woman in the world did not want to be beautiful? Which young maiden in the world did not want to become more alluring? The effects of the peach blossom tea were obvious. Unfortunately, there was none to be had on the market. If it was available, they wouldn't care even if the price was sky high. They would still squabble to buy some. In the past, people who had ignored Lady Fang now did their best to make connections with her. They all wanted to see if they could use their connections with her to get their hands on some peach blossom tea. However, other than giving a box to the Empress herself, Lady Fang didn't have much tea at home. She wasn't even sure if she could drink a whole year's worth before it was gone. Thus, how could she possibly give some to other people? At most, if you came over for a visit, she might give you a cup of tea to drink. That was already considered very welcoming. Because of this, Lady Fang's status and position in the capital had also increased sharply. Now it was different. The Empress had finally opened the market for the good of the people. She had Lady Fang's goddaughter bring out the tea to sell. Even if the sales were rationed, similar to the fruits and vegetables on the market, it still meant that people had an opportunity to buy some. This was still better than what it was like now, where they had to use their connections with Lady Fang to see if they could possibly get something out of her. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't care what other people thought or felt at this point. As soon as she got back from the palace, she ran into her little study in her own courtyard and only allowed Hecken at her side to help her. Everyone else was prohibited from entering. She was busy recalling all of the recipes that she knew about flower teas and organizing them in a methodical manner. She was planning on not only selling flower teas at the shop but also making a set of cosmetic products to sell at the store as well. Women who wanted to improve their appearances needed to use both inner and outer methods. It was definitely important to consume nourishing items, but they also should not neglect using external cosmetics to help the process along. She was planning on handing the management of the Nourishing Skin Beauty shop to Hecken in the future. This maid was very interested in making cosmetics and also had some talent in this area as well. For example, after only getting a few tips from Xiaoxiao, Hecken was able to make handmade soap that came to about 80 to 90% of what Xiaoxiao was looking for. The upgraded handmade soap had only been sent to Royal Princess Minglin and the two beauties of the capital. They had already sent back their initial impressions. The effect of these handmade soaps was quite obvious. Although they hadn't been using the soaps for very long, they felt like their skin no longer felt as dry after washing during this early winter season. Furthermore, the smell of the handmade soap was very light and fragrant. Compared to full spring fragrances soap, which had a very dense and heavy perfume, these soaps smelled a lot more pleasing and natural. However, Yu Xiaoxiao actually wasn't very good at coming up and making new cosmetic products. If she only relied on the mystic stone water for the effect on her products, that wouldn't be good for the long-term longevity for this line of business. She vaguely recalled that when she attended the Flower War banquet she had heard that one of the concubine-born daughters from a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Ceremonies was obsessed with making new blushes and powders. Furthermore, the products she made worked very well. In addition, one of the two beauties of the capital, Yuan Shuiyan, also liked to create new products whenever she had time. Two heads were better than one. Perhaps they could come up with products that could rival the popularity and fame of full spring fragrance. As of right now, she needed to wait a bit on the flower teas. After all, this was early winter, and most flowers were all withered and dead on the ground. There was no way for her to get any ingredients even if she wanted to. Once spring started, there were a lot of flowers to be found on the hills at the Imperial Plantation. For example, there were jasmine flowers, chrysanthemum flowers, and other early spring blooming flowers. She wasn't sure if roses were available in this time period. On another day, when she saw Royal Prince Yang, she could ask him. Roses were also quite efficacious when made into flower teas. Fortunately, this year, when she planted fruit trees on the hills behind the Imperial Plantation, she had planted the most peach trees. She didn't know where Royal Prince Yang had gotten these trees. All of the trees looked to be around 10 years old, and some of them even had trunks about as thick as an adult person's arm. These trees had probably just reached the age when they were about to bear fruit. She wasn't sure what method the royal prince used, whether it was power or money, to get the owners of these trees to give them to him. With a dozen or so peach trees in the fruit orchard, in spring, when the flowers were blooming, it would be a sight to behold. In her eyes, she could already see the air filled with fluttering flowers and the ground carpeted with scattered, delicate petals. It would be a fantastical and picturesque sight that could bewitch people's hearts. In the future, when they planted more fruit trees, they could open up the peach tree glade in the spring and allow people inside to admire their blossoms. She was planning on building a few elegant and intriguing pavilions within the peach tree forest. Scholars could rent these pavilions so they could hold a small banquet with the flower-filled forest. Thus, she could also make another batch of money from this. After thinking about it, she decided that managing a fruit tree orchard was quite worth it. The flowers during the spring could be picked and used to make flower tea. The blossoming trees themselves could also attract people who were willing to pay to admire them. Once the fruits were ripe, she could start a pick-your-own-fruit business. The guests could freely walk amongst the fruit trees and eat any fruits they picked without paying while they were still in the orchard. If they wanted to bring any fruit home, they would have to pay by weight. In her previous life, all of these methods were used in farms producing strawberries, peaches, and grapes until they were too commonplace. In this time period, noble young maidens rarely left their homes to do anything. Wholesome places like this should prove to be very interesting and fun to them, right? Thus, Yu Xiaoxiao had especially consulted young maidens like Zhang Xiniang and he wanting to see if they would be interested in something like this. Both of them stated that they were very intrigued by this idea. However, these plans of hers would have to wait until the fruit orchard had expanded to a larger size. Currently, Yu Xiaoxiao was huddled next to the heated wall and discussing the cosmetics business with Hecken. For now, she decided that for cleansing items they would just rely on their handmade soaps. Other than honey, milk and aloe, they could also add a bunch of other natural ingredients to their soaps. That way they could divide their soap products into 4 main categories: moisturizing, refreshing, whitening, and acne prevention. Many common ingredients in everyday life could all be incorporated into these soaps. For example, they could make soaps that contained glutinous rice and wolfberry, cow's milk with fresh salt, evening primrose and soy milk, creamy butter and silver fungus, propolis, mint, chrysanthemum flowers. They could even use fruits and vegetables and other food items in their soaps, such as cucumbers, luffa, tomatoes, apples, eggs. After processing all of these raw ingredients, their essences could be easily mixed and matched to create the effect they wanted. Furthermore, with the mystic stone water on hand, these products were guaranteed to work. Since all of these cosmetic items targeted the noble and wealthy young maidens and matrons of the capital, that meant the packaging of these products needed to be very beautiful and fit for the audience. They decided to use the highest quality precious woods for the boxes of their products and were planning on hiring master carpenters to carve and shape these delicate boxes. The products would be split into 3 tiers: top-notch, superior, and common. The top-notch products were going to be packaged in boxes made of golden silk Nanmu wood. Superior quality soaps were going to be packaged in boxes made of red sandalwood and the lowest tier were going to be packaged in boxes made of yellow rosewood. In terms of pricing, even the soaps in the most common tier cost at least a few dozen taels per soap. Clearly, none of these products were things commoners and peasants could afford. When Yu Xiaoxiao stated the pricing she was thinking of, Hecken was stunned by the numbers. She had never thought that the handmade soap she made, which was around 5 taels of silver for ingredient and production costs, could actually be sold for such a high price. The common tier of soaps was priced around at least 50 taels a bar, while the superior grade soaps were around 100 taels per bar. As for the top tier luxury bars, their prices were set at an even higher multiple than the superior grade soaps. Hecken now regarded her young miss with feelings of worship. Her young miss was truly someone suited for doing business as she had both vision and boldness. If she was the one setting the prices, then she would have thought that selling the soaps for double what it cost to make them would have already been a grand thing. Her young miss, on the other hand, had priced them at 10 times to 100 times over the ingredient and production costs. If Yu Xiaoxiao could hear her thoughts, then she would have scolded the maid, "What do you know? Do you think a price could just be set willy-nilly? If these products are not efficacious, let's not even talk about selling them for 100 to 200 taels. even if we sold them at one tael a bar, there would still be no one willing to buy them. The 3 tiers of soaps are created for a reason. There is an obvious difference in the efficacy between the tiers. In fact, she was only planning on making around 20 bars per month of the top quality tier of soaps. These 20 bars of soap would all be personally made by her, and she was going to use Mystic Stone water for the entire process. Naturally, the effect of these soaps was very good. As for the superior quality soaps, she was only planning on adding a dozen or so drops of Mystic Stone water to each bar. The common tier soaps had even less of the Mystic Stone water added. However, even if the soap only had a little bit of Mystic Stone water in it, the effects of these soaps were still very good. Furthermore, Yu Xiaoxiao was planning on visiting Miss Yuan at the Prime Minister's residence soon to see if she wanted to be added as a collaborator to this cosmetics store. She also sent an invitation out to the concubine-born daughter of the official from the Ministry of Ceremonies to inquire if she wanted to teach her methods of making cosmetics to Hecken in return for 10% of the profits. She heard that this young lady was not very favored at home and didn't have an easy life. A tenth of the profits could help her alter her life considerably. In the future, when she got married, the amount of dowry she brought with her also determined how her husband's family would treat her. Yu Xiaoxiao was sure that as long as this girl wasn't stupid, she wouldn't refuse this offer. Yu Xiaoxiao was in the midst of discussing the cosmetics store operations with Hecken when Wudong suddenly came into the room. The maid shot a glance full of jealousy at Hecken, and the smile on her face seemed a bit stiff. As she said, "Young miss, Yingtao is back and is waiting outside to give her greetings to you." Wudong was considered to be one of the maids who had been the longest with the young miss. At that time, after the young miss finished selecting her 4 personal maid servants, Yingtao and Yangliu ended up with good futures. Both were now managers of either stores or manufacturing facilities. Furthermore, they had shown their loyalty to the young miss, so it wasn't unusual that the young miss rewarded them. However, Shichun and Hecken, who came along later, didn't have qualifications that beat her, nor were they more talented in any way. Why was one of them put in charge of the greenhouse operations at the Imperial Plantation and the other on the cusp of becoming a manager at the cosmetics shop? Just what sort of qualities did they have that made the young miss regard them with such importance? The more she thought, the more Wudong felt resentful about all of this. Why did the young miss never see her good parts when she always carefully carried out her duties and didn't make a single mistake? Pippa, who had also been left at Yu Xiaoxiao's side, was in charge of managing the young miss's wardrobe and jewelry and was a lot more calm in the face of things. At first, she also thought things were not fair, especially after Wudong aired her grievances. However, she had gone to the Imperial Plantation with the young miss and had seen Shichun with her pant legs rolled up laboring hard in the fields with the tenant farmers. The other maid looked incredibly busy. The sight made her understand that if she was the one in Shichun's shoes, she wouldn't be able to do as good as a job as the other girl. As for Hecken, that lass had always liked coming up with new recipes and methods to make beautifying cosmetics. Furthermore, that maid had the talent to match. When the young miss had explained the process of making milk and honey-infused soaps and aloe vera soaps, she didn't hide it from either Wudong or herself. Pippa wasn't sure if the other maid understood anything, but she herself couldn't make heads or tails of even the simplest instructions. On the other hand, Hecken was able to make these 2 soaps. Although her first batch was on the more ugly side, the effects of these new soaps were obvious. Pippa lowered her head to look at her hands that had obviously become more smooth recently. Every time Hecken finished making a bar of soap, she always took it out and offered it to the people in the courtyard to use first. Wudong had a heart full of indignation and would often not only refuse to use the soap but also say a few scathing words that she didn't want to use experimental products for fear that they would harm her skin. Pippa, on the other hand, readily accepted the milk and honey soap bar. After using it for half a month, her face and hands were no longer dry as before, and it looked like her skin complexion had also brightened. The size of one's stomach determined the amount of food one could eat. Pippa believed that even if the young miss handed the management of the cosmetic stores to her, she wouldn't be able to do well. It was still better for her to obediently stay by the young miss's side and spend her time working wholeheartedly for her. Would the young miss treat her poorly for this? Since even Pippa had noticed Wudong's little petty actions, she was sure that the young miss was also aware of the other maid's activities. The higher one climbed, the harder one fell. Recently, the young miss had treated her better compared to the past and had distanced herself from Wudong. Pippa tried to remind Wudong once out of the kindness of her own heart, but the other girl was not grateful at all and instead lashed out at her. Forget about it. Everyone had their own fate. As long as she did her duties properly, that was all that mattered. It's still quite a bit of time before the year's end, so why did Yingtao return now? Invite her in awe. Yu Xiaoxiao waved a hand at Wudong and gave her an order without even raising her head. Wudong felt quite discontent by this treatment. When she turned to leave, she shot an angry glare at Hecken. Hecken expressed her innocence. What was going on now? When did she end up offending this little angry ball again? Yingtao noticed that Wudong had an upset expression on her face when she exited the room, so she asked casually, "What's wrong? Who made you angry?" "I now see clearly. Everyone in this courtyard can step on me whenever they like. Even Pippa's status in the young miss's heart is higher than mine." "Yingtao, how could that girl Hecken be so well regarded by the young miss even though she's younger than us by 2 to 3 years? The young miss is preparing her to manage the cosmetics shop. The profits from that place will be even higher than your pharmaceutical workshop." Wudong grumbled this all out in a quiet voice, and her voice had an undertone of discontent. Yingtao glanced at the other maid and sighed within her heart. How come Wudong still hadn't made any progress yet? She never reflected on her own thoughts and actions and always bit off more than she could chew. She thought highly of herself but had little ability. Despite that, she always considered herself to be more important than other people. In reality, as a maidservant, everything depended on your master. If the master approved of you, then you had status. If you couldn't, then shouldn't think of ways to show your reliability and talents to them. Yingtao smiled faintly and said, "Don't judge the young miss by her age. She has a good eye for appointing people to the right positions. Since the young miss has decided to promote Hecken to the management of that store, that means that Hecken must have some abilities that make her stand out. Wudong, you need to make an effort to learn more while staying next to the young miss. Once you become proficient in a particular field, only then can you assume responsibility for bigger projects. Don't you think that makes sense?" In actuality, she was trying to help Wudong with these words. However, in Wudong's ears, all she heard was that Yingtao was looking down on her and was making fun of her. A sliver of hate arose in her heart towards the other maid. What do you have to be so proud of? Aren't you just helping the young miss manage the pharmaceutical workshop? You're still just a servant under the orders of the master. What are you all arrogant about? Yingtao, after managing the workshop for the past 2 years, had interacted quite a bit with all sorts of people and naturally acquired the ability to read others. From the slight sneer at the corner of Wudong's lips, she knew that the other maid didn't understand her true intentions. Forget about it. Ungrateful dogs only knew how to bite those who tried to help. If Wudong didn't change her attitude in the future, then it would be very hard for her to advance. Yingtao decided to ignore her and lifted the thick door covering over the doorsill. She stepped into the room. Because the room had a heated wall, it felt as warm as spring inside. Pippa took the hat she had taken off and placed it on a shelf. Yingtao thanked the other maid with a smile. Now wasn't the time for her to exchange pleasantries. She had come over to discuss an important matter with the young miss. Yingtao, quickly come over closer to the heated wall. The weather suddenly changed today and we have a cold spell. You must be freezing, right? Yu Xiaoxiao waved a hand at Yingtao and motioned to her to sit. Hecken perceptively brought over a small embroidered stool and placed it next to the young miss's low couch. Congratulations, young miss. You've added another money-making venture to your collection. Yingtao finished greeting her young miss and sat down on the small embroidered stool. She grinned broadly as she looked at her master. It had been a few months since she last saw her young miss, and the fact that time passed so quickly made her head spin. Although Yu Xiaoxiao had spent almost a month at Tanggu, she spent all of her time at the farmstead on the outskirts of Tanggu town to keep an eye on the workers constructing the greenhouse pavilions. Furthermore, she personally trained the employed farmers how to sow seeds, water the plants, and fertilize the soil in the greenhouse. By the time the work on the greenhouse pavilions was about done, the capital needed her to come back. She didn't even have the time to visit Dongshan village to see her family's newly built home. Arg, she hadn't even reached the age of 13 yet. In her past life, at this age, she was still wearing a backpack going to school every day. Why was she as busy as a dog now? Yu Xiaoxiao let out a sigh and then smiled at Yingtao. Big boss Yingtao is a very busy person. How come you have the time to come to the capital? Yingtao's lips twitched and she said in a scolding tone, "Young miss, you only know how to make a joke out of me. If this servant wasn't busy, then I'd be afraid that you'd accuse me of not taking my responsibilities at the pharmaceutical workshop seriously. I know you're a responsible helper. I consider you to be my right arm. Tell me, you can't have traveled to the capital just because you missed me, right?" The subordinates under her were all hardworking and knew what they should and should not do. Consequently, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't have any airs when she interacted with them. In fact, their interactions seemed more akin to a sisterly relationship. The smile on Yingtao's face deepened. "Young miss, I heard you're preparing to open a flower blossom tea shop and are also planning on selling some skin cosmetics there too. Then have you thought about where to build the workshop for it? Are you planning on building the place yourself or buying a building from other people? Don't just think about finding a place for your new venture. You should also remember to think of more ideas for our pharmaceutical business too." Yu Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow and remarked in surprise, "What's going on? Does my head manager want to move the pharmaceutical workshop to the capital? I don't want to move the workshop over. Instead, I want to open another workshop here in the capital." They had chosen a good location in Dongshan village to build the pharmaceutical workshop. Now that the harbor was about done, it was quite convenient to ship their goods either via the water or by land. Tongren Medicine Hall had opened quite a few branches in Zhongnan, so their need for medicinal pills and tinctures also increased. The pharmaceutical workshop at Dongshan village had expanded compared to the past, but it would be hard-pressed to supply all of the medications needed in Zhongnan and in the north. Currently, the piggery had already been moved to the young Mrs. maternal relatives at Chishan village and it was under the management of her eldest maternal aunt. With that transferred over, the young Mrs. older sister had more time on her hands. Yingtao wanted to propose to the young miss that they open a new pharmaceutical workshop in the capital and have the products from that place be responsible for supplying the north. Dongshan village was close to the new harbor, so it could be in charge of the products sent to the south. Recently, Miss Shaolian had already started helping at the pharmaceutical workshop. Once she was familiar with the methods and management of the place, Yingtao wanted to hand that one over to Miss Shaolian to manage. Then, she could head to the capital to build and establish a new pharmaceutical workshop. Once the new facility in the capital was up and running, Miss Shaolian could decide to stay at Dongshan village or come to the capital. Both of them were trusted by the young miss. With one of them managing one workshop each, it was also a good working situation. Yu Xiaoxiao fell silent for a moment after hearing Yingtao's proposal. Only after Yingtao finished her cup of tea did she finally raise her head. She gave a look full of praise towards Yingtao, who had started to feel nervous, and then said in a voice full of admiration, "Yingtao, I didn't expect you to mature so quickly and come up with innovative ideas on your own. I will hand over the pharmaceutical business for you to handle alone. With you managing things, I can rest easy. Thank you, young miss, for believing in me." Ideas rushed through Yingtao's head. She was first going to find a good location for the new workshop as it couldn't be too far away from the capital. The best scenario would be to have it located in a place close to the young miss so she could visit the young miss often. The young miss was her backer. With her around, she always felt calm no matter what she was doing. "Yingtao, for the capital's pharmaceutical workshop, I plan on discussing it with Royal Prince Yang and see if we can build it on his farmstead. At most, we could just give him a % of the profits. That farmstead is very close to the imperial plantation and also has imperial soldiers patrolling nearby. This will prevent any small bandits or thieves from getting close. Furthermore, I'm currently managing all of the affairs at the imperial plantation. That way, I can also find some time to help you with some issues. It will be quite convenient." Yu Xiaoxiao thought that this idea was quite good. In fact, the best scenario would be that the flower blossom workshop could also be built on the small hill behind the farmstead. Royal Prince Yang's farmstead had a small hill in the back. In future years, she was planning on planting a lot of flowers and trees in the area. Flowers were the raw ingredients for both the flower teas and skin cosmetics, so having their workshops near the sources were a good thing. The more she thought about this, the more Yu Xiaosao thought that Royal Prince Yang's farmstead was the best location for all of this. She started mumbling to herself, I'm not sure whether Royal Prince Yang would be willing to part with his farmstead and allow us to buy it from him. Yingtao's eyes flickered as she silently thought, my mistress, with how much Royal Prince Yang likes you, I'm pretty sure he would even happily give this farmstead to you, let alone allow you to buy it from him. Didn't he readily give you his farmstead in Tanggu town? And that had around 800 mu of land. Isn't this an example of the saying, spending thousands of taels of gold to obtain a smile from a beauty? However, she was afraid that her master might feel embarrassed by all of this, so she didn't say it out loud. She only quipped, young miss, I'm sure that as long as you open your mouth and ask, Royal Prince Yang would happily give this farmstead to you. Bah, are you asking for a beating? Yu Xiaosao rolled her eyes at her maid and then continued, how could I just ask for someone's possession? That's truly too shameless. In fact, I heard that he had bought this farmstead for around 2,000 taels. When I get back, I need to check whether we have enough money in our accounts for this. 2,000 taels was considered an outlandish sum to Yu Xiaosao when she first transmigrated over. She didn't even dare to dream that she might have that much money in her hands at that time. However, things had changed. Her dividends from Junshou restaurant alone could easily cover that cost. Furthermore, she had a farmstead in Tanggu town that had almost 1,000 mu in land. The harvests from the spring wheat as well as the autumn corn were so high that they shocked other people. All of this could either be sold to the imperial court as seeds, or they could be sold at a high price to other people in the area. From the spring and autumn harvests alone, they were probably making around 10,000 taels. In addition, the Yu family had their early growing vegetable and watermelon fields, their braised food store and pickled vegetables store, and the pharmaceutical workshop. Now, she had even added her split of the profits from the greenhouse-grown vegetables and fruits in the capital. Let alone 2,000 taels, even if she needed to take out 20,000 taels that wouldn't be a problem. However, the amount of capital she had to use to build the new pharmaceutical workshop, flower tea workshop, skin cosmetics workshop, and the storefronts was quite large. She still needed to scrimp and save where she could. If she could borrow the land on Royal Prince Yang's farmstead to build these facilities, then she didn't need to think about buying it directly from him. The greenhouse-grown vegetables and fruits on that land were now the goose that laid the golden eggs. Then, this servant will return back to Dongshan village and discuss this with Miss Shaolian. After that, I will rush back to the capital to take charge of building the new workshop. Yingtao felt like her body was full of energy now that she had the permission to start building a new facility. Yu Xiaosao looked at her with mirth in her eyes, don't start bustling about now. Royal Prince Yang was just assigned a task and has left the capital. I don't know when he'll be able to come back. Without him as the owner of the farmstead to give us permission, how can we shamelessly use the land on his property right now? It's been a long time since you've been back at the capital, so you should go see your parents and siblings. Also, Yang Liu is waiting for you and you haven't seen her for more than a year. Every time she comes to see me, she always talks about you. Yingtao was a servant who had been born in a noble estate. Her family had been sent over as dowry from the Shaw family to take care of Lady Fang's dowry lands. She had an older brother above her, he was a clever man. He had already been promoted to assistant steward at one of Lady Fang's dowry shops. Her younger brother was still young, so he was currently assigned to study in the outer courtyard as one of the servants. Ever since Yingtao had gone to Dongshan village and taken control of the pharmaceutical workshop, she had been so busy that she rarely had the opportunity to return to the capital, let alone spend time with her parents and family. Because the chefs in the braised shop in the capital were now experienced, Yang Liu now had more time on her hands. Ever since Yu Xiaosao returned to the capital, Yang Liu went to see her mistress from time to describe how the business was doing. She also talked about some interesting gossip she heard throughout the capital. Yingtao and Yang Liu were as close as two blood-related sisters, so she often talked about the other maid when she was there. It had been a long time since Yingtao had been back, so she had also started missing her family. She also wanted to keep touch with some of her good friends in the residence. In the future, these connections could help her young miss as well. Young miss, You said that Royal Prince Yong had left the capital. Did he go out to sea again? Will he be able to come back before the start of spring? Winter in the capital was quite cold and the ground was frozen during that time of year. It absolutely was not a good time to build new constructions at that time. It looked like they needed to wait until spring before building these new workshops. They weren't sure when Royal Prince Yong would be able to get back. If he needed to go out to sea again like the last time, it might be 1 or 2 years before he came back. By that time it would be too late. Yu Xiaoxiao frowned somewhat worriedly and stated, "When he left, I vaguely remember him mentioning that the emperor had sent him to the north to suppress bandits. A few days ago, he sent a few skilled bodyguards over to keep me safe. On the day he left the capital, if I hadn't persisted in refusing, he would have even left head steward Lu behind with me. It's already been 7 to 8 days since he left, and I don't know how his mission in suppressing bandits has been going." Yingtao hurriedly tried to comfort her young miss when she saw the downcast and worried expression on the younger girl's face. "Young miss, Royal Prince Yong is rumored to be one of the best martial arts experts in the capital, so he has plenty of ability to protect himself in dangerous situations. In addition, with head steward Lu protecting him, none of the bandits will be able to harm him no matter how skilled they are. You don't need to worry too much about him. Swords and knives don't have eyes. Who can guarantee their safety? However, I made him pack the best wound balm we have and some pills to treat internal injuries. As long as he has one breath of life left, the medicines can keep him alive." When she saw him off on his journey, she had personally handed the 2 types of medicine to him. She even repeatedly reminded him to pack them carefully and to remember to use them if he got hurt. She wasn't sure if that fellow took her words to heart or not. Yingtao deliberately used a cheerful tone of voice to reply, "What do you have to be worried about now that you have given him the medicine you personally made yourself? That being said, he's just suppressing some bandits, that's all. Some tiny mountain bandits are nothing. Let's not even talk about using the elite troops from the army against them. Even the private soldiers under the royal prince's command could rout them out with no problems. Last time, when the Woku pirates invaded, the royal prince had rushed there from afar and brought his personal troops to slaughter the pirates. Their fierceness and heroism were deeply engraved into Yingtao's heart and the Dongshan villagers' memories." Hecken felt extremely envious as she watched Yingtao and the young miss happily converse from the side. Usually, the young miss was already quite tolerant and lenient when she dealt with her maids. However, she had never treated them with the camaraderie and friendliness that she did with Yingtao. They looked so natural together. She heard that older sister Yangliu and older sister Yingtao had personally volunteered to go to Tanggu town when the young miss was under more difficult circumstances. No wonder they had become the young miss's left and right arms now. Hecken could deeply feel that as long as she was completely loyal to the young miss and did her best to help the young miss would definitely remember her efforts and treat her accordingly. This time, there was no news from Royal Prince Yong for more than a month. When they had said their reluctant farewells, the prince had only stated that he was going to the north to suppress bandits and didn't go into detail. As midwinter came closer, Xiaoxiao started to feel more concerned. She could faintly feel that Royal Prince Yong had mentioned suppressing bandits for the sole purpose of hiding the true mission from her to prevent her from fretting this much. When he left the capital, he had taken with him a large portion of the Jinwei elite troops with him. If he only had to suppress some mountain bandits, he would have long come back victorious. Was it possible that the northern border had gotten invaded instead and that's why the emperor sent Royal Prince Yong there? Arg, if the border truly had a crisis, then she was afraid that it would be impossible for the prince to return before the end of winter. Winter in the northern parts of the country was harsh and long. If the roaming nomads north of the border had lost any of their cows or sheep, then they would definitely attack the Great Ming Empire in an effort to steal food. At this time, protecting the borders was a vital task. The first snowfall was falling in the capital and Yu Xiaoxiao was sure that Royal Prince Yong wouldn't be able to get back before the end of the year. However, he suddenly returned triumphantly. On the day that had happened, Yu Xiaoxiao was at the imperial plantation, wearing a thick woolen robe that made her resemble a tiny fuzzy ball. She was inspecting the greenhouse pavilions with the hired farmers and having them sweep the snow off of the structures. The snow is falling harder with every passing second. You guys need to keep an eye on it. If too much snow accumulates on top of the pavilions, it might cause the whole thing to collapse. It's slightly better while we still have daylight, but you guys absolutely cannot neglect this when darkness falls. Yu Xiaosao slipped out of one of the pavilions. Every structure had a heated wall inside, which guaranteed that the insides of these greenhouses were as warm as spring. She was quite satisfied with the farmers in charge of taking care of these pavilions. Every greenhouse was filled with lush green vegetables that were growing. The sight of these vegetables pleased people's hearts and made them feel extremely refreshed. One of the farmers, who was in his 40s, was named Lu Shanshui and had been promoted to a foreman by Yu Xiaosao. He was honest and hardworking with a talent for taking care of vegetables. He was following closely behind Xiaosao and accompanying her as she inspected every greenhouse. He stated firmly, "Official Yu, don't worry. At night, we'll have a rotating watch of people on guard and we will make sure nothing bad happens to the greenhouse vegetables." "All right, I'm relieved with you in charge. Tell the rest of the hired farmers that they'll have to work a bit hard this winter, but I'll make sure to give every one of you a fat red packet as a bonus at year's end." Yu Xiaosao was never stingy towards her subordinates who were hardworking. A sincere smile spread across Lu Shanshui's tanned face. He chuckled happily. "Official Yu, the monthly salary you give us is quite good. We've made more money in these past 2 months than we've made in a year from laboring hard. It is our fortune to be able to have such a generous employer like you. We'll be growing vegetables under these greenhouse pavilions until next March or April. When spring starts, I plan on splitting what we do on these lands. One section will continue to grow vegetables while we'll grow watermelons on the other portion. At that time, if you guys would still like to stay, you guys can continue working for me. I won't stint on your salaries." These 40 or so vegetable farmers all had years of experience under their belts. Whether it was the greenhouse vegetables on the imperial plantation or the neighboring greenhouse-grown fruits on Royal Prince Yang's farmstead, all of them were taken care of by these farmers. From the way things were going, other than a small percentage of them who had other motives, the rest she could continue using. The smile on Lu Shanshui's face became deeper and he repeatedly nodded his head. "Official Yu treats us with honesty and intimacy. Even if we made less, we would still feel the most comfortable working with you. If the prices of the vegetables decrease next spring, it wouldn't bother us even if our wages decreased." Lu Shanshui was originally a tenant farmer on one of the nearby farmsteads. His family had a few mu rented to them, and he always planted them with vegetables. Every day he would get up at the crack of dawn and work until late to care for his vegetable fields. When they were ripe, he was so busy that he rushed around every day. Before the sky had light, he needed to get up to pick his vegetables and then bring them into the capital to sell in a wheelbarrow. The capital and its surrounding suburbs had a lot of farmers like him who relied on growing vegetables to make a living. Even if he spent the whole day at the vegetable market selling his vegetables, he wasn't guaranteed to sell them all by the end of the day. He pretty much had no free time in the year and the amount of money he made was just enough for his family to eke by. The other farmers' circumstances were not much better than his. Some of them had even worse living situations. After the start of autumn, most of their vegetables had been harvested and sold. They usually didn't have much to do in the winter. When they found out that the imperial plantation was looking for experienced vegetable farmers to cultivate vegetables in greenhouses in the winter, they decided to try their luck since they had the time anyway. At first, Lu Shanshui was not very optimistic about the prospect of trying to grow vegetables in the winter. Regardless of whether they were planting grain or vegetables, they all needed to respect the seasons. It was a foolish dream to try to grow fresh green vegetables in the harsh cold of winter. Furthermore, the person looking to hire them was also a little lass just over the age of 10. He truly thought she was making a ruckus at the time. If he didn't have his innate awe and worship of imperial authority, Lu Shanshu would have long muttered within his heart, "Has the emperor become muddle-headed?" He decided to promote a tiny, delicate little girl, who hasn't even reached 13, to be an agricultural official and even gave her the authority to manage the imperial plantation. How much can a little lass know? Can she even tell the difference between a wheat sprout and a garlic sprout? He would have never expected that they were really able to cultivate vegetables in the middle of winter. In fact, Many of the vegetables that were previously only grown in spring or summer were all thriving in the greenhouses even when it was the frost season or the snow season. Furthermore, even watermelon and cantaloupe vines were also able to bear fruit in the middle of winter. This was the first time he was able to see such an astounding sight in his 40 years of living. He had to wonder just how Official Yu's head was screwed on to be able to come up with such a crazy method to build these magical greenhouse pavilions. They had a very good ability to retain heat, and she even knew to build heated walls inside to keep the temperature up. Although snow was falling endlessly outside, when they entered the greenhouses, they didn't even have to wear thick layers of clothing to feel warm. Night watch also wasn't a big deal. They just needed to erect a few simple beds in the corners of the greenhouses and have one person at all times keeping an eye on things. The rest of them slept in rotation. Sleeping inside the greenhouses, with their regulated temperature and humidity, was actually a lot more comfortable than sleeping on their Kong beds at home. Official Yu had stated that as long as they did their job meticulously, they were going to be able to get a fat red packet at year's end as a bonus. If that bunch of stinky brats found out, they would definitely work their hearts out to receive such a thing. Even if they didn't get a bonus, they needed to work hard to leave a good impression on Official Yu. The amount of money they made was not a joke. Even if they only worked for 4 to 5 months, they still made substantially more than they used to earn from selling their own vegetables. From what Official Yu was saying, she was planning on continuing to grow vegetables and fruits in the spring and summer and needed to pick some workers from their ranks then. Lu Shanshui knew what he had to do now and decided to remind the fellows he had a good relationship with. He needed to tell them to not slack off like some of the other people. Otherwise, their gains would not make up for their losses and Official Yu would stop hiring them in the future. After she was done inspecting the greenhouses on the imperial plantation, Yu Xiaoxiao braved the blustery snow and wind to arrive at the neighboring farmstead. The tenant farmers on those lands were currently busily removing snow from the pavilions. When he saw Yu Xiaoxiao come over, the steward in charge of the farmstead, Zhang Yushan, hurriedly went over to greet her. After that, he followed her blindly from behind to listen to her every single order. Zhang Yushan was originally sent over as a steward with Princess Consort Jing when she got married. Since he was talented and hardworking, the Princess Consort had transferred him over to her youngest son to help manage her son's newly bought farmstead and greenhouses. Yu Xiaoxiao felt very pleased when she saw the tenant farmers working exactly as she ordered, so she complimented Zhang Yushan a few times. As she was talking, a fast horse rushed over through the wind and snow. When the horse got closer, Yu Xiaoxiao finally recognized this steed. It was the one head steward Lu liked to use the most. Riding the horse was a thin and wiry figure with white hair that seemed to have fused with the falling flakes of snow. Head Steward Lu, you guys are back. How is Royal Prince Yang? Did the mission go well this time? Yu Xiaoxiao went forward a few steps and asked a series of questions to Head Steward Lu, who had just jumped down from his horse. Head Steward Lu puffed out a few breaths that fogged up the air. When he saw that Yu Xiaoxiao seemed very concerned about his master, a smile bloomed onto his aged face. It was clear that his master's sacrifices had not been in vain. At the very least, Miss Yu cared about him in her heart. Lu Fusheng used his somewhat shrill voice to slowly reply, in reply to Miss Yu, my master has just entered the capital and the army should be following shortly. The master needs to report to the emperor first, but he was afraid that you might be worried, so he sent this old servant to inform you. I first went to General Fang's residence to find you and found out there that you were at the imperial plantation, so I spurred my horse over here. You've worked hard, Head Steward Lu. Let's go to the building so you can drink a cup of tea and warm yourself up. Yu Xiaoxiao suddenly thought the sky full of falling snow had become cute after hearing the news that Zhu Junyang had come back safely. The rock that she had been holding in her heart was now released and she felt much more comfortable. Head Steward Lu bowed in thanks and remained one step behind Yu Xiaoxiao as they headed towards the building. In other people's eyes, he, Lu Fusheng, was a fierce and merciless castrate. Even though his master had always treated him well, no one else treated him like a normal person as Miss Yu did. In fact, Miss Yu always regarded him with clear and limpid eyes without any hint of disgust or fawning. It was as if in Miss Yu's eyes, he was the same as other people. Thus, Interacting with Miss Yu made him feel like he was a whole and true human being. Some people said that his master had poor taste to fall in love with a small peasant girl. He, on the other hand, felt the exact opposite. His master's taste was unique and perfect. Perhaps Miss Yu's peculiarities were able to calm his master's heart and soothe him. From that, his master was able to control his inner demon and go down a better road. Head Steward Lu, did you guys encounter any danger this time? Yu Xiaoxiao had noticed that his complexion looked a bit dull as if he had just recovered from an injury, so she asked. Steward Lu drank a sip of the warm tea and felt his insides slowly heat up. Even his just-healed injury seemed to feel a lot more comfortable after that sip. He lightly sighed and said, "This mission went pretty well, all things considered. However, there were still a few difficulties. This old servant needs to thank Miss Yu. If you hadn't given Master your medicine, this old servant might have lost my life in the north." What, are you telling me that those mountain bandits were so fierce that even you, Head Steward Lu, weren't their opponents? Then, what about Royal Prince Yang? Is he okay? Yu Xiaoxiao felt her heart skip a beat. Her heart, which had been relaxed, started to rise to her throat again. Head Steward Lu thought for a bit and then sent all of the other people out of the building and quietly said, "To the outside, we only broadcast that we were suppressing bandits. In actuality, it was an armed rebellion instigated by the remnants of the previous dynasty. The Northeast had encountered many disasters these past few years. First they had a drought that only comes once in 100 years, and then there was the snow disaster. Following that, there was the locust plague from 2 years ago that also affected the Northeast. In addition, the North has the Khitan people that come to raid them from time to time. It hasn't been easy for the common people to survive there. Thus, the remnants of the previous dynasty seized this opportunity to incite the common people to rebel. At first, they thought it was only a small rebellion. However, they soon discovered that there was an expert from the previous dynasty hiding within their ranks, and it was even someone that Head Steward Lu knew. In fact, Head Steward Lu was also a remnant of the previous dynasty and had been a small leader of one of the groups of the Imperial Hidden Guards. When the current Emperor Emeritus stormed his troops into the Imperial Palace, the Emperor of the previous dynasty had sent out his newly born grandson with the then leader of the Imperial Hidden Guards. The leader had originally been a free and arrogant martial arts expert in the Zhonghu One. Once, he had been chased by his enemies who wanted to kill him, and he had serendipitously encountered the previous dynasty's emperor, who was traveling incognito among the people. The previous dynasty's emperor told his subordinates to save the expert, who was on the verge of dying, and also helped him take revenge. The people of the Zhonghu followed their own code of ethics and chivalry, and this particular expert was an adamant adherent to the code. He believed that his life had been saved by the previous dynasty's emperor and swore a blood oath to follow his orders to death. Thus, he was the one responsible for building up the Imperial Hidden Guards from scratch, and all of the hidden guards within the organization were personally trained by him. Every single hidden guard in the group was a peerless martial arts expert. When the previous dynasty's emperor died alone from an illness, his only request was that his last blood-related descendant would live and, later on, regain the throne. At that time, the head of the Imperial Hidden Guards took away more than half of his loyal subordinates and left the rest in hiding in the capital to wait for opportunities and further orders. This leader had been in hibernation with his little master for almost 30 years. The Hidden Guards, who had been left in the capital, went from hope to despair. In this time period, medical science was not very advanced and the survival rate of young children was not very good. It would be difficult to ensure that an infant, who was just a month old, didn't encounter any mishaps while being taken around with a crude adult man. There were loyal and devoted hidden guards among those who had been left in the capital. They continued to train their successors and sent them into the Imperial Palace to serve whenever they had the opportunity. In fact, Su Ran was one of those people who had been trained and sent in. There were also those that, as time went on, started to become indecisive about their mission. Within these people, some had left the capital to go live their own private lives, while others wanted to use this giant secret to get some glory and wealth in return. In the end, a traitor had appeared within their ranks, and many of the previous dynasty's hidden guards who had connections with him were pulled out of their hiding spots. Lu Fusheng, who had been hiding in a remote palace for a very long time, was one of the men who was betrayed by the traitor. The emperor on the throne at that time was the current emperor emeritus. He had been a military man all his life and had been a god of the battlefields. When he found out that there were so many remnants of the previous dynasty around him, he erupted in fury. A river of blood appeared in the capital as he sent people to chase down and slaughter all of these hidden guards. The results were disastrous for the hidden guards. Only 1 in 10 had survived the massacre. Those who were fortunate knew that they could no longer stay in the capital and secretly fled. They followed the secret messages left behind by their leader and returned to meet up with their leader and their young master. As for the remaining hidden guards in the capital, they had almost been wiped out. Lu Fusheng had been a head steward in the palace then and had been heavily tortured and punished until his body didn't even resemble a human being's anymore. Despite that, he still refused to betray any of the secrets he knew. However, within their ranks, there were other people who were not as courageous and daring as he was. At that time, the previous dynasty had been destroyed for almost 20 years. These hidden guards had covered jobs in every trade. Some of them, after getting used to a normal life, had lost their courage and loyalty. With these people confessing, it speeded up the destruction of the remnants of the hidden guards. As for those turncoats, who thought that confessing would lead to lenient treatment, they had been executed in secret. On the contrary, those like Lu Fusheng, who stayed faithful to the end, had obtained the appreciation of the Emperor Emeritus and he kept them around. The Emperor Emeritus respected and admired those who remained loyal and persevered. He knew that as long as he obtained their loyalty, he would be able to obtain subordinates who were dependable. After several years of kindness, even a stone would start to warm up. Lu Fusheng had been castrated before he entered the imperial palace, but it wasn't his personal idea to do so. For the sake of the previous dynasty's emperor, he had forsaken his right to be a man. Furthermore, he had eradicated many dissidents to the previous emperor, so he was a meticulous and dutiful subordinate. At that time, Lu Fusheng had finally started to slowly soften under the years of good treatment and the persuasions of his fellow comrades who had also pledged loyalty to their new master. During that time period, the Emperor Emeritus never treated him poorly because he was one of the remnants of the previous dynasty. Instead, he placed Lu Fusheng by his side to manage the large and small affairs of the palace. It could be said that other than the other old experienced court eunuch by the Emperor Emeritus's side, he had the most power. After all, with his status as a previous enemy, it made the rest of the court wary of him and many officials sent up requests to either remove him from office or imprison him. However, the Emperor Emeritus withstood all of that pressure and showed Lu Fusheng that he was trusted. This was the main reason as to why head steward Lu Fusheng became hell-bent on following the directives of the Emperor Emeritus. Despite that, in order to avoid having his old leader and previous colleagues use his status against him for their own motives, he had continuously looked for an opportunity to leave the imperial palace and the emperor. Later on, Imperial Prince Jing's youngest son had a problem come up and required an expert to protect him. Lu Fusheng volunteered to take that role and had been with his current master until now. Lu Fusheng truly wasn't one of the original turncoats. He had never used his knowledge to trap and kill his former comrades within the hidden guards. At most, he only abandoned his previous master and was now following a new one. Unfortunately, the remnants of the hidden guards from the previous dynasty didn't know the whole truth. The head of the hidden guards, who had been hiding within the rebel army, had seen his previous capable subordinate following the leader of the army in charge of putting down the rebels. Furthermore, this leader was also one of the members of the great Ming dynasty's imperial family. The head of the hidden guards thought of many possible circumstances. He now believed that Lu Fusheng had used the blood and lives of his comrades to obtain the trust of the great Ming dogs in return for glory, splendor, and wealth. Consequently, while the army was putting down the rebels, the head of the previous dynasty's hidden guards and a few death soldiers he personally trained used the chaos of the battle to mount a sneak attack at Royal Prince Yang and Lu Fusheng, who was by the prince's side. Because he detested traitors, the head of the hidden guards, who was the most skilled out of all of them, made Lu Fusheng the target of his ambush. As for Royal Prince Yang, who had barely reached his 20th birthday, the leader regarded him as an unskilled young fellow. Thus, because he was underestimated, Royal Prince Yang was only targeted by 2 of the death soldiers. With Royal Prince Yang's insane martial arts skills, how could two little death soldiers do much against him? In fact, the prince acted as if he was a cat playing with two mice and was very carefree as he fought with the two soldiers. The fight didn't even resemble a battle and instead seemed more like a game to him. Lu Fusheng, on the other hand, was in a whole other situation. It could be said that all of the hidden guards' skills had been learned from this leader alone. Furthermore, their master wouldn't teach them all of his tricks. Even though Lu Fusheng hadn't become rusty in the past few decades and even sparred constantly with Royal Prince Yang, his opponent was still his previous master. The leader of the hidden guards wasn't just a tiny bit better than him, he was a lot better. As he was caught off guard, Lu Fusheng had been instantly injured by his old master and obtained a serious internal injury. Blood spewed out of him as he desperately tried to defend himself. Under the oppressive attacks of his opponent, his body started collecting large and small injuries very quickly. If Royal Prince Yang hadn't discovered his peril and started to fight seriously to get rid of his own opponents before he leapt over to block a fatal attack, it was likely that Lu Fusheng would have lost his old life at that battlefield. After hearing such a thrilling story, Yu Xiaoxiao felt her heart clench in fear and she asked in worry, "That leader of the previous dynasty's hidden guards is so violent that even you, head steward Lu, aren't his opponent. Wasn't Royal Prince Yang in danger then?" Lu Fusheng finished his large cup of tea and then poured himself another cup from the tea kettle on the table. He had tasted pretty much all of the famous teas of the era and thought that even the top-notch Da Hong Pao, too, wasn't as fragrant as the tea in this pot. Obviously, this pot of wild tea had been personally processed by Miss Yu herself. All of his deep exhaustion and pain from his injuries seemed to have disappeared after drinking this tea. "Miss Yu, you are truly looking down on my master." Head steward Lu let out a light sigh of relief and continued to tell his story about that fight on the battlefield. When the head of the hidden guard saw that Royal Prince Yang was coming of his own volition to die, he decided to seize the opportunity to arrest the leader of the opposing army right then and there. This guy was from the imperial family and was also a favored grandson of the great Ming dynasty's Emperor Emeritus. If he had this prince in his hands, then the great Ming troops wouldn't dare to continue for fear of harming the youth. It would definitely be an advantage to capture this juicy target. The leader of the hidden guards didn't even consider Royal Prince Yang to be an opponent after looking at his youthful, handsome face. He believed that as long as he stretched a hand, the prince would be captured. He never expected that this embroidered pillow, who was even more beautiful than a woman, was more than he could handle. Since he underestimated the prince, Royal Prince Yang very easily injured him. With an internal injury now hindering him, the head of the hidden guards continued to fight but noticed that Royal Prince Yang seemed to get fiercer and fiercer as time went on. The young man fought with an incredible ease and was full of energy. The leader of the hidden guards knew that he had finally hit a hard wall. As soon as he sensed that things were going south, he made a quick calculation. Although he was unable to defeat Royal Prince Yang, he still had some leeway to flee with his life. His young master was still waiting for him to get back, so he couldn't have a mishap occur here. Thus, he abandoned all of his subordinates and the rebel army he incited. The leader of the hidden guards escaped without even looking back. Soon thereafter, the remaining remnants of the previous dynasty, who had infiltrated in, either fled from the battlefield or died right there. The ignorant peasants, who had been incited, had nothing left for them. Before long, the rebellion in the north had been suppressed. Lu Fusheng had a very serious internal injury and was also covered in external wounds that weren't light. If his master hadn't reluctantly given him a pill for treating internal injuries, then he likely would have lost his life. Even if he didn't somehow die from his injuries, his veins, muscles and tendons had all been heavily damaged. He would have likely become a cripple. Fortunately, the internal injury pills that Miss Yu personally made not only saved his old life but also allowed him to recover from his internal injury very quickly. The military doctor had kept saying that a full recovery was impossible. However, the master had also given him some special wound balm and it was much more efficacious than the army's wound balm. The foot-long wound on his back had very quickly stopped bleeding after the wound balm was rubbed on. Furthermore, his wounds stopped hurting and a cool, refreshing feeling came on instead. Before several days had passed, he felt like his scabs were starting to itch. After accidentally picking one off, he discovered that the flesh underneath had unexpectedly healed. This wasn't logical awe. After receiving a warning glare from his master, Lu Fusheng, as a perceptive man, naturally knew that this wound balm and medicine to heal internal injuries weren't normal. He continued to wrap himself under layers of gauze even after his wounds had completely healed. Furthermore, whenever he swapped his dressings, he didn't dare let the military doctor help. He even pretended to have an internal injury that hadn't healed completely from time to time, as he was afraid other people might notice something odd. Now that he was looking back, he felt that it was very tiring to have to put up an act for so long. Just as they were about to go back to the capital after putting down the rebellion, news came from the northern border that outsiders were invading. The emperor sent an emergency decree from far away to give Royal Prince Yang command over the army as the head general to reinforce the frontier troops. When he received this new imperial decree, Zhu Junyang had already been away from the capital for more than a month, and he missed his little lass. He originally thought that after the rebellion was put down and things became calm, he would be able to go back to the capital to see his little lass, Xiaoxiao. He didn't expect he'd be called to duty again to rush to the northern border for who knew how long. This made the prince very irritable for some time. Although Zhu Junyang was rarely influenced by his heart devil now, he was quite upset by all of this, so naturally his aggressiveness shot up. Now that he had been given the title of Zhenbei General, he had the responsibility of defending the northern borders. With his soldiers behind him, he slaughtered like a raging god on the battlefield. The invading Tartars had been beaten until they cried for their parents. It was an utter defeat for them. The so-called Tartars was actually just a name used to describe the fierce nomadic tribes that roamed in the north. These tribes lived on horseback and had a lot of cavalry. They were relentless in battle and used guerrilla warfare tactics as their movement speed was quite high. This was a headache to the great Ming generals and soldiers in charge of defending the northern borders. The stationed general in the north was very disappointed when Royal Prince Yang arrived to bring reinforcements, as the prince had both a youthful and devilishly handsome appearance. The general believed that the prince was a silver-spooned member of the imperial family and was merely at the border to gain some glory. He didn't have any expectations for this youth. However, the other person soon proved him wrong. Royal Prince Yang gave a decisive victory to the great Ming Empire and did so by only using his own men. Whether it was the private soldiers under Royal Prince Yang's command or the elite Jinwei soldiers, they were all staunch and experienced soldiers on the battlefield. Royal Prince Yang's private soldiers were especially tough, as they were often tormented by their master in private to spar with him. Every soldier had undergone extreme training and was extraordinarily valiant. This time, the prince had brought along around 1,000 cavalry units to the north with him, and the vast majority belonged to Imperial Prince Jing's private troops. Everyone in the capital knew that, in the younger generation, Royal Prince Yang was the wealthiest, as he had brought over a dozen ships full of novel items from the Western Hemisphere. In the capital, he sold finely wrought clocks, delicate jewels and dazzling enamelware at sky-high prices. Beyond that, if they only counted the amount of money he made during winter by selling vegetables and fruits out of season, he still had a large fortune in money. With plenty of money on hand, did he have to worry about equipping his private troops? Every private soldier under his command not only had a fine Mongolian steed, but even their armor and weapons were also the finest available on the market. The elite soldiers from the Jinwei troops had always thought that the emperor was their true father, as they were always supplied with good equipment compared to the other armies. However, when they compared themselves to the private troops under Royal Prince Yang's command, they looked like a wretched bunch. Under the command of their master, the private troops under Royal Prince Yang took the lead as they sped into battle. They swept everything away. As for the elite Jinwei soldiers, they could only follow behind and take the job of cleaning up the aftermath. As for the troops that were originally stationed here, they really had nothing left to do. Royal Prince Yang had a belly full of rage within him, and he let it all out on the battlefield. He viciously attacked the Tartars with no mercy. On their first battle, he immediately slaughtered the Tartars' most skilled warrior at a moment's notice and used the man's head as a grisly flag on the battlefield. His private soldiers charged their tall and sturdy horses into the fear-stricken Tartar ranks. It was as if a bunch of savage tigers had been unleashed and they weren't going to be restrained. Morale was very important during war. On the great Ming Empire's side, They had already gained the upper hand on the first battle by their show of strength and easily extinguished the fires of eagerness within the Tartars. Following that battle, everything else continued on the Great Ming's advantage. Zhu Junyang not only seized a total victory but also broke the unspoken rule to not chase a retreating enemy. He continuously forced the Tartars to retreat further and further along. Following that, the Great Ming army continuously attacked the Tartars and obtained victory after victory. Furthermore, they even managed to win back all of the cities that they had lost prior to the establishment of the Great Ming dynasty. The Tartars had been beaten back to the prairie grasslands and sent envoys again and again to ask for peace. At first, Zhu Junyang refused to accept their terms for peace and only preoccupied himself with beating them back farther and farther. By the time the leader of the Tartars was about to despair, the prince finally received one of the envoys and stopped fighting. The resulting negotiations were not something that was within Zhu Junyang's given authority, so that was handed off to someone else. By then, snow had already started to fall in large flakes in the north. Zhu Junyang wrapped himself in a cloak made of weasel fur and watched as the snow lazily drifted throughout the air. He felt as if he could see an image of that small and skinny figure, running around the snow like a happy little fairy. Winter in the capital was much colder than it was in Tanggu town. He wasn't sure if that little lass was currently hiding in a room with a heated floor or heated wall, or whether she was coming up with another crazy idea to sell her unique pastries. While he was at the border, Zhu Junyang continued to think about Yu Xiaosao. The northern hunters in the area had quite a selection of valuable furs and the prince made it his mission to get as many quality specimens as possible. There was the lustrous and colorful scarlet-red fox fur that was good at keeping a person warm. He bought it. Then there was soft and delicate ferret fur with a pure color. He also bought it. As for weasel fur, silver fox fur, sable fur, all good specimens had one outcome: buy. Other than good quality furs, the North also specialized in producing valuable medicinal ingredients. From what happened with head steward Liu, he knew that his little lass was able to make medicines of astounding efficacy. With better quality ingredients on hand, she would be able to make even better medicines. 100-year ginseng, 1000-year reishi mushroom, and 100-year Chinese knotweed. He bought them all. With money, one could be willful. His days passed like this while he waited for the envoy in charge of negotiating the treaty to get there. Finally, the envoy arrived and he had also brought the emperor's imperial decree to withdraw the troops and head back to the capital. Zhu Junyang had long set his heart on heading home, so he braved the snows with the troops to go back. He didn't care whether it was day or night as he traveled, as he was only preoccupied with speed. Despite the soldiers complaining non-stop about this breakneck speed, they arrived back in the capital about a dozen days earlier than expected. As he got closer and closer to his little lass, Zhu Junyang started to feel a bit homesick. Was his little lass doing well? Did she miss him like he missed her? Had she been eating properly? Had she grown any taller? He had never simultaneously experienced feeling both nervous and excited before. As the leader of the victorious army, he had to go into the imperial palace to report. He resisted his urge to see the little lass and entered the throne room somewhat resentfully. He was afraid that Xiaosao might worry too much, so he sent head steward Lu Fusheng out to report on what had happened to him. After hearing the entire story of their adventures from head steward Lu, Xiaosao felt happy for Royal Prince Yang but also worried that head steward Lu only told her the good and not the bad. She was afraid that he might have hid the fact that his master had gotten injured. She couldn't stay at the farmstead anymore and needed to see Zhu Junyang as soon as possible to verify his safety in person. She patiently waited until head steward Lu Fusheng finished his tea and ate a few pastries before she proposed returning to the capital. Lu Fusheng didn't say an extra word as he picked up his own cloak to go outside. The earlier they got back to the capital, the earlier he'd be able to let Miss Yu see his master. He was sure his master would be very happy. After leaving Shichun at the farmstead to keep an eye on things, Yu Xiaosao declined Wudong's and Pippa's proposal to have her sit on the carriage. Instead, she mounted her own horse and galloped off in the falling snow. In the blustering snow, there was a delicate little figure clothed in a fiery red satin cloak riding on a fiery red fine steed. The bright colors of this person seemed to add a bit of warmth and light to the dusky cold of the winter evening. This was the first snow of the season, and it wasn't as large or dense as the snow that fell in the northern parts of the country, which more resembled dense cotton balls. The ground only had a thin layer of snow at this point and didn't negatively influence the little red horse's speed at all. The icy cold wind whipped at her face and her skin had already gone numb to the stabbing pain. She held the reins in her hands that had already frozen into ice chunks. Despite the cold, Yu Xiaoxiao seemed to have forgotten that she wasn't even wearing gloves at the moment and had also forgotten to wear her scarf. The chill on her body couldn't fight against the warmth that was rising from within her heart. The sooner she returned to the capital, the sooner she could see him. That seemed to be the only thought running through her head at this moment. Head steward Lu, who was doing his best to keep up with Yu Xiaoxiao from behind, complained endlessly within his heart. "Miss Yu, official Yu, the Honorable Miss Yu. Can you slow down a bit? That red horse you're riding on is on the same level at treading through snow as the master's black cloud. Although this old servant is riding a decent horse, it still can't compare to yours." Unfortunately, head steward Lu could only blankly watch as the distance between the two of them grew larger and larger. It was almost to the point where he couldn't see the red figure anymore. The days were short in winter and it got dark relatively earlier. The snow fell harder and harder, which reduced her visibility by a lot. Suddenly, in the dusky light of the evening, the snow seemed to part and a tall and sturdy figure appeared within Yu Xiaoxiao's line of sight. Although that figure was a bit vague and hard to make out, Yu Xiaoxiao intuitively could tell that it was the person she had wanted to see. The figure slowly grew larger and grew clearer within her eyes. Before Yu Xiaoxiao could clearly see that person's face, Little Red, who she was riding, used its animal intuition and figured out the identity of that person's mount. The little horse let out a happy and arrogant little whinny. Both horses were rare specimens of perfect horseflesh. Two silhouettes, one red and one black, quickly come closer until they met. Zhu Junyang greedily looked at that tiny and adorable little face, a sharp pointed chin, enormous eyes, eyelashes that were long and curly, a ruddy little mouth, and the delicate little nose that had turned red from the cold. He noticed that Xiaoxiao's face and hands were both exposed to the wind and cold, so he couldn't help but scowl. Didn't you go enter the palace to see the emperor? Yu Xiaoxiao's large, doe-like eyes gleamed with happiness as she inspected Royal Prince Yang from head to toe. She still wasn't completely without worry, so she asked, "Are you doing okay? Were you injured at all?" Before she could finish speaking, she let out a cry in surprise as her body was lifted by a pair of strong arms out of the saddle. By the time she got a hold of herself, she had already been moved onto the other person's horse and pulled into a warm hug. A familiar rabbit fur scarf that alternated between black and white stripes and held a person's warmth was wrapped around her tiny face until only her two bright eyes were visible. This scarf was something she had made in her leisure time. She used rabbit fur and cotton thread together to spin into a knitable yarn. After working for a bit, she finished knitting the scarf. Originally, she was planning on giving it to either her father or godfather. Who knew that Royal Prince Yang had kept an eye on it and he snatched it away like a bandit when she was done. She didn't expect that he had actually brought this scarf along when he went north to put down the revolt. Her little face, which had lost all feeling in it, started to warm up under the soft and cozy rabbit fur scarf. Her eyes suddenly welled up with some tears. She sniffed her nose. The scarf still had his faint smell on it that was hard for her not to notice. In her previous life, Yu Xiaoxiao knew how to knit sweaters. When her younger brother and sister went to school, she bought some yarn and learned how to knit sweaters from the neighbor next door in order to save money. Later on, as their family's financial situation improved and both her younger siblings had their own jobs, she stopped knitting them for her siblings as the sweaters in the shops and malls around her had better styles and colors. After transmigrating over, it had been many years since she last touched knitting yarn and other tools like that. She was out of practice. This was one of her practice scarves, so there were parts of the weave that were looser and parts that were tighter. The individual stitches also had some issues, so she didn't consider the end product a success as it didn't truly show her skill. In actuality, she was planning on knitting the prince a better quality product after practicing on this one. However, the prince didn't seem to care and had instead taken this flawed product as his own. "How come you didn't put on a scarf or gloves? It's such a cold day," So why did you go to the imperial plantation? What would you do if you got frostbite? There are so many experienced hands at the plantation, so it's not like they need you to help. Zhu Junyang gently and softly scolded her, and his voice was full of tenderness. Her icy cold little hands had been clasped within a pair of warm palms. It felt very cozy and comfortable. Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes curved in a smile, and then she turned to look at the always stunningly handsome face of Zhu Junyang. She quietly asked, "Isn't it snowing right now? I was afraid that it might snow too hard and crush the greenhouse pavilions, which is why I ran to take a look at the imperial plantation. I was wearing the fox fur scarf and gloves you had given me, but when I found out you were back I was so happy that I forgot them at the farmstead." Zhu Junyang supported her back and moved her from her side-sitting position to astride on the horse. This little lass's waist was too thin. He wasn't sure if she had been eating right in the past month or so, but even when she was wearing thick winter clothes his two hands were able to encircle her waist. Perhaps it was because her life had been too hard when she was young, but in his memories, she had always been thin and weak in such a pitiful way. When she reached her age of majority and married him, he planned on making sure that she was eating and drinking well so that she could nourish her body. He had Xiaoxiao comfortably lean back on his chest while he wrapped his sable overcoat tightly around her. He cupped his large hot hands around the little lass's icy cold ones and leaned over to gently breathe hot air on them. He continued to ask, "What? Were you this excited to see me? If you miss me so much, then marry me earlier. That way you'll prevent me from being bewitched by an evil spirit." After hearing the little lass state that she was so excited to see him that she hurriedly rode her horse over and forgot to wear her scarf and mittens, Zhu Junyang simultaneously felt a wave of tenderness and sweetness hit his heart as if he was suddenly drinking honey. The little lass had always been deathly afraid of being cold. When the little red horse saw that its master had been taken over by fierce winds, one owner, it still obediently followed behind the stallion despite having no rider. It walked behind at a leisurely pace. Although Fierce Wind now had two people riding it, its steps were still light and easy. From time to time, it would move its head a little to look Little Red in the eye. Xiaoxiao turned her head to roll her eyes at Zhu Junyang and snorted, "Why would I want a man who was so easily taken by others? Tell me, this time, when you left the capital, did you end up saving any little white flowers or encounter a poor but pretty girl who had sold herself into prostitution for the sake of her father?" Little white flowers. Was that the term the little lass used to describe women who loved cry out sob stories and act pathetic awe? Just what type of taste did she think he had that she would believe that he would fall in love with one of those people? Wasn't it tiring to be around someone all day who constantly lamented and wept with an aggrieved expression? Did you forget just what kind of person I am? Do you think I would easily fall for the wiles of those women who don't have pure thoughts? Don't worry, other than you, I won't be interested in anyone. Zhu Junyang could tell that there was a faint undertone of jealousy in Xiaoxiao's words, and he immediately felt gratified. He made sure to make his thoughts clear such that she knew that he was only loyal to her. Yu Xiaoxiao had warmed up, so she was in the mood to banter with him. Men are all the same. They always say the sweetest things but then do the exact opposite. The person with the mind-reading abilities is you, not me. How am I supposed to know what you're actually thinking about? Zhu Junyang pulled over one of her little hands that had warmed up and placed it on the area of his chest where his heart was, and stated, "Do you feel it now? My heart only beats for you. In order to see you sooner, I galloped at top speed as soon as I left the imperial palace. I am totally devoted to you alone. If you still don't believe me, then you're truly too simple-minded." After hearing his heartful vow, Yu Xiaoxiao felt like the goosebumps on her body were about to fall off. He was being too corny. Where did this fellow learn how to say such things? Was he not afraid that other people might be sickened by his saccharine words? Can you be more normal? You need to tell the truth. Just who taught you to speak in such a sickening way? It's really not your style at all. Yu Xiaoxiao endlessly roasted him. Zhu Junyang blinked his seductive phoenix eyes twice and then let out a sigh. "I knew you wouldn't like this at all. When I get back, I'm going to beat the crap out of those Jinwei youngsters who urged me to say such corny things. However, Xiaoxiao, you need to know my heart only has room for you in it." Although his last few words were plain-spoken, why did they sound so good in her ears? Yu Xiaoxiao lowered her head to think a bit. Royal Prince Yong had the status and power. He also had a well-shaped body and alluring appearance. In addition, he had the talent and abilities. The most crucial point was that he didn't stubbornly cling on to the ancient people's ways of thinking and didn't expect his significant other to embody the 3 injunctions and 4 virtues too of women. In reality, she would be hard-pressed to find a second man like him in the entire Great Ming Empire. If he was truly sincere about his feelings and had a heart that would never waver, then what was she hesitating for? Although she claimed that she'd be fine with never getting married, in such an environment and society, it'd be an extravagant hope for her to be able to live a happy and prosperous life alone as an unmarried spinster. She had the abilities but no significant background. Furthermore, she was female, so when things happened, she'd be the one who'd likely lose out. When he saw that the little lass had her head down and was seemingly thinking hard about something, Zhu Junyang gently stroked her head and softly said, "Don't make things too complicated. I won't give you pressure. Didn't you say that you would only consider marriage once you turned 18? There's still 5 to 6 years to think about this. Take your time. I'm sure that the next 5 to 6 years will truly show my intentions and sincerity to you." Yu Xiaoxiao felt her eyes well up with hot tears when she heard such understanding and sweet words from him. Her nose got stuffy and, in the spur of the moment, she almost promised him something due to her roiling emotions. Ahem. She needed to calm down now. Royal Prince Yong was right. There was still 5 to 6 years for her to contemplate this. She needed to take her time and then make her decision. The blustering snow seemed to linger around the 2 affectionate people. The whole sky was filled with fat flakes of fluffy snow and they seemed to dance around like graceful butterflies as they circled around these 2 people. Suddenly, the sound of a horse's urgent gallops could be heard from behind them. A somewhat old and shrill voice hollered through the night, "Miss Yu, please go a bit slower. It's hard to travel in such snowy conditions. If something happens to you, what can this old servant say to the master?" The owner of the voice stared closely at the scene in front of him. Oh, the back of that person seemed quite familiar. Wasn't that his master? He could now see Miss Yu snuggled within the master's arms and they seemed to be quite content. Lu Fusheng hurriedly shut his mouth and obediently followed them from behind as they slowly rode forward. Miss Yu had already safely met up with the master, so there was nothing he needed to do anymore. All he had to do now was follow silently from behind and fade into the background properly. However, "Master, was it really all right for you to hug Miss Yu like this? If other people saw this, Miss Yu's reputation would definitely be ruined. Was that something you wanted to see?" Lu Fusheng fell into a conundrum as he wasn't sure if he should pipe up a reminder to his master. Luckily, it was getting late now and the snow was falling harder. The main roads in the surrounding areas of the capital were dark and empty at this moment. Otherwise, Miss Yu wouldn't be able to show her face out in public anymore. If an old eunuch like Lu Fusheng realized this, how could Zhu Junyang not think of this? When they had traveled far enough that they could see the large gates to the capital, Zhu Junyang placed Yu Xiaoxiao, who was now nicely warmed up, back on her own mount. However, he still pressured her to continue to wear his larger sable fur overcoat. The spacious and large overcoat was so big that it was easily able to wrap the little lass from head to toe. Even the gloves put on her hands were made of the best lambskin that money could buy. The gloves still had the remnants of the prince's warmth. "I'll escort you back to the general's residence first. In the future, don't come out on such a cold stormy day. If there's anything up, just send someone to tell me instead and I'll make sure to order the right people to get things done. If you really have no choice but to leave the estate, then take a carriage instead. This prince has recently commissioned a custom-made carriage and it's quite spacious. There's a place to store a brazier and it can also boil hot water. If you get tired, you can lean against the carriage and sleep." As long as it involved Yu Xiaoxiao, he would do his best to make sure all of the details were right. It was truly hard to find someone who had these intentions towards her. Zhu Junyang spent the whole journey back to the general's residence reminding her in a long-winded manner. If anyone else saw this, their jaws would have dropped open in utter surprise. Was this still the same grave and stern royal Prince Yong who regarded his words as if they were gold? It was as if he was a completely different person, like he had swapped personalities with a talkative old naggy woman. "Want to come in and rest for a bit and drink some tea before you leave?" Yu Xiaosao clumsily jumped down from the little red horse. There was nothing to be done about that, as she had been wrapped up until she resembled a teddy bear. Zhu Junyang leapt off his horse and helped her tidy up the overcoat that had been tousled from her dismounting. He wrapped her up even more tightly and then rubbed at her rosy little face as he gently said, "No need. I still need to return to the prince's residence and tell my lady mother that I am safe and sound. Tomorrow I'll come by to see you again. Go in and drink some more ginger and sugar tonic. Be careful not to get chilled." Head steward Lu Fusheng was so surprised his eyes were wide open. He had a look on his face as if he had just seen a ghost. His master finally had his head screwed on straight and knew how to care about people. Should he be happy about this or be ecstatic about this? Such a gentle and considerate motion and such a tender voice had actually come out of the mouth of the capital's most grim and vicious death god. Hearing this, tsk tisk, sure enough, love could change everything. The exaggerated expression on the old eunuch's face was too much for other people to handle. Zhu Junyang faintly shot a glance at him and then turned his attention back to Yu Xiaosao. He gently said, "Go in. I'll watch as you enter." Yu Xiaosao somehow managed to surmount the threshold to the side door while dragging the giant overcoat behind her. It could have served as a perfect object to sweep the snow. She turned her head to look one last time at Zhu Junyang, whose hair now had many snowflakes on it. The fluttering flakes of snow in the air blended seamlessly into the background. This devilishly handsome man was gazing back at her with eyes full of emotion. He lightly moved his large and pale hands at her, hinting that she should quickly head inside. She wasn't a true tiny maiden who didn't understand the flavor of romantic feelings. As she gazed at the picturesque scene in front of her, her heart, which had been silent for over 30 years, couldn't help but palpitate suddenly. It looked like she had the halo of the main female character on her. She had truly walked into an unexpected good situation. Such an outstanding and handsome man was willing to wait for her. Her head was still dizzy and confused even after she greeted her godmother and entered her small courtyard. A man's charms could truly make a person's head spin, especially those who were silently beautiful and had deep emotions. At this moment, Zhu Junyang had already entered Prince Jing's estate. After talking to his lord father for a bit, he headed directly towards the inner residence. Princess consort Jing got up from the heated couch and pulled at her youngest son's hands. She inspected him from head to toe with red-rimmed eyes. She spoke in a voice that was choked with emotion. "Why are you wearing so little? Where's that ugly scarf that you always have around the neck? And where are your gloves? Just what are the servants around you doing? Such a big snowfall, yet you're not even wearing a woolen outer garment." Head steward Lu Fusheng, who had always personally served his master, felt that this was an inaccurate accusation. The master's entire set of outer clothing had been transferred to Miss Yu instead. What could he say about this? Naturally, he couldn't say anything. When the master returned back to the capital and left the imperial palace, the first thing he did was run to the imperial plantation to find his little lover. He even forgot his own mother. But if he said that, wouldn't that imply that his master was unfilial? Thus, he had to take the fall for his master. Zhu Junyang supported his mother up and had her sit back down on the heated couch. He sat next to her on a nearby embroidered stool and had a smile on his face. "Lady Mother, feel my hands. They are quite warm and aren't even the least bit cold. You didn't even leave a word at home when you left to suppress a rebellion. Do you know how worried I was about you? Your second older brother fled to a border garrison without a word and we only get letters from him maybe once every 2 to 3 months. I'm worried about him constantly too, but even you don't consult with us before accepting such a dangerous task. The emperor is too much. There are so many high-ranking military officers at court, yet he bypassed them and insisted that you go on the battlefield despite never having experience before. If something happened to you, what am I supposed to do?" Princess consort Jing became somewhat agitated as she went on and had to dab the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. "Lady Mother, aren't I perfectly fine right now and back? You really can't find more than a few people in the whole great Ming Empire who can harm me. I'm completely safe. If you don't believe me, then how about I strip right now to allow you to inspect me?" Zhu Junyang had long become more patient under the tutelage of that lass, Yu Xiaosao. Thus, when he had to interact with Princess consort Jing, he comforted her as if she was a young maiden. Princess Consort Jing let out a laugh in amusement and slanted him a look. Go ahead and strip off. If you're brave enough to strip, then do you think I'm not brave enough to look? When you were only a wee thing, I even gave you a bath before. What on your body haven't I seen? She used her hands to motion around something that was the size of a pillow while more laughter escaped from her lips. Zhu Junyang was struck speechless. At that time, he had just been born and was an ignorant little baby. If he had the choice at the time, then he absolutely would not have allowed anything that would give his lady mother the excuse to make fun of him in the future. Suddenly, Princess Consort Jing used a complicated expression to stare at her son. It made the hairs on Zhu Junyang's body stand up. What was his lady mother thinking now? Why were her eyes full of grievance now? Did his lord father bring in new concubines to the residence recently? Princess Consort Jing had thought of the people she had sent out of the residence to get information. As his mother, she fretted over her son constantly, yet the object of her worries was something else. Instead, as soon as her son left the palace, he rode at top speed towards the imperial plantation. Even though he passed by the prince's residence, he didn't think of stopping by to greet her. Everyone always said that when a girl matured you couldn't make her stay at home. It was the same for boys too. Little Magpie gets a wife, forgets his mother at midlife. Princess Consort Jing couldn't help but think of the common little ditty that she had learned when she was in the rural areas. Meixiong and Lanxiong, who were next to her, exchanged looks with eyes that were filled with mirth before they lowered their heads. Her Highness was feeling the bite of jealousy. Zhu Junyang felt even more helpless now. All he could do was pretend that nothing had happened. Instead, he quietly asked the servants whether his lady mother had been eating well recently, how her sleeping had been, and if she had any discomforts of her body. Princess Consort Jing felt quite pleased within her heart when she saw this. Her youngest son finally had the warmth of a human being and knew how to be concerned about her, his mother. However, she also remembered that the reason he had changed was because of another woman, another maiden. Thus, her feelings became complicated again. Raising a son was only for the benefit of others. How's everything at the imperial plantation? Are the people at the imperial plantation doing well? The imperial plantation. Princess Consort Jing deliberately used a voice full of grievance and a gaze filled with resentment to ask about the imperial plantation. This was her way of telling her youngest son that she knew about him visiting the imperial plantation earlier. Was he going to continue to pretend? Zhu Junyang replied in a calm and collected manner, this son really doesn't know how things are doing at the imperial plantation. In such a small period of time, even if I could fly, I wouldn't be able to get to the imperial plantation. Lady Mother, if you want to say, just directly say it. No need to beat around the bush. Oh, what's wrong? Did you meet up with that lass Xiaosao when you were halfway there? Are you pleased now that you've met up with the lass? Young one, you've truly gained skills. You know that it's important to curry favor with little maidens when you get back from a trip. Tell me, when will you bring a wife home for your mother? Princess Consort Jing was pretty satisfied with Yu Xiaosao. When her son was gone for more than a month, the little lass was afraid that she was worried and would come over from time to chat with her to relieve her boredom. Furthermore, the lass came up with new and novel foods for her to eat. Princess Consort Jing pinched the flesh at her waist. It looked like she had gotten fatter recently. Zhu Junyang's lips involuntarily curved up when the topic came to his little lass. His eyes also warmed up and gentled as he replied, Lady Mother, that lass will only be 13 by the new year. Didn't the emperor himself state in the past that women should only get married and have children when they turn 18 in order to not harm their bodies? We still have 5 years to go and I plan to wait. Princess Consort Jing deliberately pretended to be a bit upset and regarded him with a displeased look. You're going to be 20 this year. If another 5 years pass, how old will you be then? Your older maternal cousin is only older than you by a year, but he has children running around him. From what you're saying, just when can I hold a grandson from you? Eldest brother's son, Kongsheng, already knows how to say, grandmother. Lady Mother, if you want to hug a grandson, it's not like you don't have any around. Zhu Junyang wasn't going to fall for his mother's tricks. His eldest brother's oldest concubine-born son was already 2 years old this year, but he had never seen his mother coo over him. How is that the same? I'm only concerned about one of your most major turning points in your life. Princess consort Jing glared at her youngest son. Zhu Junyang replied with a stubborn expression on his face, Lady Mother, you should first worry about second older brother Ah. He's older than me by 5 years. Second older brother is not even as far along as me. I at least have a goal in mind and I'm striving towards it. He doesn't even have a person he likes right now and he's living at the border garrison. The army only has a bunch of old men in there, so he'd be hard-pressed to even see a female sow around. Zhu Junyang's manner of speech had become a bit more crude and direct after spending so much time with soldiers and eating with them. Although Princess Consort Jing wasn't very used to this, she was still happy for her son. Her youngest son had finally come back to the land of the living and no longer acted as if he was just going through the motions of living. However, Princess Consort Jing found it very difficult to keep up her good spirits after hearing her youngest son's latest words. Having more sons just meant more headaches, as not a single one of them was easy to handle. Sigh. Xiao Xiao's mother was right. The younger generation would always figure out a way for themselves, so you might as well just let them go. Zhu Junyang seemed to sense that his mother's mood was more downcast, so he hurriedly tried to change the topic. Lady Mother, this time, when I went to the north, I came back with quite a few furs and they are all top-notch specimens that you can't even find in the capital. This son will have the servants bring them in. You should see if there are any that you fancy so you can take them and then have someone craft some warm outer garments for you. Chests filled with furs were moved into the room. Princess Consort Jing looked them all over briefly. They were truly very good specimens that could not be bought in the capital. She snorted and then said, Are these the leftovers that someone else has already picked through? How could that be? Naturally I need to show the good things to you first, Lady Mother. The servants in charge of bringing these goods back went directly to the residence as soon as we got to the capital. They didn't make a single detour. If you don't believe me, you can go question Steward's son in the outer courtyard. Zhu Junyang really couldn't understand the way women thought. They somehow always made a mountain out of a molehill and could be angry for half a day over the smallest things. Wasn't this just causing trouble for oneself for no reason? When Princess Consort Jing heard this, she immediately revealed a happy smile. After all, this was the son who she had loved for almost 20 years, so it was right that he thought of her first when there were good things to be had. She casually picked out a fine weasel pelt and a beautiful sable fur before she stopped to say, to gain the favor of a young maiden, you can't just rely on having a sweet mouth. Never mind, I'm pretty sure that tongue of yours doesn't know how to say anything that would gain her liking. This scarlet red fox fur and this ferret fur are both good furs to be used to make some outer garments or a hat for young girls, as they will make them look lively and cute. Tomorrow, you should bring them to that last Xiao Xiao. Also, you also need to send some to Lady Fang. Furthermore, you can't forget to send gifts to Dongshan village, as her biological parents and siblings are all there. Lady Mother is still the most thoughtful. Tomorrow, I'll send some servants to make a trip to the Tanggu area. Lady Mother, you seem to be healthier compared to before, as your complexion looks quite good today. At the very least, Zhu Junyang's ability to coax his mother into a happy mood had improved by a good amount. His efforts had obviously paid off, as Princess Consort Jing was so delighted that her mouth was wide open in a smile. That last Xiao Xiao always sends me some ingredients for medicinal cuisine and fully made meals every few days or so. I've been eating them and I feel like they're more efficacious than what can be bought outside. In the past, before winter even started, I couldn't leave the inside as my hands and feet were always icy cold. Now, I can even admire the plum blossoms in the snow without feeling chilled. For these past 2 years, I haven't even gotten a tiny illness during the winter. This is something that I would have never believed before. Zhu Junyang was also genuinely happy for his mother and spoke intimately with her. Lady Mother, if you like eating them, then have that lass make more medicinal cuisine for you and send it over. I'm sure it can make your body stronger. Xiao Xiao once said that using medicine to nourish the body is not as good as using food. If you eat properly, then it should be no problem for you to live until you're 100. Thus, you don't need to keep worrying about my future marriage. By the time this son's grandchildren are born, you will still be able to help me watch them. You child, if I live that long, wouldn't I be an old witch by then? The smile on Princess Consort Jing's face widened, but she also lightly rolled her eyes at him. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something and said, in your household, other than Lu Fusheng, there are just 2 other male servants. How can male servants be as detailed as maid servants? How about, you can pick 2 maid servants from my side? Before Princess Consort Jing could finish her thought, Zhu Junyang interrupted her with a waving hand, don't. You better not propose giving me bed servants or anything like that. Didn't you say before that concubines and bed servants are like bombs just waiting to explode and only make a household messy? If Lord Father suddenly came back with 2 young maidens, what would you think? That last Xiaosao hasn't even agreed to marry me, so you better not make things more complicated than they are. Princess Consort Jing found his reaction simultaneously annoying and hilarious. She patted his arm a few times with a bit of strength and growled, stinky brat. Why did you start talking about me and your father? Your father is already how many years old? He's at a grandfather's age, so why would he ruin a young girl's life and bring her back? Heh, my Lord Father is in the prime of his life right now. He has a strong and brawny stature that gives off a matured charm that younger men can't beat. If he really wanted to bring some young maidens home, there would be plenty standing in line. Lady Mother, you have to keep a close eye on him. It sounds like you're itching for a spanking since you dare to say bad things behind my back. Meixiang, go and bring out the family laws. Imperial Prince Jing had just finished his work in the study, and it was around the time he usually ate dinner with his wife. Who knew that as soon as he entered her rooms he would hear his youngest son, who in his impressions was always a taciturn and gloomy fellow, actually making a joke at his expense. Was he dreaming at the moment, or was the youngster being impersonated by another person? It didn't seem right for his son to be like this. Zhu Junyang had no problems bantering with his mother, but whenever he had to interact with his solemn father, he immediately became obedient and docile. Lord Father, this son won't butt into your affairs with Lady Mother. You can just have the servants send dinner to Dongzi Courtyard for me. Lord Father, Lady Mother, I will withdraw now. In actuality, Zhu Junyang was quite envious of the relationship his father and mother had with each other. Ever since that particular incident happened, his father had felt very guilty and needed to compensate, so he sent all of the other women in the residence out. Thus, he began the legend of Imperial Prince Jing only favors his wife in the capital. His mother had been spoiled as if she was a young maiden and didn't need to worry for anything. There wasn't a single noble matron or maiden in the capital who didn't envy the relationship between Imperial Prince Jing and his wife. As their son, Zhu Junyang was influenced by their examples. Whenever the prince was in the capital, he always tried to eat all 3 meals with his wife and would even, from time to time, carve some time out to live with her in the villa. He even promised that when he had free time and when her body was healthy enough, he was going to take her out traveling to complement all of the things he hadn't done for her. Zhu Junyang couldn't help but think of his future with the little lass. He absolutely wouldn't make the same mistakes as his father, who almost lost the object of his affections before he did his best to make up for all of his blunders. He wanted his little lass to forever stay under the protection of his wings so she could live a leisurely and pleasant life. He absolutely wouldn't give anyone the opportunity to harm her. The next day, as soon as morning court ended, Zhu Junyang went directly to the Fang residence. Along with him came all of the gifts he was going to give to Yu Xiaosao and the people of the Fang residence. They were prepared on the previous night. When he was attending morning court, he left them outside the palace walls and had his personal servant Zhang Debao and head steward Lu keep an eye on them. The officials who were also heading into the palace all saw the chests full of top-notch furs, and they couldn't help but take a second glance. There were even some who asked if these furs would be sold later on. Recently, the northern borders haven't been quiet, and, from time to time, the outer tribes would try to raid. Thus, the merchants who used to go to the north or the northwest had pretty much stopped their activities. After all, when they had to choose between making money or their lives, the scales tipped towards one and not the other. Consequently, furs that were as good quality as these were unable to be found in the capital. Winter was here, and if these furs were sold on the market, then the officials were planning on buying some for their womenfolk at home to make some warm outerwear so they could be happy. However, after asking, they found out that the prince had no intentions of selling them as he was giving them to other people. Pretty much the whole court knew that Royal Prince Yong had been sent to the north with troops to suppress the rebellion, but having him reinforce the borders was only something the emperor decided at the spur of the moment. Before Royal Prince Yong returned to the capital, news of his successes had come back in waves. They didn't expect that this guy would also have some good ideas to use his free time to buy large amounts of top-notch furs to bring back. It really made people envy him. They heard that the soldiers who had gone to the borders had also bought a lot of good things from the local hunters there. Obviously, the person who made the biggest gains still had to be the great behemoth that was Royal Prince Yong. It was one thing for him to buy these things, but why did he have to bring them out to make other people jealous? Some of the imperial censors felt their hands itch and wondered if they should send up memorandums accusing him of misconduct. The officials who had daughters around Royal Prince Yang's generation all wrung their hands now. They didn't think that the previously gloomy and cold Royal Prince Yong would suddenly do a 180. He not only finished the tasks assigned to him in a satisfactory manner and received the emperor's favor and rewards, showing that he had a boundless future, but he also became a lot more gentle and refined. Recently, he would even have a faint smile on his face and the look in his eyes had gentled considerably. He even knew how to send gifts to the person he admired. If they knew about this earlier, then they would have set a betrothal down with their daughters. They weren't sure if they still had the opportunity to do so now. As for the little maiden surnamed Yu in the Ministry of Revenue, most of these people immediately forgot about her. She was only a little lass from the rural countryside and had a big gap in background from the prince. Even though she managed to latch onto General Fang's thigh and become his goddaughter, nowadays, not even biological fathers were reliable all the time, let alone a godfather. If Royal Prince Yong truly couldn't let her go, then he could just bring her in as a favored concubine instead. What trouble could a little lass from a farmer's family, with no background or power, cause for the legitimate wife who came from a good family? There were quite a few people in the capital with these thoughts, and there was actually one who actually tried to act on them. This person was the assistant commander of the 5th Army, a second-rank official, Qian Shi. He didn't care that it wasn't proper for the girl's side of the family to make the overtures. As soon as the idea came to his mind, he went to find Imperial Prince Jing to ask about this. Prince Jing knew the temperament of his youngest son, so he didn't dare to hide this from him. He gave the excuse that the marriage of his son required the person in question to approve as well. Thus, he called Zhu Junyang in for this meeting. That Qian Shi said everything he should have said and even said things that he should not have mentioned. The official pompously proclaimed in a voice that hinted that he was conveying a favor that he would allow the prince to marry his daughter while also keeping Yu Xiaosao as a concubine. He also stated that women should obediently stay in the inner courtyard and that letting them show their faces outside was an embarrassing thing. The other man huffed and puffed endlessly in a winding lecture. Royal Prince Yong didn't wait for the other person to finish his thoughts before he ordered the official to leave the residence immediately. However, this Qian Shi tried to use his age as a weapon and even started to scold Royal Prince Yong in the manner of an elder. Imperial Prince Jing was not happy by this turn of events. Zhu Junyang was his son and even he didn't dare to say too many harsh words to him. Why was an unrelated official posturing and gesturing like an elder in front of him, Zhu Junyang's own father? Did he think that he was dead off? Right then and there, the imperial prince smashed his teacup and had his subordinates chase this shameless man out of the residence. Zhu Junyang thought that this wasn't enough to vent his temper. Thus, on one day, when this official, Qian Shi, finished attending court and was heading home, he passed by a small, remote alleyway. The prince stuffed the man into a burlap sack and viciously beat the older man up. The assistant commander had been born in a military family and had also followed the Emperor Emeritus around, battling fiercely. Naturally, his skill at martial arts was quite good. However, in Zhu Junyang's hands, he didn't have a single chance to fight back. Furthermore, Zhu Junyang deliberately targeted this general's face and smacked him until even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. This Qian Shi thought that this was too embarrassing and asked for some time off from court. For a long time, while he healed, he didn't attend court and also didn't dare to go out of the residence to manage affairs. This caused some significant losses to the assistant commander's estate. Regardless, he didn't want to go out with the injuries still prominently displayed as he was afraid that other people might laugh at him. At this time, Royal Prince Yong didn't know that he had now become the target of everyone. From a calamitous star that everyone tried to avoid, he had now morphed into the ideal son-in-law in most people's eyes. After finishing court, he went directly to the general's residence with his eye-catching presence. At this time, Yu Xiaosao was currently receiving the concubine-born daughter of a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Ceremonies. This young maiden was named Li Mengru and was older than Yu Xiaosao by 2 years. In this upcoming year, she was going to turn 15 years old. Since her biological mother had passed away when she was young and she wasn't very favored at home, she didn't have the most easy life. Luckily, the legitimate wife of the household wasn't someone who couldn't tolerate concubine-born children, so she wasn't treated too poorly at home. Although this lass had the same Li surname as Li Mero, her personality was vastly different. The young maiden was gentle and sweet-tempered and was even a bit timid. When she talked, she very rarely raised her voice. Her interests lay in coming up and mixing up new cosmetics. Thus, her monthly allowance and any extra money she got during the New Year's were all used on this hobby. It had been 5 years since she started this hobby, so she had gained some decent skills by now. This maiden had an innocent and pure personality, so she always happily gave out any of the cosmetics she made to her legitimate older sister and her other concubine-born sisters when they asked for them. Furthermore, the girls she had good relationships with also received many gifts from her. Her handmade products were at a point that, if she had the money to buy better quality ingredients, it was likely that all of the well-born maidens of the capital would chase after them. Even though she wasn't able to use top-notch ingredients, her fame had still spread throughout these circles. Many of the maidens from official families used their connections with other people in an attempt to buy cosmetics from her. However, this young maiden felt that her skills and products were not up to par to be sold for money. Thus, whenever she made a new batch of cosmetics, she would send some out to other people. Even if she was so poor that she couldn't afford to buy the raw ingredients, she still refused to take other people's money. Li Mengru had had an introverted personality since she was young and wasn't very good at interacting with other people. If it wasn't for the fact that she was skilled at crafting cosmetics, it was likely that even her own sisters in the residence would forget about her, let alone the noble-born maidens in the capital. Such an obscure and unknown person had suddenly received an invitation to go to Count Zongshan's residence. The little maiden was quite perplexed by this turn of events. Her legitimate mother, was also very confused. Official Yu, who was currently a mighty figure in the capital, wasn't even polite to the daughter of an assistant minister. This concubine-born daughter of hers also had a quiet and timid personality and never strove for the spotlight. How did she suddenly get an invitation? When Li Mengru received the invitation, she had no idea what to do. Her wet nurse was the one who reminded her that she should ask her legitimate mother what to do. Her legitimate mother also didn't look highly upon this lass who was born in a farmer's family and had been titled a small official for her farming ability. However, ever since Assistant Minister Li had such a tragic outcome, she naturally wouldn't reveal this disdain outside as she wanted to avoid having a similar outcome befall her own family. Currently, Assistant Minister Li and his family were the butt of all the jokes in the capital. The legitimate daughter of the high-ranking official in the Ministry of Ceremonies had also gone to that Flower Wars banquet. She had remembered her mother's advice to not be conspicuous and not reveal her true thoughts. Thus, she had managed to connect with a few other young maidens who were of the same mindset as her. Assistant Minister Li's daughter, on the other hand, wanted to smash official Yu to the ground at the Flower War banquet, yet she was the one who ended up in the mud. It was one thing to lose her own dignity, but she even pulled the hatred of Royal Prince Yong onto her family. When the high-ranking official from the Minister of Ceremonies found out, he especially called his daughter in and told her to describe exactly what happened. In addition, he repeatedly reminded her that this young maiden surnamed Yu was currently in the high tide, so she absolutely could not offend the other person. If she truly didn't like the other girl, she just needed to avoid her. This was to avoid having a similar outcome as Assistant Minister Li's family. Now they couldn't even help their patriarch satisfy his cravings for green vegetables, let alone get any out-of-season melons, fruits, or small tomatoes. Li Mengru's legitimate older sister only had neutral feelings towards Yu Xiaosao. That being said, it wasn't as if their family lacked money and needed to fawn over the other girl for the sake of getting some green vegetables or out-of-season fruits. However, as the legitimate mistress of the family, she also couldn't alienate the other person and make her angry at them. Consequently, when Li Mengru came over with the invitation to let her see, Lady Li very easily agreed to let her go. Furthermore, she instructed her concubine-born daughter to spend more time with other well-born maidens and make some more friends instead of spending all her time cooped at home messing around with a bunch of unrelated stuff. However, how could she know that official Yu, who she had no desire to offend, had sent an invitation to her concubine-born daughter exactly because that daughter liked to mess around with a bunch of unrelated stuff? Early in the morning, Li Mengru arrived at Count Zongshan's residence and said her greetings to Lady Feng before Yu Xiaoxiao brought her back to her own courtyard. Originally, when she found out she was going to meet the legendary official Yu, she was quite nervous and anxious about the meeting. However, once she saw a girl shorter than her by half a head and around the same age as the younger concubine-born sister who lived in the same courtyard as her apprehension had almost disappeared. When Yu Xiaoxiao took out a plate of small tomatoes to serve to her, Li Mengru's eyes became as wide as saucers and she revealed a bewildered expression. These bright red tomatoes, which were small and delicately shaped, were only given to a select few in her family. Out of the younger generation, only her legitimate older sister had the opportunity to try some. In general, such expensive and hard-to-get fruits were saved for serving important guests that came over to the residence. She recalled the time her legitimate older sister had first tried this type of fruit and had minutely described the taste of these tomatoes, tart and sweet with a light heady fragrance that made a person feel instantly addicted. Just one bite was not enough to satisfy a craving. When her legitimate older sister described the fruits, she even had an expression full of longing on her face. At that time, Li Mengru and her other concubine-born sisters were also envious that they were swallowing back their saliva that had pooled in their mouths. Li Mengru was very well aware of the value of these small tomatoes. Although her family was lucky enough to buy them once or twice, one box only had around 2 dozen, so only the children of the legitimate wife were given 1 to 2 tomatoes. As for the concubine-born children, even those who were more favored weren't necessarily given the opportunity to try any. She had never expected that the fruit that her older legitimate sister had talked about would actually show up next to her. Furthermore, it wasn't 1 or 2 tomatoes and was actually a whole fruit platter full of them. There were around a couple dozen on the plate. Try some. These were planted by me and my godmother and I think they taste better than the ones grown in the greenhouse pavilions. Yu Xiaoxiao secretly watered these tomato plants with some mystic stone water every day, so it was obvious as to why they tasted better. Furthermore, eating these were also beneficial to the body. Li Mengru carefully used her hand to pick up one and glanced at Yu Xiaoxiao as if she was trying to assess if it was truly okay for her to eat them. When she saw Yu Xiaoxiao nod with a smile and also pick one up from the platter in front of her and deliver it to her mouth, Li Mengru finally cautiously placed the small tomato into her mouth. She lightly used her teeth to bite into it and slowly chewed. A fresh taste of sweetness with a hint of sourness traveled throughout her mouth. It was an unfamiliar flavor but a sense of happiness and contentment spread from her mouth and into her heart. No wonder her older legitimate sister couldn't forget the taste of these fruits. It wasn't just the flavor of these small tomatoes that conquered people's hearts. These tomatoes also gave people a sense of satisfaction. It was the kind of feeling that she only had when her concubine mother was still alive and could still take care of and protect her. She forcefully sucked on the sweet and sour juice within the cherry tomato, as if she was trying to preserve that feeling of happiness. Because she had been reminded of the good times she had with her concubine mother, Li Mengru's eyes started to shine with unshed tears while her face had a sweet smile on it. After she slowly finished the tomato in small bites, Li Mengru gently sniffled and used her handkerchief to dab at the corners of her eyes. She smiled and said, "Forgive me, I was impolite earlier and let you see a joke. No need to be so polite. I'm the same as you. Whenever I eat something that I like I can get overwhelmed by my feelings. Although these small tomatoes are considered quite expensive and valuable by other people, in my residence, they're as common as cabbages and radishes. I'm not trying to brag. I just want you to feel more comfortable and eat as much as you wish." In order to soothe the other young maiden's heart, she made sure that her every expression and word showed how common these cherry tomatoes were to her. As expected, when Miss Li heard her words, she let out a peal of laughter and said, "If you said this on the streets of the capital, there will definitely be plenty of people who want to beat you up. These fruits are so rare that even those with goblets of money may not be able to get any, but in your eyes, they're as common as cabbages and radishes. Aren't you looking for a beating?" Yu Xiaosao casually shrugged her shoulders and waved a hand. "Everything I say is true. If you don't believe me, then you can come visit my family's greenhouse to take a look. My godmother says I don't understand elegance since I'm using her greenhouse, which she uses to raise rare and valuable plants, to grow some fruits. Truly a waste of prime resources. Now that you mention it, I am now truly curious about your family's greenhouse." Li Mengru was still quite young and usually spent most of her time in her own courtyard. She didn't have many opportunities to interact with and chat with other young maidens her age. Yu Xiaosao was very different from the other young ladies she knew, who always talked with deliberate politeness. Those maidens were only interested in the four arts and the womanly crafts. Xiaosao, on the other hand, was the exact opposite, and it was very refreshing. The other girl was using an expensive greenhouse to grow fruits and vegetables, so she could see why Lady Fang would scold her daughter for being wasteful. Yu Xiaosao also wasn't in a hurry to get to her reason for inviting the other girl. As long as she was able to let the other maiden let down her guard and see her as a friend, in the future, things would naturally go as they willed. She grinned and stood up. "If Miss Li doesn't disdain this, then you can come to the greenhouse with me. Other than tomatoes, I'm also growing some strawberries. This morning I took a peek and it looks like a few of them are pretty much ripe. We can go pick some and try." Strawberries. She was even growing strawberries. A glitter of delight flashed through Li Mengru's eyes. Her legitimate mother was considered quite generous and never shortened the allowances of the concubine-born children. In spring, Li Mengru loved eating the sweet and sour strawberries the most out of all the fruits. She never would have thought that there was someone who could grow strawberries in the middle of winter when the snow and winds blew fiercely. Her young maiden's heart immediately lightened and the curiosity within her also increased. The two young maidens put on their thick outer clothing and left the room that was warmed with a heated floor to step into the blustering snow. Yu Xiaosao was in the front, leading the way while Li Mengru followed from behind. Before long, the two of them were in front of the greenhouse. Since Lady Fang loved flora, General Fang had constructed a very large greenhouse for her in the corner of the back garden. It took up an area of at least 300 square meters. All four sides of the greenhouse were constructed of transparent glass and even the connecting roof at top was made entirely of expensive glass. This greenhouse alone must have cost at least 1,000 taels to construct. Li Mengru was quite flabbergasted at the sight. When they entered the greenhouse, Li Mengru discovered that the flowers inside weren't left on the ground like she thought and instead were in pots that were stacked high on shelves. There were shelves on all four sides of the greenhouse. On the south side, there were 2 stacks and the rest of the sides had 3 stacks each. All of the shelves held a variety of valuable and rare plants, and orchids made up the largest number. In the best position in the greenhouse was the orchid that had caught everyone's eye at the flower war banquet, Elegant Lotus Crown. Furthermore, it wasn't only just one pot. Some of the flowers had been suspended from above in an effort to save space in the greenhouse to allow vegetables and fruits to be planted below. The ground in the greenhouse had been cleared. Half of it was used to plant tomatoes and the other half was used to grow strawberries. It was likely that most of the ripe fruits had been picked in the morning as the vast majority of tomatoes on the plants were still green in color. Occasionally, she could see a few that had some faint red coloring. As they walked by, Yu Xiaosao casually picked a few remaining ripe tomatoes that had escaped the earlier harvest and passed them to Li Mengru as she said, "In reality, the fruits that you pick yourself are usually the most sweet. Let's go, we should go further in to check the strawberry fields." The strawberry vines lay on the ground and some bright red fruits peeked out from within the vibrant green of the leaves. Li Mengru spotted a strawberry that was completely red and couldn't help but bend over to pick it. At this point, Tanchun, who was by Yu Xiaosao's side, picked up a water dipper from the corner of the greenhouse and walked over with a ladle full of water and smiled. "Miss Li, do you want to wash it?" Li Mengru looked at the large and bright red strawberry in her hands that was wafting off a sweet fragrance. This Strawberry was larger than any of the ones she had previously eaten, and the smell it gave off was more dense too. She couldn't help but swallow down her saliva and then glance sheepishly at Yu Xiaoxiao. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't even notice the embarrassed look in the other girl's eyes. She stepped onto the slightly moist soil and walked into the strawberry fields. She bent down as she searched within the strawberry leaves and picked the ripe ones she came across. She washed the ones she picked in a dipper of water that was in Wudong's hands and happily ate them after they were washed. Li Mengru hesitated for a moment before she copied the other girl's movements. She placed the strawberry she had just picked into the water dipper to wash clean and then took a big bite from it. It was so sweet and fragrant. Li Mengru's eyes curved up in delight and finished the strawberry in another few bites. Then, she followed Xiaoxiao from behind and looked for new targets. The two maidens had their heads lowered as they continued to search for ripe strawberries. Although they didn't speak much, their hearts had unconsciously become a lot closer. By the time they left the greenhouse, Li Mengru was no longer as stiffly polite as before. Even though she still wasn't very talkative, the smile on her face had become much more sincere. The friendship between these two young maidens had started like this. While filling her stomach with a bunch of strawberries and small tomatoes, Li Mengru felt as if she was in a dream. She was in a comfortably warm greenhouse eating icy cool fruits that she had personally picked herself. It was truly a strange and eye-opening experience for her. By the time they got back to the receiving room, the kitchen had sent a few plates of delicate pastries to them. After asking, Li Mengru discovered that Yu Xiaoxiao herself had come up with the recipes for all of these novel and beautiful desserts. A wave of admiration surged within her. It was no wonder that Xiaoxiao at such a young age was able to become the only female official in the Great Ming Dynasty. She truly had the talents to back it up. Li Mengru tried a piece from every pastry and was at the point that her belly bulged from eating. The two young maidens had become close friends after eating and drinking tea together in a harmonious manner. Older sister Mengru, I won't beat around the bush now and will just say it outright. This time I invited you over because I wanted to discuss with you about collaborating together in opening a store. Yu Xiaoxiao stated her motives for inviting the other girl after drinking a sip of digestive tea. Collaborate in opening a store. Li Mengru replied in a very surprised tone and then immediately added sheepishly, I'm only the daughter of a concubine and I don't have a lot of money on hand. If younger sister Xiaoxiao doesn't disdain this, then I can have Jinner take out all of my savings and bring it over to you. Jinner, who was standing by her side, had also been given a few pieces of pastries to eat. She was quite grateful that she had gone out today with her young miss. When she heard her young miss offer her life savings, she couldn't stop her lips from twitching a bit as she thought, young miss you probably don't have more than 10 taels saved up right now, and the only reason you have that much is because it's winter right now and you can't buy your ingredients for your cosmetics. Official Yu has so many money-making ventures in her hands, so how could she possibly lack your insignificant 10 taels? As expected, Yu Xiaoxiao chuckled gently, older sister Mengru, I want to open a cosmetics shop that targets women. I'm sure you've also heard of my residence's peach blossom tea, right? Since it's a beautifying cosmetics store, it can't just rely on flower teas alone and needs some products targeting the outer skin. I heard that you're quite good and creative at coming up with new cosmetic products. Thus, I boldly invited you over. Are you saying that you want to sell the cosmetics that I make in this new store? Li Mengru's eyes were opened wide in disbelief as she asked in a flabbergasted manner. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded her head and replied, yes. Not only you, but I also invited the daughter of the Prime Minister, older sister Yuan, to also collaborate with this venture and see if she wants to sell her products. Oh no, oh no. Li Mengru repeatedly waved her hand and said, those cosmetics are just some random things I made in my free time and they are nowhere near finished products. It's fine to take some out and play around, but if I dare to sell them in your store, I'm afraid I might drag you down a bad road, younger sister. I absolutely cannot. Older sister, is it necessary for you to be so humble? Even older sister Yuan, one of the two beauties of the capital, praises the cosmetics you make without end. She also said that the products you make are even better than the cosmetics that are sold by Full Spring Fragrance. The other noble maidens who have tried your products also have the same opinion. Older sister, do you still have any doubts now? But, no need for buts. People need to learn how to try before they know what they truly can or cannot accomplish. Back when the emperor titled me as a 6th-ranked official and put me in charge of managing the imperial plantation, I was also feeling a bit uneasy. However, now, didn't the facts show that I am capable of doing this? Yu Xiaoxiao knew that the other maiden wasn't necessarily without talent but more had an issue with confidence. Thus, she tried to bolster the other girl. Li Mengru was already quite tempted. Although she had a timid personality, she also wanted to show that she wasn't a complete failure. Yu Xiaoxiao was younger than her by 2 to 3 years and was already so bold and courageous. Why couldn't she also try to be more like the other little girl? Then if you're not afraid I'll ruin your store, then I'm willing to collaborate with you in opening this new business. Opportunities in life didn't appear all the time. Li Mengru gritted her teeth and made her first daring decision in her entire life. Years later, the outcome would show that the step she took today was very worth it. She had now convinced Li Mengru. In addition, she had already obtained the consent of older sister Yuan during her last visit with the other noble maiden. The daughter of the prime minister was quite intrigued by this beauty and cosmetics business and also agreed to work with her. With this, they were already halfway there to opening the beauty and cosmetics business. I'm planning on making our business into a special place for women to relax and beautify themselves. Other than selling some floral and herbal teas, we can also sell nourishing tisanes, cosmetics and other beautifying skin products. Furthermore, we can offer services to improve a woman's face and appearance. For example, we can have facial consultations, shoulder and neck massages, traditional medicine consultations and pedicures. Furthermore, we can also organize parts of the boutique such that the customers can admire flowers, taste tea, eat pastries, play cards, and play mahjong. Also, we will only allow female customers in the store, so this will be a boutique that is solely for the purpose to help women take care of themselves. Yu Xiaoxiao described the wide scope that she wanted to try to combine so that Li Mengru would have more confidence in becoming a collaborator. Li Mengru's eyes started to glitter with excitement and a look of longing crossed her face. She murmured, "Originally, I thought that this was only going to be a store that sold cosmetics. But from what you're saying, even I want to come and try out the services." "Don't worry, once the beautifying facility has finished construction, you, I, and older sister Yuan will all have our own special small courtyards in the building. Each mini courtyard will have a perfect set of facilities, so you can experience any procedure that you want. Furthermore, it'll be free for you and any of your next of kin. Each of us will also be given 3 diamond cards that allow people to get 50% off, so you can give them to your good friends." "Wow, that good, huh? But isn't that a bit too generous? Would our boutique not be able to cover our expenditures if we give out such good benefits?" Li Mengru was a bit hesitant at this. She had around 6 to 7 sisters in her family. Although some had already married, they were still considered next of kin, right? If her sisters also brought other people along, would they be charging those people or not? Yu Xiaoxiao grinned. "We can make the rules very clear. Only next of kin gets services for free. The people they bring along will at most get 10% off, so it still gives them some face. Everyone is a well-bred lady in the capital and no one will dare to risk their personal reputation for the sake of getting a bit of personal benefits. We don't need to worry about this. That being said, I have all the power in this scenario. If they want to enter, then they need to follow my rules. Otherwise, if they don't, then they can enter the blacklist for all of my other enterprises. I'm sure that no one will be so stupid to try to do that." When she heard the word blacklist, Li Mengru recalled what had happened to Assistant Minister Li's entire family. It was said that they had already eaten only radishes and cabbages for the past half-month. Although they didn't have to skimp on meat, they couldn't only eat meat-containing dishes all the time, right? Even she, as an unfavored concubine-born daughter, still had a plate of fresh and green vegetables at every meal. Assistant Minister Li's family was so pathetic now. However, who allowed their daughter to offend younger sister Xiaoxiao so much? Younger sister Xiaoxiao was so friendly and adorable, yet Li Mero unexpectedly hated her guts and even deliberately provoked her. The consequences were clear now. Li Mero only brought disaster on her own family and they were now the laughingstock of the capital. Alright, let's discuss the divisioning of profits now. I've already drafted up a contract. I'll be in charge of obtaining the location, staff, materials, as well as bringing everything into operation and the marketing. You and older sister Yuan will only need to train a few maid servants such that they can make your special rouge, face powder, and duck egg powder. Both of you will get 20%, while I get 60%. How do you feel about that? Yu Xiaoxiao took out a contract that had that all written out and gave it to Li Menbru to allow her to inspect it carefully. Yu Xiaoxiao had just said that this beauty boutique spa was going to sell skincare products, cosmetics, cosmeceuticals, and beautifying procedures. Her rouge and face powder was only a small part of the business. Even if she didn't collaborate, Xiaoxiao could easily make a business deal with Full Spring Fragrance instead. She felt a bit guilty taking 20% of the profits. In actuality, I could just take 1/10 of the profits instead. Li Menbru was very satisfied with the contents of the contract. If things went all, even though it was only 20%, it was still likely going to be a large sum of money. She felt a bit lacking in confidence taking such a generous share. Young miss, her maidservant, Jinner, quietly prompted her. Was there anyone else in this world who would push away offered money? Her young miss was not very favored by her family. Other than some spending money, she never got rewarded with anything else. Furthermore, her entire allowance was pretty much spent on the ingredients to make her special blush and face powder. Her young miss was almost 15 and needed to start thinking for herself. Although Lady Li wouldn't stint on the young miss's dowry to embarrass her, she was still a daughter of the concubine at the end of the day. The young miss wasn't very close to the madam usually, so it was unlikely that her dowry would be filled with valuable items. A dowry determined a woman's status in her husband's family. Naturally, the more one had the better. Miss Yu was kind and honest and was offering to give 20% of the profits to her young miss. Who would have thought that her young miss was so silly that she would negotiate to have a smaller share? Sigh. Following such an innocent and naive mistress made her worry to bits sometimes. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled faintly and shot a glance at the worried maidservant before she said, 20% is what I negotiated with older sister Yuan. If you have problems, then I can also invite older sister Yuan over next time and you can discuss with her. No, 20% is also very good. There's no need to bother Miss Yuan about this. The legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister was also known as the one of the two famed beauties in the capital. Compared to herself, who was merely the concubine-born daughter of an official in the Ministry of Ceremonies, Miss Yuan was the heavens to her ground. To her, Yuan Shuiyan was someone she could look up to. Even her older legitimate sister wouldn't necessarily have the status to chat easily with Miss Yuan. How could she dare to question Miss Yuan's decision on something? Since you have no objections, then you can sign this contract. Yu Xiaoxiao felt like she was the big bad wolf who was trying to abduct Little Red Riding Hood. She had Wudong grind the ink and then handed the brush over to Li Menbru. Li Menbru signed the contract in a woozy manner. The contract that described her 20% share of the profits was now finally done. Jinner carefully placed Li Menbru's finished contract into her embroidered pouch and planned on immediately placing the precious agreement into her young miss's personal box when they got back to the residence. At this time, Yingchun lifted the curtain and stepped inside. She used a crisp and clear voice to announce, "Young Miss, Royal Prince Yang has paid a visit. I have a guest over, so go tell Zuzi to bring him to the study in the outer courtyard and serve him some tea and light refreshments. When I'm done here, then I'll receive him." Yu Xiaoxiao glanced at the color of the sky outside. That fellow must have rushed over as soon as court let out. The smile on her face unconsciously deepened a bit. After Yingchun left with her orders, Yu Xiaoxiao turned around and discovered that Li Menbru's face had suddenly turned so white that it was a bit scary. Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes filled with concern and she couldn't help but ask, "Older sister Menbru, are you not feeling right? I know a bit of medicine, how about I take a look for you?" Li Menbru forced the corners of her lips up and revealed a smile that was more ugly than a sob. Her voice shuddered as she replied, I'm all right." After she finished replying, she picked up her teacup and suddenly drank a large gulp that almost ended up choking her. Yu Xiaoxiao gave her an odd glance. The other maiden was perfectly fine earlier, so what caused her to suddenly act like this? From the way she looked, she resembled a little roe deer who had been frightened to death. Her eyes flickered and Yu Xiaoxiao finally revealed an expression full of doubt as she decided to try to ask, "Older sister Menbru, are you afraid of Royal Prince Yang?" Li Menbru hesitated for a moment and then slightly nodded her head. She spoke in a quiet voice, "I heard that Royal Prince Yang looks as crude as a bear and his face is as black as the bottom of a pot. His eyes are as large as copper gongs and his voice sounds like thunder. One slap from him is able to kill a startled horse on the scene. One kick from him can cause a man to spit up blood and die instantly. Just a single glare from him is enough to cause a person's blood to flow backwards. He's temperamental and moody to a fault. He can be fine for 1 second and then the next second he'll flip out. In a rage, he could rip a person in two." Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't hold back her mirth when she heard the other girl's descriptions. She gurgled incessantly with laughter as she held her belly. Apparently, in the eyes of these young maidens who rarely stepped outside, Royal Prince Yang had such a bad reputation that he resembled the Black Bear Demon in the Journey to the West. He could even rip a person in two. This was truly the same ability that those demons in the mythical stories had in her past life. That was too funny. When she saw Zhu Junyang later, she needed to make fun of him. "Why are you laughing? I'm not done talking." Li Menbru opened her eyes wide as if she wasn't as scared anymore. However, she still used a quiet voice to remind Yu Xiaoxiao, "Younger sister Xiaoxiao, you must be very, very careful when you're interacting with Royal Prince Yang. You're so tiny so it'd be easy for him to eliminate you with one finger. You absolutely must go with what he says and don't offend him." "Young miss." Jinner noticed that her young miss was becoming more and more ridiculous with every word she said. She stealthily pulled at Li Menbru's sleeve to remind her to say less. This wasn't the first time that Miss Yu had met with Royal Prince Yang. It was obvious that their relationship was quite good as Royal Prince Yang protected her fiercely and was willing to punish Assistant Minister Li's family for her. "If you keep saying such things behind Royal Prince Yang's back to Miss Yu, is it really all right?" However, Li Menbru threw off her maid's hand and continued, "Younger sister Xiaoxiao, you absolutely need to believe this. Did you know that Royal Prince Yang's reputation is used to scare little children? When my 5th younger brother was being very naughty, my legitimate mother scared him by saying, 'If you refuse to behave, then I'll send you to Royal Prince Yang.' This saying is known throughout the capital and everyone uses it. Pffftttt. Biwahahaha. I can't take it anymore. My tummy is about to burst from laughing too much. What quickly give me a belly rub. I laughed so hard that I'm bloated." Yu Xiaoxiao laid on the table and continuously pounded the table in mirth. She was laughing so hard that tears were streaming down her face. Wadung and Tanchun stifled their smiles. One maid started rubbing their master's belly while the other poured a cup of hot tea to serve to her. Apparently, in other people's eyes, that handsome and good-tempered Royal Prince Yang had a demonic side to him. The nicknames, the Cold-Faced Death God, Grim Demon King, and the Calamitous Star, were probably all given to him because of these false rumors, right? How could these two maids know that if the prince hadn't met their young miss, then, other than his looks, he might be exactly like the man described in those rumors that Li Menbru mentioned? That prince would have been tormented by his inner demon and would have started to kill people willy-nilly, causing rivers of blood to flow. As time passed, he would become a blood-seeking demon and the court would need to take out their entire army, including Su Ran and the hidden bodyguards he commanded, to subdue him once and for all. Seeing that Yu Xiaoxiao had other guests, Li Menbru decided to leave now. She repeatedly reminded the other girl to be careful around Royal Prince Yang. Yu Xiaoxiao held back her laughter and easily promised the other maiden. She personally escorted Lin Menbru out of the drooping flower gate. Suddenly, Xiaoxiao's second-rank maidservant, Yingchun, walked by with the elegant and handsome as a god Royal Prince Yang. When she saw everyone, Yingchun bent over and gave a greeting. "Young miss, this servant is taking Royal Prince Yang to go see the mistress." Royal Prince Yang. Li Menbru had kept her head lowered down carefully when she heard that there was an outside man coming in. Her heart was filled with equal parts of apprehension and curiosity. She couldn't help but stealthily raise her head slightly to look at the dark, shadowy figure who was behind Yingchun. Unexpectedly, her eyes met a pair of cold and piercingly fierce eyes. It frightened her so much that her heart stopped for 2 beats. She quickly lowered her head to her chest as if she was a scared little rabbit. So scary. Sure enough, the rumors were not wrong. Royal Prince Yang's gaze was as sharp as a knife and almost frightened her to death. Although she didn't have the time to clearly see the other person's external appearance, her mind automatically filled in the gaps to form a picture. A very tall figure that resembled an iron tower. Author's note. The prince is wearing a black cloak, okay. And a piercing gaze that could kill a person instantly. Incredibly dreadful. Would younger sister Xiaoxiao be bullied by this man later on? Zhu Junyang could sense someone feeling very apprehensive and was concerned that someone was trying to scheme against his little lass. He opened up his mind to his power and unexpectedly heard Li Menbru's train of thoughts. He didn't know whether he should laugh or cry at this new information. This young maiden, whose courage was smaller than a bunny's, had actually described him in such a fearsome manner and was even worried that he would harm Xiaoxiao. She was thinking too much, okay. He constantly thought about how to protect her better. How could he bear to harm a single hair on his lass's head? When that maid came to get him, who did she say was meeting Xiaoxiao? The concubine-born daughter of a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Ceremonies. She dared to ruin his great and mighty reputation in front of his lass. Should he give her a lesson? Forget it. Since his lass was treating that young maiden quite well, he would let her go this one time. His little lass wouldn't be as timid as that girl. At most, he would likely be laughed at and teased by her. In any case, it wasn't the first time this happened, so he was indifferent to it. As long as his lass was happy, that was what mattered. Zhu Junyang raised an eyebrow when he met the gleeful look in Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes. His lips slightly curved up and he gave her a look that said, "This prince will be waiting for you." Then, he left as if nothing had happened in that brief encounter. Li Menbru, who had been scared speechless, clenched tightly onto her handkerchief and kept her head lowered as much as possible. Her legs were tightened in fear. Only after Royal Prince Yang's figure completely disappeared did she finally let out a long sigh of relief. She felt as if she had just taken a stroll next to the gates of hell. Until she entered her carriage, Li Menbru still had some lingering sense of apprehension. Jinner, who was holding the gifted box, also patted her chest in relief and slowly let out a sigh as she softly said, "Young miss, earlier Royal Prince Yang was too scary. I could feel the air freeze when I was only 3 steps away from him. This servant was so scared that I didn't dare to breathe." "Oh right, young miss. Did you get a good look at what Royal Prince Yang looks like?" "When I raised my head, I was so frightened by the sharp look in his eyes that I immediately lowered it again. I only saw that he was wearing all black and that he is very tall." "Jinner, since Royal Prince Yang is so scary, do you think younger sister Xiaoxiao will be bullied by him?" Li Menbru was sincerely worried about the young maiden she had just gotten familiar with. Jinner replied hesitantly, "I don't think so, right? With Lady Fang there, she wouldn't let her daughter get pushed over. Furthermore, from what Miss Yu was showing, it's unlikely that she's very scared of Royal Prince Yang. Perhaps, those rumors are all exaggerations. That being said, Royal Prince Yang can't just get angry for no reason at any time. Young miss, don't be so worried." When they returned to their residence, the two of them were immediately escorted to the central courtyard where the legitimate wife lived by a maidservant who was waiting for them at the inner gate. Li Menbru's legitimate mother, older legitimate sister, and a few of her younger legitimate brothers were all waiting in the reception hall. The sight somewhat resembled a joint hearing. Li Menbru appeared a bit wilted when she saw this and gave the proper greeting as she softly said, "Li Menbru greets mother." Lady Li had a sweet smile on her face as she waved a hand to summon this concubine-born daughter of hers who normally wasn't very eye-catching. When Li Menbru arrived next to her, Lady Li gently said, "There's no one that's an outsider here, so there's no need to be so stiff. Quickly sit down and drink a cup of hot tea to warm yourself up." Li Menbru couldn't refuse an offer from the older generation, so she sat down on a small embroidered stool next to the chaise lounge in a reserved manner. She clasped a cup of tea in her hands and slowly drank it in small sips. The flavor of this tea was quite inferior to the tea at younger sister Xiaoxiao's place. Her older legitimate sister, Li Mengqi, didn't wait before she finished her cup of tea before she impatiently came over and asked, "Younger sister Ru, did official Yu invite you over for some matter?" Did she receive you with a platter of fruits? Li Mengru handed the teacup over to Jinner, who was standing next to her and gently replied, Official Yu wants to cooperate with me as my ability to make cosmetics caught her eye. She wants to open a store together. Besides me, she also invited older sister Yuan from the Prime Minister's residence to also work on this business. Older sister Yuan's handcrafted duck egg powder is very famous throughout the capital. I would have never expected that younger sister's dabblings in mixing cosmetics could also catch Official Yu's attention. Yuan Shuiyan had a cold and indifferent personality. Ordinarily, she only interacted with those who were close to her, like kindred spirits. There were no more than 10 people in the capital who had entered her circle of friends. When she saw that her concubine-born younger sister had the opportunity to interact with the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister in a business collaboration, Li Mengqi's voice became soured with a hint of jealousy. Lady Li shot a faint glance of warning at her short-sighted daughter and smiled before she took over the conversation. Mengru, were you able to get along with Miss Yu? How's her temperament? Is she as crafty and tricky as rumored? You are one of the daughters of our residents, so there's no need for you to cater to other people and wrong yourself. When she heard that her legitimate mother seemed to be defending her, the innocent and naive Li Mengru felt her heart warm. She replied in a moved manner, Thank you, mother, for thinking of me. Younger sister Xiaoxiao is not as tricky and crafty as the rumors say. In fact, she's the exact opposite. She has a very sweet personality and treats people with respect and courtesy. There wasn't a hint of disdain in her demeanor when she talked with me, even though I am the daughter of a concubine. She not only took out good tea and refreshments but also presented a fruit platter of small tomatoes to me. A whole plate of precious and valuable small tomatoes was taken out to receive a concubine-born daughter as a guest. Lady Li's 2 underage sons revealed envious, jealous, and somewhat hateful expressions. Li Haoming, who was 7, pouted and grumbled, I've only eaten cherry tomatoes twice thus far, and every time I've only gotten 3 at most. Older sister Ru was actually able to monopolize a plate of them. It makes people feel very jealous. Ming Lady Li rebuked as she glared at her younger son and said, Noblemen must be upright and elegant. How can they only desire good food? Be careful to not let your father hear you. Otherwise, he'll punish you by making you copy books. Li Mengqi loved her younger brother dearly and hurriedly changed the topic. Only Official Yu could bear to use a plate of small tomatoes to receive guests. With her connections with Royal Prince Yang, her supply of fruits from the greenhouse pavilions will always be strong. Li Mengru lightly laughed and said, Older sister, you're wrong in this case. The small tomatoes that were used to receive guests at the Fang residence weren't grown in the greenhouse pavilions. Instead, they are grown in their own greenhouse at home. Her family's greenhouse has been split into several levels. The precious and rare flowers are all arranged on shelves or hung in the air. The entire ground has been used to grow tomatoes and strawberries. Not every family could afford to build a greenhouse in their own residences as it easily cost over 1,000 taels to craft one. It was a large amount of money for an estate like the official from the Ministry of Ceremonies. Lady Li also wasn't someone who loved flowers as much as the flower fanatics, so she naturally wouldn't bear to spend that large amount to build a greenhouse. Li Mengqi remarked enviously, naturally it's more convenient to eat these fruits if you plant your own. Official Yu is talented at this, so I'm sure the tomatoes she plants at home taste even better than the ones on the market. Older sister Ru, did you finish an entire plate of cherry tomatoes? Li Haoming was still obsessed over the fact that a concubine-born older sister of his was able to monopolize a whole plate of cherry tomatoes. Li Mengru lowered her head and chuckled, how could I? After all, I was there as her guest, so I needed to show a bit of restraint. I only ate a few of the small tomatoes on the plate. However, when I was in the greenhouse, I ate quite a few tomatoes that I had picked myself. Li Haoyu, who had been silent this entire time, finally opened his mouth when he heard this. Official Yu also invited older sister Ru to pick tomatoes in the greenhouse. Are the tomatoes you pick yourself more tasty? I heard that, on Royal Prince Yang's farmstead, they have opened a business allowing guests to personally pick their own fruits. The entrance fee alone is 100 taels, but you can eat as much as you want while you are in the greenhouse. However, if you want to bring any of the fruits home that you picked, you need to pay more money. There are no restrictions on the amount of watermelons or cantaloupes by weight, but every person can only buy at most 5 caddies of the small tomatoes. Every person can buy 5 caddies of tomatoes. Then doesn't that mean that if we want to eat small tomatoes we can directly go to the farmstead instead of waiting in the wind and snow to buy it at the fruit stands? Li Mengqi's eyes lit up as she started to consider begging her father on some day to bring them to Royal Prince Yang's farmstead to open their horizons. Li Haoyu gave her a look and continued, if you want to enter the greenhouse, every person needs to pay 100 taels each as an entrance fee. Furthermore, the prices of the fruits at the farmstead are much higher than the prices set at the fruit stands. This type of expense isn't something that every family can afford to do. One visit there for one person would cost at least 100 or so taels. With her father's official salary and her mother's income from her dowry shops, if their whole family went once, it was likely that they would have financial difficulties for the next few months. Li Mengqi wilted down and slumped her shoulders. Li Mengru noticed that her older legitimate sister and 2 legitimate younger brothers all seemed to be somewhat downcast. She hurriedly looked back at Jinner and said, Mother, younger sister Xiaosao said that we got along well, so she not only treated me very well but also gave me a present to bring back. Jinner was a bit unwilling to take out the small tomatoes and strawberries that Miss Yu had given her young miss. Usually, when the family was lucky enough to buy some tomatoes, she never saw the madam or the eldest young miss thinking of her young miss. Why was young miss being generous in light of her own poverty? Although her heart was reluctant, Jinner didn't dare to reveal a single thought. She took out the 2 small and exquisite wicker baskets. The baskets had lids on them that prevented any of the people in the reception hall from seeing their contents. Li Haoming was very curious about this and stretched his neck forward in anticipation to see the present that official Yu gave. Lady Li revealed a happy expression on her face and said, Miss Yu is truly too polite. Li Mengru placed the 2 small baskets on the small table in front of the lounge and then took off the covers, revealing the bright red small tomatoes and plump strawberries. Wow, a basket full of tomatoes. It must weigh around 2 caddies. Official Yu is really generous. Li Haoming exclaimed in pleasure. There are strawberries available in this season. No wonder the rumors all say that official Yu can disregard the seasons and grow any fruit or vegetables at any time of the year. Li Haoyu was also very surprised by this. Lady Li stared at the sweet and attractive strawberries and small tomatoes while her heart made a few fast calculations. Hereafter, she needed to treat this concubine-born daughter better. Perhaps through her, they would be able to make a connection with Miss Yu. The family looked at the bright red fruits on the table and, for a second, the whole entire room was silent. Even the youngest, Li Haoming, didn't start clamoring to eat the tomatoes. At this time, official Li from the Ministry of Ceremonies walked in. He revealed a perplexed expression as it was currently lunchtime but there were no food dishes on the table. When he noticed the small tomatoes and strawberries on the table, official Li's expression lightened and he smiled. Looks like our luck was pretty good today and we were able to buy such rare fruits. What a coincidence, tomorrow I'm inviting a few of my colleagues over. I can use such valuable fruits to serve them. Then, unexpectedly, his youngest son, Li Haoming, pouted unhappily when he heard this. Father, these fruits weren't bought by the servants from the kitchens. 5th older sister had gone to official Yu's residence as a guest today and these are her gifts. After he finished, he stared pitifully at his father and the expression on his face clearly said, these fruits are considered to be the property of 5th older sister. Father, you don't even say a greeting before taking them over, is it really right? Ruer. Official Li stared at his normally silent and taciturn concubine-born daughter with a flabbergasted expression. He would have never expected that she would catch the eye of Miss Yu and even be able to get some gifts from the other person. After his daughter explained what had happened, he was silent for a moment before he stated, our ancestral background, if we go back 3 generations, is also from a farming family. We cannot use our backgrounds to humiliate other people. Assistant Minister Li's family is a great example of what could go wrong, so you must keep this in mind. This Miss Yu is very young but has already shown such talent at farming and agriculture. In the future, the Emperor will clearly view her with great importance. Since Ruer has caught her eye, then collaborate well with her. Do not use your background and talents to bully the other person. I will listen and obey father's instructions. Li Mengru seldom had the chance to talk to her own father, let alone receive any personal teachings from him. She was quite moved by this change. Li Mengqi grinned. "Father, you don't know what type of personality younger sister has. If she was an arrogant and willful person, even if she had talent, Miss Yu might still not decide to work with her. Earlier when this daughter attended a banquet to admire the plum blossoms, I heard a rumor that Miss Yu was planning on opening a flower tea store and to sell her peach blossom tea that is able to improve a person's appearance. Even without younger sister's rouge and face powder, she wouldn't lack for business." Official Li muttered to himself for a bit before he finally said, "You're normally just messing around when you make your rouge and face powder, so there's usually not a whole lot when you're done. It'd be hard to manufacture enough with your current process. How about this, have your mother take some money from the residence's budget and give it to you. If you need any particular materials, please tell your mother. Before the shop opens, you need to practice more in order to avoid ruining Miss Yu's business venture." "Yes, thank you, Father." Li Mengru's normally reserved expression revealed hints of happiness. If she had access to top-notch ingredients, she was sure that she would be able to make cosmetics that were much better than the ones sold by Full Spring Fragrance. When he saw how obedient and sweet his daughter was, Official Li felt his heart relax a few fractions. He looked at his sons and daughters in the room and felt a bit of pride rise up. His children were all so obedient and understanding, so they definitely wouldn't do anything like Assistant Minister Li's daughter to bring calamity to their whole family. His oldest son was only 10 this year, but he had already read through and knew the Book of Songs and the Book of History 1. In the future, he naturally was going to become an official. His younger son was lively and clever. Although his personality was not as steady as his oldest son, he wasn't a stupid child either. His wife was virtuous and generous. People always said, "A virtuous wife will reduce harm to her husband," and this ancient saying wasn't wrong. Wasn't Assistant Minister Li's wife short-sighted and lacking in knowledge? After all, she had spoiled their daughter to the heavens, which caused them now to be the laughingstock of the whole capital. Hum. Official Li looked at the valuable fruits on the table. There were even strawberries to be had in this season. Only Miss Yu's residence was able to bring out such rare fruits in this season so easily to give to other people, right? He looked at Li Mengru and then asked in a somewhat awkward manner, "Ruer, what do you plan on doing with these fruits?" Although Li Mengru had a weak and timid personality, she wasn't an imbecile. She hurriedly stated, "Whatever father decides is best. There are no outsiders here, so there's no need to be so cautious. In my heart, you, here, Ming'er, and Yuer are the same. You are all father's good children." Official Li raised the status of this unassuming concubine-born daughter of his to the level of his legitimate children. This showed how much importance he placed on the recent events. Lady Li was very skilled at guessing her husband's intentions and hurriedly interjected, "Ruer lost her concubine mother when she was young and has always been a sensible and clever child. I quite pity her. Husband, how about we record Ruer's name under me? In the future, she can also get a good marriage because of this. Then we will do as my wife says." Official Li admired his wife's generosity and wisdom in this situation and now regarded her with even more importance. Li Mengru almost couldn't believe her own ears. Being recorded under the legitimate wife's name was a very big honor for concubine-born children. This meant that, in the future, she would be of the same status as her legitimate-born older sister and younger brothers and would be considered a legitimate-born child under the legitimate wife. She couldn't help but exclaim in happiness and repeatedly cried, "Thank you, mother, for being so loving and generous." The smile on Li Mengqi's face didn't change at all as she said, "In the future, I will have a new legitimate younger sister. We're close in age, so we should be more intimate together. Mother, the courtyard next to my Qinglin courtyard is still empty. How about we move younger sister Ru into that courtyard? That way, us sisters can easily spend more time with each other." "Okay, we will do as Kier suggests." Lady Li naturally wouldn't refuse to go with her daughter's wise decision. Only now did Official Li point at the two types of fruits on the table. Under the anxious gaze of his younger son, he proclaimed his decision, "These two fruits are indeed very difficult to get. If I took them both, I would be ruining everyone's mood here. How about this? We'll leave half of each fruit here and use them at the end of our noon meal. Ruer, from today going forward, you should stay in the main courtyard and take all of your meals with your mother." Before Li Mengru could reply, Li Haoming already let out a scream of delight and had the servants bring a clean plate over. He personally divided the fruits by half and placed them on the plate. Li Mengru felt like she was in a dream today. First, she had been invited by the famous official Yu and had signed a collaboration contract for a new business with her. Then, her father and mother started regarding her with importance and even, for some reason, elevated her status and made her a legitimate born daughter under her legitimate mother's name. While the main courtyard of official Li from the Ministry of Ceremonies were happily enjoying their tomatoes and strawberries, at Count Zongshan's estate, General Fang's residence, Royal Prince Yang was currently holding a bright scarlet fox pelt in his hands and showing it to Yu Xiaoxiao. This type of red fox fur is very warm. Winter in the capital is different than in Tanggu town, as it tends to be very dry and cold. You should take it to make a long coat. You're always going back and forth between the capital and the imperial plantation. How could it be okay if you don't wear warm enough clothing? Lady Fang sat on the side with a smile on her face as she looked at the chests full of furs in the hall. Her satisfaction towards Royal Prince Yang had gone up a few fractions. Originally, when she discovered that Royal Prince Yang liked her 12-year-old daughter, she was quite opposed to this. Years ago, Royal Prince Yang's bad reputation had long spread throughout the capital. The rumors made him seem more vicious than a wild beast and he couldn't be easily controlled. Her daughter was weak and soft. If Royal Prince Yang exploded in temper, she would have no way to defend herself. She would rather find a more ordinary family for her daughter to marry into as long as the man was gentle and responsible than send such a weak lamb into the lion's den. However, after observing for some time, she discovered that while Royal Prince Yang may still treat other people with a cold and lofty manner, he was as gentle as a tamed colt with Xiaoxiao. Her normally clever and obedient daughter quarreled, contradicted, ridiculed and even acted willful around the prince at times. It was as if she was a tiny naughty kitten using her claws to tease a gentle and honest large dog. That large dog could obviously eat the tiny kitten in one gulp but couldn't even bear to show his teeth to the small kitten when she dragged her claws over him. He was so good-tempered that he allowed her to do whatever she pleased. Recently, Royal Prince Yang's bad reputation was not as horrible as it was in years past, especially in these past 2 years. The prince hadn't lost control of himself and harmed anyone in recent times. It seemed like that wild beast within his heart had finally calmed down. The emperor also regarded him with increasing importance. Furthermore, every time he finished the tasks assigned to him, the emperor was always pleased with the outcome. Even if his tasks took him far away from the capital, Royal Prince Yang always thought of her daughter. For example, when he left to quell the rebellion in the north this time, he still remembered to buy Xiaoxiao tons of winter furs during the chaos of war. The room was currently filled with top-notch furs and even people with money to spend in the capital wouldn't be able to buy them. Because of this, Lady Fang's heart relaxed perceptibly. When she came back to reality, Lady Fang could hear her daughter complaining, "It's such a bright red color. Using it to make a scarf or hat is fine, but if it's used to make an entire long coat, won't I resemble a red packet at the end being clothed from head to toe in red? What's wrong with being clothed in red from head to toe? It's almost the New Year's and red is such a festive color, right? If you wear a long red coat, you'll resemble the good luck child in the New Year's pictures and everyone will find you adorable." Royal Prince Yang did his best to persuade the little lass from the side. Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't moved by his opinions. She frowned as she stared at the red fox pelt in her hands and shook her head. "What type of aesthetic do you have? What do old men know about beauty? It's better to use this to make a nice cloak. I can line the edges of the cloak with some white fox fur. This is the biggest compromise that I'll make." "Cower, how can you speak to Royal Prince Yang in that way? He's giving you furs out of the kindness of his own heart." Lady Fang was afraid Royal Prince Yang would become unhappy and hurriedly pretended to scold her daughter. Zhu Junyang noticed that Xiaoxiao was a bit upset as her lips were pouting and hastily interjected, "No worries, this prince is already used to her mannerisms. If she treated me with complete politeness, then I would find it too weird. Lady Fang, this chest of furs is for you and General Fang. You should go through it and see if there's anything else you want, okay?" Oh ho, looked like he considered her an eyesore and was trying to send her off. Lady Fang was helpless at this and had Linglong stay in the room. Furthermore, Before she left, she gave a few knowing looks to Xiao Xiao's other maidservants. With so many maids around, there was no way they could do something improper. After the older generation, Isor, left, Zhu Junyang turned up his lady killer charm, and gently stroked the little lass's head. The smile on his face was extremely gentle, and the destructive power of his devilish looks came out in full force as he said, "These 2 chests are all for you to pick through. Whatever you want to do with them is fine. This prince just got back from the battlefield and didn't come here to argue with you. You little lass, why are you like a fighting chicken day in and day out? Is there anyone else besides me who can handle your little temper all the time?" Yu Xiaoxiao felt a bit embarrassed by his words. A few days ago, when she didn't have any news about him, she felt deeply concerned and worried all the time. It didn't matter how delicious the food she was eating, none of it seemed to have any flavor. Her face, which had originally plumped up under the care of her godmother, had returned to its usual slender and oval-shaped structure. But when she saw him, she could not resist bickering and bantering with him. Perhaps this was the spoiled from pampering that people always talked about. Sigh. Acting cute with a young handsome man who was not even 20 years old. The more she lived, the more she regressed. When she lifted her gaze, she was once again stunned by this young man's outstanding features. How could a person be so beautiful? He was so beautiful that his gender could be disregarded, that no one could ever hold a single blasphemous thought towards him, so beautiful others could not help but fall for him. PFF'd. Zhu Junyang saw that his little lass had gone into a daze while she stared at him. He had received quite a lot of infatuated stares like this in recent years, most of them from young girls in their teens. But some also came from disgusting old men. He disliked all of them except for this little lass's gaze. Not only that, but he also even felt elated that she would look at him like that. Did this mean that the little lass was beginning to like him? After the New Year's, she would be 13 years old, and in certain tribes in the north, girls who reached the age of 13 were already eligible for marriage. Although, he was aware that it would be bad for both the girl's body and the future generation if the girl was to marry too early. If it were up to him, he still wished to marry her as early as possible. At most, they would only consummate the marriage after she turned 18. Since the little lass looked at himself like this, did it mean that she was not completely indifferent towards him? This new understanding was a big thing for him. It made him happier than even when he was rewarded by the emperor after winning a war and making a huge contribution to the great Ming Empire. Zhu Junyang uncontrollably reached out his right hand and caressed the little maiden's soft cheek. He was addicted to this feeling, unwilling to part with it. If he could, he would hold the little lass's face as they stared at each other forever until the end of time. Ahem. Linglong had orders from the madam, so when she saw her young miss being taken advantage of by Royal Prince Yong, she hurriedly coughed loudly, reminding Royal Prince Yong to watch his actions. The madam had her eyes and ears around. Zhu Junyang's brows furrowed in displeasure from being interrupted. His icy gaze slid over to Linglong, coldly barking, "If you're sick, go see a physician. Don't stay here, lest you spread the disease to your mistress." Both Royal Prince Yang's expression and tone was saying, "If you dare infect my little lass, you'd better fear for your life." Linglong, who had been dutifully preventing her young miss from being snatched away by a large wolf, felt aggrieved after she was threatened. "I'm not sick, I'm just reminding you to be more respectful." Royal Prince Yong, is it really all right for you to dismiss us so justifiably, after you've taken advantage of our young miss? Yu Xiaoxiao scrutinized Linglong but saw that she looked normal, so she said, "Sister Linglong's body should be fine. She's probably feeling uncomfortable in her throat because of the difference in temperature indoors and outdoors. I have some Chinese licorice root and malva nuts in my courtyard. In a bit, we'll brew medicinal tea afterward. You'll be fine after drinking it for 2 days." Linglong was even more aggrieved. "Young miss, please don't listen to Royal Prince Yong. He's a sly, old fox. My throat is fine, really." Maybe it was the psychological effect that, at this moment, she felt an itch in her throat. But she was afraid that her mistress would make her take some weird medicine, or that Royal Prince Yong would now have a reason to send her out, so she could only resist the urge to cough. It was uncomfortable to have an itchy feeling in her throat yet not being able to cough it out. She wanted nothing more than to reach into her throat and scratch at the itch. Once more, Zhu Junyang glared at the maidservant who ruined the atmosphere. As he turned back around, he could not recover the previous feeling, so he could only point to another piece of pristine, white, snow fox fur and said to Xiaosao, "This kind of fur is the thickest. You should let the sewing department make a few coats so you can wear them interchangeably when you're out at the imperial plantation. It's the middle of winter and there's nothing really important at the farmsteads. You don't need to be so dutiful and travel to and fro the farmsteads when it's snowing. Yes, there's nothing that needs my attention at the winter wheat plantation, but it's our first year testing out the greenhouse pavilions. I still need to make my rounds occasionally. Isn't it snowing already? I'm afraid that the snow will ruin the greenhouse. It's only a minor problem if we don't make a profit, but it'll be terrible if we delay the supply of fruits and vegetables to the capital." Yu Xiaosao would never admit it out loud that she was actually just afraid of affecting her profits. Zhu Junyang was well aware of his little lass's obsession with money, but he did not reveal her true thoughts. If she said she was worried about the meals of the prestigious in the capital, then it was what she meant. Was that not what his soldiers said? If he wanted to make a girl happy, he would first have to agree that everything that she said was right, even if it was really outrageous and even if he disagreed. However, she wasn't wrong. It was easy to transition from rags to riches, but hard to adapt from riches to rags. The esteemed and wealthy folks of the capital were already used to such luxuries. If their supply of fresh fruits and vegetables were suddenly cut off, they would no doubt be quick to voice their complaints. "What happened to the horse carriage that I gave you? Why didn't you ride in that? The carriage is wide enough for you to put some braziers and warming sensors." Zhu Junyang's heart ached whenever he recalled the sight of that thin figure standing in the snow and wind. Now that he had mentioned about the horse carriage that he sent her, the edge of Yu Xiaosao's lips could not help but twitch. That horse carriage was awarded to Royal Prince Yang by the Emperor. It was made to fit the status of a royal prince's personal carriage, but she was only a small sixth-ranked official. If she openly rode that horse carriage out to run her errands, the emperor would definitely receive many complaints about her on his imperial desk the next day. Yu Xiaosao told him about her thoughts. Zhu Junyang looked at her resignedly yet blamingly, inwardly grumbling, "Won't you be rid of one more worry if you married me earlier? It seems that she won't be using my horse carriage, but I can't deny that I wasn't thorough in my considerations. At the time, I only wanted the best for her, but I hadn't considered the restrictions on her status. I'll need to have them quickly craft another comfortable horse carriage suited for her rank." "Oh right, was that young maiden just now your new friend?" "It should be so. It's been a while since you've arrived at the capital, yet you only go to the imperial plantation while staying cooped up at home for the rest of the time. You're a young lady, you should interact more with your peers, lest you become a little, old lady." Although Zhu Junyang didn't really like Li Menbru's cowardly temperament, he agreed that friends who were simple-minded and harmless were still better suited for Xiaosao. Remembering a possible future source of income, Yu Xiaosao grinned at him. "Do you know which group of people spend the most money? It's children and women. Aren't there a lot of people in the capital who are envious of Godmother, who has fair and smooth skin, a great figure and looks younger than she actually is? I'm preparing to open a beauty salon that specifically provides services to women. As long as they're willing to spend the money, I'll make sure that they go out fair-skinned, slim and beautiful even if they come in dark-skinned, plump and ugly." Seeing her confident expression, Zhu Junyang was a little worried that she would accidentally expose her intentions and affect her good name. At this time, he recalled the rumors that spread in the capital that time before the rebellion was put down, and he could no longer hold back his thirst for blood. "You brought up a good daughter and married a good wife, right, Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Appointments? Since you dare touch my person, you must be prepared to suffer the repercussions." The little lass was quite sensitive and seemed to have sensed the change in his emotions. Zhu Junyang met her questioning gaze and rubbed the top of her head, saying, "Promise me, no matter what happens, don't face the dangers by yourself. If you have any difficult decisions to make, you must consult me first. Remember, even if the sky falls down, I'll hold it up for you. You're so hateful, you messed up my hair." She was touched, but Yu Xiaosao pried off the outrageous hand on her head and bared her teeth at him in an attempt to hide it. Sigh. Being pampered felt so good. In her previous life, her parents had passed away very early, so in order to bring up her young siblings, she forced herself to grow up, keeping all her sorrow and anger in her heart and bearing all the pressure and difficulties on her shoulders. At the very beginning, she was only a teenager, a freshman in high school. There was no one to share her despair with, so she could only withstand the pressure herself and drink her own tears. Now, there was a person who stood in front of her and told her, "No matter what happens, I'll protect you." It would be a lie to say that she wasn't touched. She hadn't expected that ancient people would be so captivating. What's wrong? Though Zhu Junyang could not read Yu Xiaoxiao's thoughts, his senses were still much more sensitive than ordinary people. He sensed that the little lass was feeling down all of a sudden and worriedly looked at her. Yu Xiaoxiao sniffled and grinned at him, her voice louder and clearer than before. "Thank you, Zhu Junyang. Thank you for liking me, an ordinary person who couldn't be more common. Thank you for your unconditional support and trust in me. Thank you for being willing to wait for me. If your intentions are still the same when I reach the age of 16, let's get engaged." Linglong panicked when she heard her young miss so casually promise her hand in marriage. "My dear young miss, shouldn't your marriage be decided by your parents? You're only so young, yet you've already promised your hand in marriage to the royal prince. Have you considered Madame Lu's feelings? Our Madame's feelings? Oh my goodness, I have to send someone to inform the Madame. Eldest young miss is too young and too easily tricked." At first, Zhu Junyang was stunned at her words, then, he was elated. The little lass finally gave her word and she also brought forward her age to 16. This age is very reasonable. Proposal, engagement ceremony, and the exchanging of betrothal gifts and bride price between two families. All of these engagement and marriage ceremonies will take quite a while, and at that time, the little lass would be nearly 18 years old. The little lass will be 13 years old after the New Year's, so there's only 3 more years until she's 16. 3 years. It was a huge surprise for Zhu Junyang, who had prepared himself to wait for her for 5 years. Although the soldiers in the army were tactless, their logic was still right. Indeed, wives had to be coaxed and pampered. In his exhilaration, Zhu Junyang could not contain his joy. He slid his arms around Yu Xiaoxiao's slim waist and held her up in the air like a child. Taken by surprise, Yu Xiaoxiao screamed in fear, shouting to be put down while hitting him with her small fists. The little lass's fists weren't very strong. They felt more like an itch when they hit Zhu Junyang. It was as though he was possessed, grinning like a fool as he stood there unmovingly, letting her hit him. Linglong watched them interact so naturally and suddenly, she felt that her young miss and royal Prince Yang were probably made for each other. One had a cold temperament, but extremely pampered her young miss. The other was a long way off the image of a virtuous wife and good mother, in people's hearts, but royal Prince Yang especially liked this type. Although royal Prince Yang enjoyed flirting with his little lass, Lady Fang's eyes and ears were still around them. No matter how much disregard he had for the views of others, he still could not completely ignore his future mother-in-law's opinions. Marriage was decided by the parents. Wouldn't he get himself unnecessary bumps in his plan to marry his wife if his mother-in-law decided to work against him? He caught the little lass's fists in his hands and lightly gripped them, unwilling to let her go. Zhu Junyang lowered his head to look at her reddened face, gently saying, "Where were we? You said you want to open a new shop. Have you picked an address? Do you need my help?" Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him for seizing the chance to take advantage of her, but she really did not take him for a stranger, so she uncourteously said, "I'd like a large residence, 5-sectioned, if possible, and it should have several little courtyards inside. The surroundings should be more elegant, suitable for the standing of the madams and misses of the capital and up to their aesthetic standards. You're the overlord of the capital, just help me keep an eye out. Why do you need to buy a property? I already own several properties that are quite good in both the east and west parts of the city. I'll bring you there on another day to have a look. If you like it, I'll just give it to you. Just take it as an early betrothal gift." He couldn't keep the grin from his face whenever he imagined that this little lass would be marked as his in just 3 years. Yu Xiaoxiao glared at this handsome man who had a rare, silly expression on his face and grumbled, "I don't want you to give it to me. This young lady has money, can I not even purchase a property? Not to mention, What kind of a relationship do we have that I can accept such a grand gift from you? What would those chatterbox madams outside say? They'd say that the newly appointed official Yu is a seductress, bewitching royal Prince Yang at such a young age. Who would dare? I'll cut off her tongue. He was once again reminded that his little lass had almost been put in harm's way because of Assistant Minister Li's wife and daughter, and rage rushed to his head. I need to have the hidden guards look into Assistant Minister Li later. I don't believe I won't find any discrepancies. A family that has not even maintained its success for more than 3 generations dares to look down on my little lass. I'll let you scram back to where you came from. It is more dangerous to restrict the people's freedom of speech than to block a river. You're a crass man with thick skin. You'll be just fine, but I'm a just pure, delicate girl. I must avoid them. Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't agreeing to marry Zhu Junyang because of his assets. Moreover, although her own assets weren't as bountiful as Prince Jing's, the fortune that she had collected these past years was not to be underestimated. Did she still need to covet the properties of others? Linglong nodded in her heart when she heard this. Eldest young miss has really been enlightened. At the very least, she knew to maintain her distance. The madam's efforts were not a waste. All right, you're right, I've been careless in my considerations. First rule of the code of conduct for the pursuit of a wife. The wife is right no matter what she says. You have to agree with her even if she's wrong. Royal Prince Yang nodded and, at the same time, thought about how to legally transfer his best property to under her name. Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered and then she continued, additionally, I have another profitable deal and I want you to come with me. Do you want to collaborate with me? Of course I'll go with you. Second rule of the code of conduct for the pursuit of a wife. Follow every order of the wife. Moreover, if the little lass said it was a profitable deal, then it definitely will be a profitable deal. He would be stupid if he chose to not profit when the opportunity arose. Royal Prince Yang hurriedly said, is there anything you need me to do? Just say it. I'm planning to open up a flower tea workshop at the start of spring and I'd like to use the empty land at the foothill of your farmstead. I'd also like to plant some flowers, grass and seeds on the small hill, and I'll need you to help me watch over it, too. At that time, we'll equally split the profit of the workshop. Xiaoxiao planned to make quality flower tea, so to share half of the profits in such a short time, her heart burned as though someone had dug out a piece of it. Zhu Junyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he noticed the little lass's expression. She was the one who decided the profit sharing. He didn't push for it at all, so why did she look like she was being bullied? Third rule of the code of conduct for the pursuit of a wife. Everything should be done to the wife's liking, and the husband should unwaveringly side with her. Half the profit is too much considering the fact that I'm only sponsoring some empty land. I can't take advantage of you like this. What about this? Whatever help you need with the workshop, just tell me, I'll help you build it. At the same time, make a list of all the flowers and seeds that you need. I'll definitely get all of them for you as long as they can be found within our Ming dynasty. And even if they can't, I'll look for ways to get them to you. 20% of the profits of the workshop is enough for me. Just as Zhu Junyang finished his last sentence, he saw that the little lass was grinning from ear to ear. In his heart, he couldn't help but shake his head. Who do you take after, to be so avaricious? Don't you realize that even if you gave me your money now, all of it would still belong to you in the future? At most, I'd only be safeguarding it for you for a few years. Yu Xiaoxiao was quite satisfied with Royal Prince Yang's tact, and in her state of happiness, she lost all sense of measure, heavily patting Zhu Junyang's chest a few times while she smiled. Rest assured, if you follow this lady, I'll make sure you live in the lap of luxury. At the side, Linglong held her face in her hands. Oh, my mistress. What is Royal Prince Yang's status? Ever since he was born, he's led a comfortable life. Why ever would he need to follow you? That's not right. When Royal Prince Yang was born, chilies had not yet been brought to our country, so it'd be a little difficult for him if he wanted to eat something spicy. Zhu Junyang, however, held in his laughter, lowering his head to look at the soft, warm, little hand that was rampaging on his chest, close to his left breast. He chuckled. Very well, I'll be waiting to live well under official Yu. Hee hee, you don't say. This lady will treat you to good food today. Yu Xiaoxiao suddenly remembered that the kitchen had been able to procure a deer this morning and smiled. I'll treat you to mala hotpot. Will you honor me, Royal Prince Yang, who is always busy? Even if I'm busy, I still won't miss your cooking. Fourth rule in the code of conduct for the pursuit of a wife. Recklessly throw compliments. Men who are sweet talkers get the prize. At lunchtime, General Fang braved the wind and snow and made it back home, and the whole family, along with a freeloader, Royal Prince Yang, enjoyed venison hot pot in the parlor room. The pot had been specially made according to the style and shape of Beijing hot pots, with a divider in the middle so as to accommodate Fang Haolin's tastes. One side of the pot used clear, black chicken soup for its soup base, while the other used authentic, old Chongqing mala hot pot ingredients as its soup base. Plates of thinly sliced venison, lamb, various meatballs and fish balls, as well as tofu skin, tofu, spinach and other green vegetables were on the table. This was paired with a dip made by Xiaoxiao that had the entire family stuffing themselves full. Even little Linlin ate a lot of meat and fish balls. While helping her son to cook the lamb, Lady Fang pretended to ask casually, "Cower, are you going back to Dongshan village this New Year's, or are you celebrating in the capital?" I think I'll still go back to Dongshan village. My family is there, so it wouldn't be right if I didn't go back. It had been a long time since Yu Xiaoxiao returned to Dongshan village, and she missed her relatives who stayed there, as well as the simple Dongshan villagers. What's wrong about it? You've already spent a dozen New Years with Brother Dahai, but you've never spent a New Year with me and your godmother. Don't go back this year, the four of us will have our own celebration. Fang Zizhen was really treating Xiaoxiao like his own daughter. His daughter was such a lovely person, not to mention that she understood his temperament. It was a pity that Yu Hai kept trying to steal his daughter from him. It was so displeasing. He didn't seem to recall that Yu Xiaoxiao was still surnamed Yu, after all, and she was Yu Hai's own flesh and blood. At first, Yu Hai pitied him because he had no children of his own, so he shared his daughter with him, but now it had become a case of Yu Hai stealing his daughter from him. You really couldn't reason with such a crude person. Both front and back sides of her hand had flesh on it, and both her godfather and biological father were still her fathers. Yu Xiaoxiao was put in between a rock and a hard place. Even just his movements of cooking the ingredients in the soup was so pleasing to the eye. Zhu Junyang helped the little lass blanch a bowl of venison and lamb, then refilled her empty cup with fruit tea before he leisurely said, "What's there to argue about? Wouldn't it be simpler to just bring Xiaoxiao's family into the capital for New Year's?" Upon hearing this, Fang Zizhen slapped his thighs and loudly concurred, "That's a good idea. Brother Dahai wasn't able to take a good look at the capital the last time he was here. It's much more lively in the capital than in Tanggu town during the New Year. Cower, you should bring your siblings over, and when the time comes, you can bring them to the temple fair and enjoy the lanterns. Everybody can have fun together. Father, older sister, Linlin also wants to see the lanterns." Fang Haolin quickly jutted in after swallowing the piece of tofu that his mother fed him. "Okay, when the time comes, I'll bring Linlin and your older sister to see the lanterns together, and buy Linlin a bunny lantern." Fang Zizhen pinched his son's chubby little face, grinning so widely his eyes had turned into slits, as if the matter was already settled. Linlin wants a big tiger lantern, not a little bunny. Ever since he heard his older sister's story of the mighty tiger, tigers had become the object of affection for our little friend, Fang Haolin, because it was the best of all the animals. "Very well, we'll buy both the tiger and the bunny." Fang Zizhen's laughter resounded within the parlor room. Looking at her godfather's exuberant expression, Yu Xiaoxiao really couldn't bear to spoil it for him. However, if the entire family was to spend the New Year in the capital, disregarding all the effort it would take, it would already be a difficult challenge in itself to find a place to fit the entire family. If they lived in the Fang residence, her family would definitely not feel at ease. Did she have enough time to buy a house now? Sigh. Why hadn't she thought of buying a yard of her own in the first place? She seemed to have had the intention at the beginning, but then her godparents were afraid that she would move out of the Fang residence after she bought her own residence, so they had strongly opposed her, and that was the end of it. "Why are you so hesitant? Don't forget, you're now a court official and you don't get many days off for the New Year. In fact, you'd be spending most of your vacation days on the road. Uncle and Aunt Yu definitely wouldn't be willing to have you suffer like this if they found out that you'd be braving the wind and snow on your journey to and fro just to spend a few days at home. If you're really worried that there's no place for them to live in, then there's still more than 2 months till the New Year's. I'll be in charge of finding you a suitable residence within this time. Don't worry, we'll buy it with your money and put it under your name. Won't that work all right? Zhu Junyang was unexpectedly attentive and considered all of Xiaoxiao's concerns, leaving her without a worry. Yu Xiaoxiao thought about it for a while, then raised her head to look at this spirited, handsome man and said lightly, "Why not? Put it under my father's name. I'm still young now, moreover I'm an official and I'm often busy with the imperial plantation. When I grow up and marry, it's generally unacceptable for me to still go out and take care of these matters. My father is as good as I am when it comes to agriculture, so my father will probably take over the matters at the imperial farmstead in the future. He's only in his early 40s, and after 2 decades, my eldest brother should have already matured." Did she take the imperial plantation as her family business? However, it was true that the Yu family had the most skilled people in agriculture as of now. At the very least, only this family could cultivate 600 caddies of winter wheat in just 1 mu of land. Zhu Junyang's gaze was gentle as he stared at her and he lightly tucked strands of her hair that were out of place behind her ear, chuckling, "You don't have to be like this. Even if you've already married me, I won't care about the views and opinions of others, so if you want to be an official, you can continue to do so. If you want to cultivate land, you can cultivate land, and if you want to earn money, you can go ahead with it. I'll support you unconditionally." Yu Xiaoxiao was touched upon hearing this. She really didn't think she could find another person who was so carefree, easygoing and wouldn't detest her for usurping authority, and publicly showing her face when taking care of official business in this male-dominated ancient era. Regardless of whether he would be true to his promise in the future, at the very least he wasn't like those obdurate old fellows who thought that she was disgraceful right now. Yes, she was touched, but the results of his probation still depended on his performance. She cutely rolled her eyes and lied, "Who wants to marry you? You're jumping to conclusions. We still have to evaluate your performance." "You're right. I'll work hard during this probation so that you might reduce the probation period again." Looking at the little lass who was beautiful and lovely, Zhu Junyang couldn't help the lament in his heart, "Time passes too slowly. There's still 3 years until we can get engaged, whereas our marriage is 5 years away. You still want to shorten the probation period? Dream on. If I'm not 16 years old, my parents would definitely not be willing to get me engaged. The reason why we want you to perform is to see whether or not you'll pass the probation. If you don't, you won't be able to become my husband." Yu Xiaoxiao noticed that his hand was reaching towards hers, and lightly hit the back of his slender and large hand before he could do anything. Zhu Junyang rubbed the back of his hand that was hit although it did not hurt at all. "I'll definitely work hard to perform. I guarantee to meet official Yu's demands, don't worry." "What should I be worried about?" Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him again. "Back to the previous topic, I'd like to purchase a residence in the capital for my family. Even if my father doesn't get stationed in the capital in the future, little Shido would still need to come here to sit for his examinations. With his cleverness, it shouldn't be a problem for him to achieve second rank 1 in the imperial examinations. When the time comes, he could even possibly be stationed in the capital as an official. It would be too impractical to not have a residence. Sure, I'll keep an eye out for another residence. Our little god of money doesn't lack money anyway, so it shouldn't be a problem to buy 2 properties in one go, one under your name and the other under Uncle Yu's." Zhu Junyang noticed that his cold image had long disappeared ever since he met the little lass. He was becoming more and more like a chatterbox. "That's not right. We still need the big property that's going to be turned into a beauty salon." Yu Xiaoxiao was still concerned about her plan to make a fortune and hurried to remind him. All right, and a large, elegant house." Zhu Junyang watched her with a loving expression on his face. Ahem ahem. Fang Zizhen coughed loudly. If it weren't because his wife was holding him back, then he would have beat up this kid who was acting as if no one was around. He actually dared to sweet-talk his daughter and even wanted to take advantage of her right in front of them. "Be careful lest I break your roguish hands." He would do his best even if he wasn't necessarily able to defeat Royal Prince Yang. Yu Xiaoxiao felt so speechless. The ancients were not wrong. Beauty did, indeed, distract people. It must be because Zhu Junyang was too handsome, too considerate, and his voice too gentle, that she had completely forgotten that there were still 3 more people in the room. They had said so much publicly, and their conversation even sounded like they were flirting. Iya, it was too embarrassing. It was all the fault of this handsome man in front of her. Her small hand reached under the table and pinched said person's thigh and even gave it a twist. It was so painful that Zhu Junyang gritted his teeth. She's right, it's all my fault. Then, his gaze flitted to his future father-in-law's face, which was dark, so he immediately sat upright. Could he still make up for it now? Sigh. What a hard life he led. Other people only had a pair of in-laws to deal with, but his little lass had to make it difficult for him and present him with 2 pairs of in-laws to tackle. Sigh. The road to pursuing a wife was so long, when would he reach the end? Cower. Fang Zizhen placed some venison in his daughter's bowl and said in a serious tone, "You're still young, so there's no hurry for you to settle down. Besides, we're not just looking at the face when we look for a son-in-law, we also do an overall evaluation. Your godmother and I have met many more people than you have, so you must seek your godmother's and mine, as well as your parents' opinions regarding this matter in the future. You're a precious girl, so you can't make these decisions recklessly. You brat, didn't they say that you were cold and a man of few words? How are you cold? How are you a man of few words? There's only incessant sweet talk coming out of that mouth of yours. You try to snatch my daughter away even when I'm right in front of you. I'll have to stay in the capital to keep an eye out in the future, to take precautions and strictly guard my daughter against you." Yu Xiaoxiao was so embarrassed that she had nearly buried her face into her bowl. She didn't know how else to respond except to nod her head. Zhu Junyang had tried to interject several times, but he always retreated from Fang Zizhen's glare. "What probation? Who's your wife? Have I?" This father-in-law agreed. "There's no chance that you can steal my daughter away with your clever remarks." Seeing her husband's raging expression, Lady Fang grabbed some vegetables for him and comforted, "All right, don't get mad. No one will be able to steal our daughter away without your approval. Here, eat some vegetables, they're already cooked until soft." Linglong had already told her every detail of the scene that occurred in the parlor room before lunchtime. Lady Fang was, of course, somewhat mad at her daughter taking matters into her own hands and promising her own hand in marriage. The young miss of their Count Zongshan household did not need to worry about her marriage. It was true that they would be marrying their daughter into a household of higher status, and that Prince and Princess Consort Jing were quite sensible and reasonable, but Royal Prince Yang was simply not a good partner. Regardless of the fact that he already held a noble title at such a young age, regardless of the fact that the Emperor greatly trusted him in these recent years, regardless that he would later separate from the Prince Jing's household and live in his own residence. However, his temper that was comparable to a volcano eruption was unpredictable. Simply this one point was enough to overshadow all his other good points. The previous Minister of Rights also seemed like a pleasant person on the outside, very polite and well-mannered, but once his temper flared, he wouldn't recognize even his own relatives. He had married 3 wives before, and it was announced that they either passed away from a disease or they died suddenly, but they were, as a matter of fact, actually personally murdered by the minister when he lost control of himself. Furthermore, there were the carcasses that were uncovered in the garden of his inner courtyard. Those poor people had all been the concubines and servants that he had killed when he lost control. When he was exposed, the emperor had personally interrogated him. He sobbed, claiming that he didn't know how he came to be like this. When he lost all sense of rationality, he couldn't control himself at all, and when he came to, the people had already died. The emperor said that he probably had schizophrenia, so he would normally seem like any other person, but when his condition acted up, he would become a deranged murderer. The royal Prince Yang mentioned in the rumors was exactly like the previous Minister of Rights. If it weren't because they had found out about his condition early and gave him guards, skilled in martial arts that were actually there to prevent him from acting up, then he would have probably killed a lot more people. She would not let her daughter jump into such a pit of fire. However, once she heard Linglong finish describing all that happened in the parlor room, Lady Fang began to hesitate. Even if she didn't completely understand her daughter's temperament, she still understood her enough to know that she wasn't the kind that could sit idly. Pray tell, which rich son of the capital wouldn't mind that his wife would be publicly showing her face outside, carrying out her official duties and running her businesses? If her daughter married into such a family, she would be akin to a bird whose wings were broken and put into a golden cage. She definitely would not be happy. It was hard to come by such a person like Royal Prince Yong, who was an outstanding character and came from a distinguished family, who didn't care for anything besides Xiaoxiao. He was already of marriageable age, yet he was willing to wait for Xiaoxiao alone, willing to pamper and support her unconditionally. If she didn't consider the dangerous side of his temper, then the two of them were really a match made in heaven. Lady Fang felt so conflicted, but she couldn't help but feel touched at the scene she just witnessed at the dining table. Every woman would definitely be touched by Royal Prince Yang's zealous side. As she thought of this, she sighed inwardly and began, "Royal Prince Yang. Madam, please speak openly." Zhu Junyang put down his chopsticks and straightened his posture, looking as though he was a pupil committed to changing for the better. Cower is still young, and she's the one that's the most well-behaved and pampered in the family. We don't really want to restrict her, so she might be a little clueless when it comes to the precautions of interactions between men and women, but you're different, you're born into a distinguished family and you're even of marriageable age. I hope you can be more reserved, so as to maintain our Cower's good name. You know how important a woman's reputation is. If you really care about her, you won't bear to see her hurt in any way whatsoever, right? Lady Fang currently felt just like any other protective mother. Her daughter was absolutely perfect. Even if there were imperfections, it would be the fault of others. Cower was still a child. It must be Royal Prince Yang who coaxed her into promising her hand in marriage behind her parents' back. Royal Prince Yang was at fault for all of this. Since she had already phrased her words so clearly, Royal Prince Yang naturally wouldn't disagree, quickly nodding, "You're right, madam. I'll be more careful in the future. Our Cower is slowly growing older, so it's not so convenient for her to meet with a male outsider in the future. If you have any official business with her, please discuss it with her at the Yamen or at the Imperial Plantation." Royal Prince Yang, do you think I'm being reasonable? Lady Fang's intentions were quite clear. First, have the two of them keep their distance, and if Royal Prince Yang was truly sincere, then she would follow her daughter's wishes and agree to their engagement in 3 years. At the very least, if he changed his mind, her daughter's marriage wouldn't be affected. Zhu Junyang felt troubled. Could he say no? But if he agreed, then it would be harder for him to see the little lass in the future. Passerbys, father-in-law, mother-in-law, they were all here just to meddle with his affairs. But, godmother, I've asked Royal Prince Yang to help me find suitable residences. Yu Xiaoxiao had abruptly transmigrated into this world, then brought up in the countryside, so she was not so concerned with the worldly decorum. Her heart mildly rejected the idea that she might not so easily see Royal Prince Yang in the future. Lady Fang glared at her daughter, who interrupted her and said, "Even if you wanted to buy some properties, does it necessarily have to be Royal Prince Yang? Are your godfather and I decorations? Don't you worry, your godfather will take care of this matter. Why do you want to buy a residence? Wouldn't it be nice to have the whole family merrily celebrating New Year's together?" Fang Zizhen originally planned to have his daughter celebrate New Year's with them, but now it seemed that the plan was about to fall flat. Sigh. What was the point if it were just the three of them coldly celebrating New Year's? Cower, that little lass, was so determined to buy a house, and it seemed that he could only help her. He needed to keep an eye out for suitable, nearby residences that were for sale. Zhu Junyang's eyebrow twitched. In just a short period of time, the task he was entrusted to by his wife was now snatched away by another person. Indeed, his father-in-law was made to suppress him. However, you can buy yours, but I'll still buy mine. We'll see which residence the little lass likes more. When he exited the Fang residence, Zhu Junyang paused in his steps, hesitating, then he turned his horse around and once again rushed in the direction of the Imperial Palace. After Zhu Junfan accompanied the Empress and his son for lunch, he had wanted to return to Qianqing Palace to rest for a short while. He had not anticipated for a small eunuch to report that Royal Prince Yang was requesting to meet him. Yanger. He'd hurriedly left the Hall of Supreme Harmony this morning. I heard he'd gone straight to the Fang residence. Shouldn't he be flirting with his sweetheart in the Fang residence now? How had he remembered to come to the Imperial Palace to see me? Let him wait for me in the Imperial study. Zhu Junfen was so curious he put off his rest, immediately changed his clothes and headed towards the Imperial study. Your Imperial Majesty. Once Zhu Junyang went through the ruler-subject decorum, he didn't even wait for the emperor to start. Official Yu of the Ministry of Revenue has cultivated a third more corn than last year, perhaps more than that. Even without mentioning the good growth of winter wheat, just the vegetables grown in the greenhouses alone enriches not only the meals of the people of the capital, but also fills your inner treasury. Shouldn't this be a cause for merit? Merit. Hadn't we already resisted the pressure and appointed her as a sixth-ranked official? Is that not enough? Did she complain to you? She's so young, yet has such a big appetite. Aren't a few plantations all she's relying on? Her accomplishments are so little and she's already beginning to feel conceited over her talent and act spoiled because she's special. Zhu Junfen pretended to be enraged and heavily slammed his hand on his desk. No, she hasn't complained about anything. Rather, she only feels grateful towards your majesty. It is this subject that thinks your majesty has not rewarded her enough, as merely anyone in the capital dares to scheme against her. Zhu Junyang was absolutely unafraid of his cousin's act. There wasn't any sign of anger from him at all. Then what do you suggest we reward, to show our favor and trust in her? Zhu Junfen amusedly leaned into his seat, scrutinizing his younger cousin, trying to figure out what he was up to. Zhu Junyang ignored his scrutiny and said, Official Yu intends to receive her family into the capital for a reunion, but she is currently staying in Count Zongshan's residence and it is utterly impractical for her. So, shouldn't your majesty reward her with a residence? A residence? Which residence do you think is suitable for us to reward? Zhu Junfen thought, what a good brat you are. You only know to side with your wife, and now you're even starting to stuff things into her hands. Most of the residences in the capital already have an owner, and haven't I already rewarded you with the best one? If you really want to please her, you could just give it to her, right? This subject thinks that the residence of the Grand Preceptor of the previous dynasty has been well preserved, moreover the surroundings are elegant. It is perfect as a reward for a meritorious official. Zhu Junyang suddenly raised his head to look at his cousin, the emperor, and enunciated. The residence of the Grand Preceptor of the previous dynasty. Hadn't I already given it to? Zhu Junfen's brows creased. He stared at his younger cousin for a while before he smiled. People always said that women always sided with their husbands, but it would seem that men, too, sided with their wives. His younger cousin had really given his all to court his wife. But since his cousin was happy to do so, why should he become the bad guy? Zhu Junfen chuckled. Originally, he was worried that his younger cousin would live the rest of his life alone, but now it seemed his worries were for naught. Could this brat also have transmigrated? His tactics in courting girls were endless. Zhu Junfen somewhat admired him. However, as the emperor, even if he wanted to flaunt his tactics in courting women, he would first need to be presented with the chance. If he spent a fortune on just a woman, what would the future generations say of him? That he was lecherous, that he loved his women over his empire. Or would they say that the woman he courted was a seductress who bewitched the emperor? Zhu Junfen was slightly excited. Still, let's forget it. Even if he wanted to be lecherous, he would still first need to have the conditions to do so. Now that there were still many things to be done for the great Ming dynasty, he was better off being a wise emperor. That very evening, Yu Xiaosao, who had been lying on a cushioned seat playing with little Linlin, received the emperor's decree to attend court the next morning. As Yu Xiaosao was only a sixth-ranked official, she did not usually have the qualifications to attend court, unless the emperor specially allowed her to. The next day, before dawn, Yu Xiaosao, who was sleepy and hazy, was awoken by a few maid-servants. They helped her dress, combed her hair, and even the washing up was done in a dazed state. I'm still a growing child, I need sleep, I don't want to go to work before dawn. Yu Xiaosao, who had finished her breakfast with her eyes barely open, was hurriedly stuffed into a horse carriage headed towards the heart of the capital. At the side of the horse carriage was Fang Zizhen, who had only just returned to the capital yesterday. Royal Prince Yang, clad in black, waited atop his black horse at the midpoint of the journey. He almost blended in with the night, but his handsome, cold face was still so dazzling in the darkness. Yu Xiaoxiao yawned, thrusting her hands into mittens made from ferret fur. Hearing the familiar sound of a horse's hooves outside the window, she hurriedly lifted the carriage's curtains and looked straight into a pair of eyes as deep as ink. The moment their gazes met, the cold ice in the eyes that were as deep as ink instantly dissipated, and his cold face was dyed with a warmer color. Yu Xiaoxiao stared at his beautiful face, stunned to the point that she almost forgot what she was going to say. "My dear daughter, can we be more reserved, please?" Fang Zizhen bitterly laughed, but fiercely shot a glare at Royal Prince Yang. "It's all his fault. Why does a man need to be so beautiful? To seduce little girls? Kiki." Yu Xiaoxiao heard her godfather's words and awkwardly coughed twice. Zhu Junyang, however, worriedly looked at her and said gently, "It's coldest when it stops snowing. How do your servants take care of you? Don't they know to dress you in more layers? My cloak is made from sable fur and is the best at keeping warm. Why aren't you taking this and putting it on your mistress?" Seeing that he was left with only thin, black robes after he took off his cloak, Yu Xiaoxiao rushed to stop his movements and said, "I'm already wearing a cloak. It's made from ermine fur, and it's warm. Your size differs too much from mine. If I put on your clothes, I'll be able to take part in operas. By the way, do you know why the emperor suddenly decreed for me to attend court?" She cocked her head to one side and thought hard about it. She had not delayed a single matter concerning the imperial plantation, and nothing had gone wrong with the greenhouse-grown vegetables that were currently the chicken that laid golden eggs. Besides, it was currently the season when agricultural activities were most inactive, and all the farmers would be hiding at home. There shouldn't be any important matters that could alert the emperor. Or did he change his mind and set his sights onto her multicolored stone? "Don't think nonsense." Zhu Junyang wanted to soothe the folds in her brow, softly comforting, "Maybe the emperor wants to compensate you for the success of your greenhouse-grown vegetables." Yu Xiaoxiao seriously scrutinized his expression, and when she saw nothing different, she put away her worries and a smile appeared on her face again. "Hee, I've earned so much money for the emperor, so it's only natural for him to give me some reward. I still have a big gift for the empress at the beginning of spring. The empress gets a part in that beauty salon of yours." In his heart, Zhu Junyang felt that the emperor was a little outrageous. It was enough that he got a portion since the greenhouse used to grow vegetables occupied imperial land and the Ministry of Works supplied the plastic film, but how could he let his sister-in-law exploit the little lass's salon that she was establishing with her own craft? Yu Xiaoxiao excitedly said, "The idea for this beauty salon actually sprouted from the empress's suggestion. Back then, how many people tried to get my flower tea recipes? If the empress hadn't spread word around, how could I, a pitiful girl without a backing, have possibly kept those precious recipes? As such, the empress deserves 10% of the profit as this beauty salon will be run using the empress's good name." Her words had caused the two men to take offense. Fang Zizhen, "My dear daughter, with godfather around, how could you ever become a pitiful girl without a backing? Who would dare to covet my daughter's secret recipes? Come out and fight, we'll see if I can't kill you." Zhu Junyang, "Little lass, am I dead to you? You say you don't have a backing. I, Royal Prince Yang, and the entire Prince Jing estate are your backing." However, the Prince Jing residence would eventually belong to his eldest brother, the heir of Imperial Prince Jing. Even if they were brothers, they still needed to maintain clarity with each other. It seemed that the title of Royal Prince was still too low, so he needed to work harder and get more merit. That way, in the future, she would be able to parade around the capital as she liked because he could protect her. The sky, that was washed by the falling snow, was now the bright mirror of high-quality black jade and the stars were glittering like diamonds. Venus was in the east shining with a silver light. Gradually the sky outside the palace walls became whiter. If it wasn't because the temperature was too low in the early mornings of winter and that the surrounding areas weren't covered with unmelted snow all around, Yu Xiaoxiao would still be in the mood to enjoy the clean and pollution-free sky of this ancient era. She was currently dressed in a dark red official's robe with a silvery gray cloak wrapped on top. Around her neck was a bright scarlet-red muffler made of fox fur, and her hands were hidden inside her warm sleeves, which were lined with a thick layer of sable fur. Her feet were shod with a pair of leather boots. Even though these boots were lined with a thick layer of fur, they still weren't able to stop the cold feeling from seeping up the soles of her feet. She wrapped herself in a thick cloak and looked into the audience hall. With her insignificant official position, there was no place for her in the audience hall. The poor her could only stand in the corridor outside the audience hall and be blown by the chilly wind. Such an experience was unforgettable enough. What was the matter with the two old officials inside? Were they purposely messing with her to argue about a problem that was about as big as a fart for so long? Fortunately, within her sleeves, she had the high-quality gold and copper hand warmer that Royal Prince Yong had stuffed into her hands before he went into the audience hall. It gave off a comforting heat, and it was warming straight into her heart. Calling for the agricultural official Yu of the Ministry of Revenue to enter the hall. The eunuch who went to court with the emperor today wasn't the immortal like Sir Su. Such a pity, she hadn't seen Mr. Su in such a long time. His appearance, which didn't seem tainted by earthly matters, would be hard for her to forget. Maybe because it had been frozen numb, but Yu Xiaoxiao's brain still had time to think about all this other extraneous stuff. Dressed like a small bear, she knelt clumsily on the ground in front of the emperor on the throne. Her attempts to give the greeting of a subject to the monarch, the compliments and flatteries in her mouth were interrupted by a series of sneezes. Zhu Junyang looked over in concern. The lass's health wasn't good to begin with. No matter how much she ate, she didn't gain any weight. She was thin and weak. He could practically clutch her waist with one hand. She was just blown by the cold wind outside for such a long time. Could she have gotten sick? His brows wrinkled, and he thought about inviting the head examiner of the imperial physician's courtyard after court to examine the lass. "Oh, did you get a cold? It was my negligence. We shouldn't have let you wait outside the hall for so long." Zhu Junfan's casual tone and intimate expression all showed his favoritism toward this female official. "Quick, get up. Bring a chair for official Yu. If she gets sick, then the large greenhouses in the imperial plantation won't have anyone to care for them. Then, everyone in this hall will have to eat radishes and cabbage for the New Year's." The two elder officials, who had been deliberately holding up the time to give Yu Xiaoxiao a show of power, had frozen expressions on their faces upon hearing this. Why did they forget to find fault? In the winters of the previous years, besides some meat dishes and dried vegetables, such as cabbages and radishes, there were also some other dried vegetables stored away for the winter. Since the beginning of winter this year, they hadn't felt the change on the dinner table. All kinds of delicious greens and fruits had almost made them forget the miserable conditions of the past. After the emperor's comment, they immediately realized that if the thin and just-of-age girl really did get sick from being frozen, then they would have to go back to the previous years, bracing themselves to eat the few vegetables that they were already tired of eating. With this in mind, no one protested the imperial favor of Yu Xiaoxiao being allowed a seat in the audience hall. "Beloved official Yu, we've heard that the imperial plantation's greenhouse grounds have doubled in size again. And that the variety of vegetables has increased too." When rewarding others, he had to be clear about what it was for. Zhou Junfan asked about the project, filling his small treasury like he was a family member asking about domestic trivia. This matter would involve the livelihoods of all the civil and military officials. Currently, vegetables and fruits were sold in limited quantities. The amount each household could get was only enough for a few dishes. Furthermore, if they went a little later, they wouldn't even be able to see a hint of the vegetables. Most of the officials in the audience hall had heard their wives mention that the output of the vegetables from the greenhouse was too small. The stewards in charge of purchases also had tearfully complained to them. They said that every time they lined up to rush for the purchase, it was like a tough battle. A moment of carelessness could prevent their masters from eating fresh vegetables, and the pressure was too much. Increasing the supply of the greenhouses, vegetables was something everyone in the audience hall was happy to see. Yu Xiaoxiao, who was sitting comfortably on the cushioned chair and holding a warm hand stove in her hands, could finally squeeze out a smile. "Answering your Imperial Majesty, the green leafy vegetables, which have shorter growing periods, have reached a planting area of 500 mu. The fruit-like vegetables with longer growing periods have also doubled. There's more good news. In 10 days, a batch of fruits and vegetables, such as cucumbers, eggplants, beans, and tomatoes will be out on the market. The volume of daily vegetable supplies should also double in size. The daily supply of vegetables should be able to double. When the vegetables from the greenhouse expansion were on the market in 1 month, won't they be able to buy even more vegetables? Perhaps when the new year came, the limited purchase of vegetables will be removed and they will be able to have a happy new year. The civil and military officials all looked at each other and saw the traces of joy in each other's eyes. Yu Xiaoxiao's words were interrupted by coughs. The two elderly officials, who had been deliberately quarreling to hold up the time, were stared at with reproach by everyone else. Their hearts were also full of remorse. The vegetables in the greenhouse in the plantation needed caring for now. If Official Yu got sick, then wouldn't it affect the vegetable supply plan? Official Zhang, who was informed of government affairs, said, "Official Yu, your job is related to the livelihood of the capital's citizens, take good care of yourself." "Your Imperial Majesty, this subject asks for an imperial doctor to take Official Yu's pulse. Even a robust and strong military official wouldn't be able to stand in the cold outside for so long. Many thanks for your concern, Official Zhang. I have some understanding of medicine myself, so there's no need to bother the imperial physicians to come." There were some old people in the imperial hospital that didn't like her. She didn't want to be messed around by those old guys and be prescribed some bitter medicine. Doctors don't cure themselves. Since everyone cares so much about you, then how about letting Imperial Physician Wang come check on you? Zhu Junfan, who seemed to see through to her mind, said this with a smile. Imperial Physician Wang, when she was examining the little prince, she had realized that the medical skill of this physician was just barely passable, but his character wasn't good. She cured the little prince using a folk recipe and the old guy bore a grudge against her for stealing the limelight. If he were to check her pulse, then even if she wasn't sick, he would say she was sick. No way. Thank you for your great kindness, Your Imperial Majesty. However, it's freezing right now. To let the civil and military officials delay getting off the court because of this official's minor matter, especially when there are elderly officials old enough to be this subject's grandfather, this official wouldn't be able to bear it. It's better to deal with business first and deal with other matters after court. Yu Xiaoxiao still had confidence in her own body. Sneezing a couple of times and coughing a few coughs was nothing at all. It could all be solved by drinking a cup of mystic stone water mixed with brown sugar when she got home. The emperor stopped teasing her and nodded. It must be hard on beloved subject to be so reasonable and fair. We just wanted to give a definitive answer. Can you keep up with the supply of vegetables until the new year? Yu Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment before saying, if we want to provide food for the tens of thousands of citizens in the capital, then this official doesn't have that confidence. After all, this is the first trial. No matter the planting area or the yield, it's not enough. However, the off-season vegetables are precious to begin with. The price is relatively high and only a few can afford it. Once the second batch of vegetables is on the market, the vegetable supply needs of most people who can afford them should be able to be met. Upon hearing this, the civil and military officials were overjoyed. It seems that everyone's worries about the rush to buy vegetables for the new year shouldn't be a problem anymore. Good. If beloved official Yu's greenhouse vegetable technology can be popularized, it will be good for the country. The people of the great Ming dynasty are not far from the days of eating vegetables in the winter. My dear subjects, tell us, should such contributions be rewarded? Zhu Junfan looked around the audience hall at the officials who had a joyful look and rhetorically asked. Reward. So all of this prepping was because the emperor wanted to reward official Yu again. No wonder, the emperor had a share of the profits of the greenhouses too. Since winter hit, Royal Prince Yang's vegetable and fruit shops had been thriving. Money was flowing like water into the emperor's personal treasury. The palace treasury, which had been emptied in earlier years, finally had some savings now. This was all due to the contributions of official Yu. Since the founding of the great Ming dynasty, the Emperor Emeritus has fought in the north and south, crusading the world, leaving behind a heavily damaged national treasury for the emperor, who had been only 25 years old when he ascended the throne. Fortunately, the emperor was diligent and benevolent, worrying about the imperial court and the citizens every day. All the money in his persona, treasury was subsidized into the national treasury, leaving behind an empty shelf. In recent years, natural calamities and man-made disasters coupled with unstable borders had left the national and palace treasury empty. Now, thanks to official Yu, the palace treasury had finally improved. It was no wonder that the emperor was finding ways to reward her. Thinking of the information coming from the palace, it seemed that the empress also contributed to the flower tea shop opening next year. Official Yu was really the goose that laid the golden eggs to the emperor. Of course, he had to give a carrot to hang in front of her so she can continue to contribute to the country. However, how to reward and what to reward? That was the big problem again. A girl in her early teens was already a 6th-ranked official. If promoted, then there would be many more dissatisfied people. What's more, the official post wasn't offered long ago. If she was promoted so quickly, then what would those old fellows who had been in the same position for decades think? Just when the officials were struggling, the emperor opened his mouth again. You've only been appointed as an official for less than half a year. If you were to be immediately promoted, it would be too fast. How about this? We will award you the title of feudal princess. Oh right, we heard that you were looking for a house in the capital. We have a residence where the grand tutor of the former dynasty lived. We will grant it to you too. What? The officials didn't care about the so-called empty title of a feudal princess. However, wasn't that former grand tutor's residence already awarded to Royal Prince Yong yesterday as a reward for pacifying the rebels? Your Imperial Majesty, do you have selective amnesia? Is it appropriate to give the residence to someone when it's already been awarded to someone else? Some of the people present scented something out of the ordinary. The relationship between Royal Prince Yong and official Yu started in Tanggu Town's Dongshan village. The cold and aloof Royal Prince Yong seemed to have a deep connection with little official Yu. Allegedly, he went to Count Zongshan's estate once he got off court yesterday, and he also took some good furs along that had people looking enviously. Did this mean? Some officials looked at Royal Prince Yong with eyes filled with questions. How old was official Yu? 12 or 13? A few years ago, the little girl was even younger. Could Royal Prince Yong be into the young type? Was that the reason why he never even glanced at the other young ladies from noble families in the capital? Zhu Junyang, who was affectionate, devoted, and deeply in love, didn't know that he had become a frivolous and perverted pedophile in the eyes of some people. At the moment he was looking at the little lass reclining leisurely on the back of the chair with eyes full of doting. Only this girl would have the nerve to sit so leisurely and carefreely in front of all the civil and military officials like there was no one else, right? Maybe, the lass was currently thinking if there was a cup of hot sugared ginger water in front of her, then it would be even better. In actuality, at that time Yu Xiaoxiao was dizzy with shock. How did she become a feudal princess in a moment of carelessness? Shouldn't a feudal princess be the title of the daughter of an imperial prince or a royal prince who was regarded with importance by the emperor? She was just a small peasant girl, so how did her status rise so much? Reaching the sky with one step couldn't be this easy, right? There was more. The deeds of the former dynasty's grand tutor was something she had learned from the storyteller in the tea house. He was a big corrupted official. It was said that he had everything the emperor had, and he even had things that the emperor didn't have. Allegedly, the floors of his home were paved with gold bricks, the trees in his garden were carved with green jade, the furnishings of his home were extravagant and luxurious. Such an estate, even if it went through the war and the emperor's confiscation, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. This residence should still be something that everyone was aiming towards, right? There were so many meritorious officials and they were all staring at this fat meat. Why did it drop on her head? When she left today, she didn't step on any dog poop, so why was she so doggone lucky today? Until she stepped out of Jinluan Hall, Yu Xiaoxiao's head was still in the clouds, not knowing what time of day it was. Zhu Junyang, who was beside her, saw that her steps were unstable. He thought she had been freezing outside the hall for too long and had caught a cold. When Xiaoxiao was walking down the steps, he offered her a hand in concern and softly asked, "Do you feel uncomfortable? I already sent someone back to the estate to invite Imperial Physician Zheng over. Once we get to the Fang estate, he should almost be there." When he finished speaking, he moved his hand toward the little lass's forehead. Unexpectedly, before he could touch the clear and beautiful forehead, he was slapped aside by Fang Zizhen, who was watching hostilely. "What are you doing? You are taking too many liberties. Do you consider me, her father, to be dead at this moment?" At this time, Yu Xiaoxiao, who had been a bit lost in her head, finally moved. She grabbed Royal Prince Yang's hand, put it in her mouth, and bit down hard. She left deep bloody teeth impressions on his flesh. She raised her head, looked up at Zhu Junyang seriously, and asked, "Does it hurt?" Zhu Junyang looked at the neat little teeth impressions in his hand. This was the mark left by the little lass, and those tiny teeth marks looked incredibly cute to him. He raised his wrist and did something that made everyone's chin drop. He put the wound in front of his mouth and gently licked the blood beads that came from the teeth marks. The scarlet blood droplets and the perfect outline of his lips made him even more attractive. It added a sense of temptation to his handsome appearance. Yu Xiaoxiao's face suddenly became red and couldn't lift her head under the strange looks of the officials who just got off from court. "Don't worry, it doesn't hurt. Who's worried about you? You're so shameless." Zhu Junyang stroked the little lass's head and softly said, "Don't worry, you aren't dreaming. The former Grand Tutor's residence will be yours from now on. Didn't you want to open a health club? The layout of every yard there has its characteristics, which is all in line with your requirements." Yu Xiaoxiao finally came back to herself and looked up at Zhu Junyang suspiciously and fiercely asked, "Talk. Did you ask the emperor to give it to me as a reward?" "Don't worry about that. Won't it be all right as long as good things are in hand? The emperor gave it anyways, so there's no use in not wanting it. For residences like the former Grand Tutor's, even if it's just an empty shell now, you still wouldn't be able to buy it back even if you had 10,000 taels on hand. Furthermore, even if you had the money, you may not be able to find a place like this for sale. Just think of how much money you're saving now, right?" Zhu Junyang knew that the little lass had a money-grubbing personality, so he went to the heart of the problem. He hoped she wouldn't worry about where these rewards came from. However, he didn't expect that his cousin, the emperor, would also award the 5th-rank title of feudal princess Jinan to the little lass. Although he didn't care about the world's view of him or the difference in their family status, he was worried that the comments of outsiders would make the little girl uncomfortable. Now it was fixed. The marriage between a feudal princess and a royal prince could be considered a marriage of equal status, right? Sure enough, after hearing his words, the little lass's eyes brightened and she eagerly said, "Then let's go to that estate today, shall we? What's the hurry? That residence is right there and it can't run anywhere. What matters most right now is going back to the estate and let Imperial Dr. Zheng take a look at you." Zhu Junyang quickly rejected her suggestion. She was just sneezing and coughing in the audience hall. He didn't know if she had a fever. The little lass's health was the most important thing right now. Yu Xiaoxiao protested fiercely, "I can be counted as half a doctor, so how could I be unclear of my body's situation? I'm all right. I want to see the estate where the former Grand Tutor lived. That residence already belongs to you, so you can go anytime. Why does it have to be today? You said that you can be counted as half a doctor. Doctors don't heal themselves. Today you must let the imperial physician take a look at you." In front of Yu Xiaoxiao, Zhu Junyang was rarely so insistent, but he was not giving her any chance to play around. The officials passing by looked at the way the tall and short figure got along and were all shocked. The small and petite little official Yu was like a fearless kitten constantly teasing the whiskers of the mighty lion. In front of this little kitten, the cold and tyrannical royal Prince Yang became a big dog with a good temper, letting the little one chew on his head, not bearing to shake her off. This truly was an example that every pot would have a fitting lid. Royal Prince Yang was really like what the rumors claimed, as it was obvious that he had taken a fancy to little official Yu, who didn't have the appearance of a daughter from a noble family. Was that why he could tolerate her provocations? If it was anyone else, he would have sent them flying with a palm strike. In the end, little official Yu still couldn't defeat Royal Prince Yang and was carried into the carriage by him. The maidservant serving inside had already made a cup of tea for her master using a pot to boil water on a small clay stove. The charcoal within her handwarmer, which had been slowly cooling, was also replaced. This evil feudal society was not without its merits. After all, look at how thoughtful the servants were. As she held her cup of hot tea, Yu Xiaoxiao still felt infuriated. That wretched guy, she just wanted to see the residence she just got. Why didn't he let her? Too domineering, too strict, point deduction. Severe point deduction. All right, don't be angry anymore. Zhu Junyang seemed to notice the sadness and anger coming from the carriage. He quickly tried to remedy the situation. What are your requirements for the estate's repair and furnishing? I'll take care of it. Take it as an apology for this, okay. That was more like it. Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't polite, so she told Royal Prince Yang the appearance of the beauty and health spa she had in mind through the walls of the carriage. When she spoke about the exciting parts, her hands would start gesturing, and she even stuck her head out of the carriage as if she was afraid that he wouldn't understand her explanations. That's it for now. I haven't seen the residence, so that's all I can do for now. Yu Xiaoxiao, who had spoken till her mouth was parched and her tongue dried, took a sip of the tea that had become lukewarm. Her expression showed the fact that she had wanted to continue. In her previous life, she had once worked in a large-scale beauty and health club and became the store manager. If it wasn't because she met the lady boss who taught her how to braise food, then she would have probably opened a beauty salon after making enough money. Her wish that wasn't fulfilled in her past life could now be realized in this ancient era. Along the way, Royal Prince Yang became a loyal audience. He made sure to engrave the strange things that came out of the little girl's mouth deeply in his heart. As long as it could be found on the market, no matter how hard it was, he would find it. If he couldn't find it, then he would make it for her no matter how many obstacles he had to push aside. Even he was moved after hearing the description of the beauty and health spa that was currently in the little lass's imagination. Consequently, how could those women in the pursuit of beauty resist this place? Even if the spa was only a tentative plan, he still believed that in the near future it would become the most popular money-squandering den in the capital. Only serving women, isn't that a bit too biased? Zhu Junyang put forth a small objection. Build a money-squandering den for men. The words, heaven and earth, suddenly appeared in Yu Xiaoxiao's mind. This was the ancient era and it was permitted by law, could she? However, she soon dismissed the idea. If she were to make a place like a high-ranking brothel, not only would it be difficult to get the idea across to her friends and relatives, but it would also be difficult to get it across in her own heart. It was better to honestly open up a beauty and health spa and then pursue other things. If you're interested in the idea, then you can make a similar place, just for men. Besides some Thai-style massages, you can also build some medicinal baths, medicinal fumigation, and some other facilities that can treat chronic illnesses. Also, those who are more into literary pursuits can enjoy flowers, listen to music, and have tea. Those who are more open can participate in entertainments such as playing cards, mahjong, horse racing, pot throwing, and so on. It's a pretty good idea to build an entertainment place that keeps people coming. Yu Xiaoxiao kept egging him on. She was a girl, so doing these things might not be very appropriate for her, but it was different for Royal Prince Yang. On the principle of making money together, she decided to give him this suggestion as repayment for him asking the emperor for her reward. Zhu Junyang was also good at business. Presently, the most profitable business in the capital, foreign goods stores, were established by him. Also, the most popular vegetable and fruit shop were made by him and the little girl. From the few words Xiaoxiao just said, he saw infinite business opportunities. That being said, the little lass could make so much money. He needed to work harder to avoid being regarded as a good-looking young man who could only live off a woman when he proposed marriage to her. He had to find time to have a good talk about the so-called entertainment club. Just the horse racing and horse betting that she mentioned were enough to make men become full of excitement. End of chapter 470. See you in the next chapter. Thank you.